This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm not sure this is going out over the web at all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. We're not going out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello. Oh, this makes me so cross. So, welcome to Hove. We've got a few technical difficulties here. We're going out on the stream, which is good news, but not on the BBC. So, Apologies if you're hearing us loud and clear in the ground. That's good news. We're going out on the stream, but not over the BBC website. Sonia Twigg is me. Sonia, I'm going to ask you if you don't mind just describing this first over as we go through.
No worries. So it's going to be Rayan Ahmed to start at the Cromwell Road end. He's bowled 21 overs so far, so he had quite a long stint yesterday afternoon as he comes over the wicket, and it's defended first ball of the day straight back down the pitch.
No. So I don't know if John Reynolds...
Few less people in the crowd today than yesterday, and it's a much cloudier and more overcast. Coles to face, who goes forward defence, down ground, gathered by cover. Sussex resumed on 234 for 5, Coles on 43, and Hudson Prentice, who was a new batter in last night, on 15 from 23. As Rayan Ahmed runs up for the third ball of the day, which Coles defends back down the pitch.
Right, so is John Reynolds there or something? Is this going...
Seems to be a bit more energy in Leicestershire's fielding so far today, a bit more sort of clapping and words of encouragement than we saw last night. As Rayan Ahmed comes in again, it's cut away by Coles, but straight to back, Budinger at backward point.
It's not going here.
Just 2 sweepers out, everyone else is in the ring.
I don't know the technicals.
None of the close catches that we saw last night, but it is the start of a new day as Rayan Ahmed comes in again, and that one is bounced really high. Coles had to really drop his hands there as that one flew past his shoulder to the wicket-keeper, who could only parry it to first slip.
That's exactly what my daughter... Everyone seems to want to do psychology at the moment. That's what my daughter wants to do. And I've said...
It's been a maiden over so far, but one more ball to come from Rayan Ahmed at the Cromwell Road end at the start of day 3 between Sussex and Leicestershire here at Hove. Rayan Ahmed in over the wicket, and it's defended by Coles into the leg side for a single. Just sort of tucked away off his pads there, and he's off the mark, and Sussex have added to their overnight total.
End up relearning how to do the job in real life.
That's the end of the opening over of the day. Very good morning from Hove. Sorry, we've just had a few problems with the BBC
I'm not entirely the skills that I learned at university.
website at the moment. We are going out around the ground. We are going live on the stream as well. So I'll do an update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex in a moment, and then we'll sort out why the commentary isn't going on the BBC website. So Sonia Twigg is with me. Good to see you again this morning, Sonia.
Good morning.
Richard will be with us in a couple of moments' time, and it's going to be Scott Curry who's going to open the bowling from the C end of the ground. He's going to be coming in to bowl to James Coles, who is 44 not out, exactly the score he made in the first innings as well. If they're listening in the studio in Brighton, could they turn off the clean feed, please, because we can hear the conversation going out in our ears, which is a bit off-putting. As in comes Curry running away from us, he's in and bowls and played by Coles straight back down the track, and there is no run. There we are, the clean feed has gone, so that's good. And hopefully we'll get the line dialed out in a few moments' time. So just the one slip in place. Cloudy, overcast morning.
If you've got some wires,
I drove through some rain coming down here, Sonia. I don't know about you.
Yeah, there was some when I left my house, and then there looked like there had been a lot around Gatwick.
Yeah, I agree. In comes Curry and bowls, and Coles flicks that through square leg and picks up a single. He goes to 45, the total to 236 for 5.
it's long gone, isn't it?
Yeah, there was quite a lot of the roads were very wet. There was quite a lot of spray coming off all the lorries just around that sort of M23 area, but it seemed to brighten up as you got further south.
Yes, no, I agree.
But there was quite a lot of low cloud around there, but I have also driven through fog there a few times previously.
Curry runs away from us, comes in and bowls to Hudson Prentice, who drives nicely through the covers, but picks up a single on this occasion, fielded by Lewis Hill, who moves to his left at mid-off. And there is no run. I thought that had made its way to the boundary. It was a good stop by Lewis Hill.
It was. There seems to be slightly more sort of intent and encouragement from the Leicestershire fielders that we weren't seeing last night, when I think they were a bit flat after their batting performance yesterday.
Curry on his way again in bowls, and Hudson Prentice plays slightly across the line to mid-on. And again there is no run.
I thought that sort of skewed off the bat slightly. He was sort of aiming for the covers and it sort of glanced off towards mid-on there.
Large student loan obviously focuses the mind on what to study, but I guess many do not get a job in an area related to this.
Slightly fewer in the crowd today, but it's probably to be expected given that we had bright sunshine yesterday and it's slightly more overcast today.
As in comes Curry running away from us, in and bowls down the leg side. Good tumbling save by Ben Cox. And there is no run.
They release at Woolwich Polytechnic, which is now the University of Greenwich. Says, John, thank you. Lots of your comments coming in.
Some blue sky around, but not over us at the moment. As Adrian continues to try and sort the technical difficulties that we're having. As Curry runs into bowl, and that's well wide. That might actually be borderline called a wide. It hasn't been, but that was far outside the off stump without troubling Coles. And at the end of the over, Sussex have 236 for 5, Coles on 45, and Hudson Prentice, who is yet to face this morning, on 15.
Someone please turn off the clean feed. We can hear music in our ears of the cricket.
Apologise to listeners if we sound slightly distracted. We've got some music coming through one of the earphones. It can be quite distracting at times. So it'll be Rayan Ahmed to continue at the Cromwell Road end for his second over of the day. It's interesting to start with spin, given that it does look like seam-friendly conditions, and as I'm being joined by Richard. But Rayan Ahmed to start the over, defended up, forward defence by Coles. 2 backward point for no run.
Good morning, Sonia. Good morning, everybody. That delivery from Ahmed in the first over that completely took off was startling.
It was bizarre. It took the batsman and keeper by surprise as Ahmed comes in over the wicket, and it's smashed down the ground over the top for, I think that will be a 4, but it could be a 6. The fielder is signalling 6. It's a 6. That's the first 6 of the morning, and early from Coles. Big shine of intent. Ahmed just got that slightly wrong, didn't he?
It was rather in the slot, but Coles hit it very nicely, and what a nice way to go to your 50. 83 balls, 4 4s and 1 6 for James Coles.
Couldn't imagine a better way to bring up 50 on the morning of the third day, with Sussex firmly in control of this match so far.
What will they want? 450 lead? Something around that?
Something that is unchaseable as Ahmed comes in again. That one is kept really low. I think he just managed to get a bat on that, but he was in all sorts of trouble, ended up sort of almost playing French cricket there, trying to dig it out. So it's the first real sign we've seen. We had one that massively kicked up and went over his shoulder, and one that's sort of skidded along there as Ahmed comes in again over the wicket, and that's good, strong forward defence from Coles, who took a big stride down the wicket after seeing what the last ball did.
Sussex must be loving that. One that has taken off and one that has squatted in the first 3 overs of the day.
As Rayan Ahmed comes in again to Coles, who goes to defend that. I think that's glanced off arm or pad, definitely not bat, and skewed towards square leg, with the wicketkeeper just scrambling to get there. This doesn't look like as easy batting conditions as it did at times yesterday, as Ahmed comes in again, and that's swatted away by Coles off the back foot for an easy single. At the end of the over, Sussex move on to 243 for 5, Coles on 52 and Hudson Prentice on 15.
Lead then approaching 400. You can't help feeling, having seen those 2 deliveries from Ahmed, that it may well already be enough. Leicestershire without Matt Salisbury, as we get the feedback, which is nice.
Thursday will be dry with a mixture of sunny spells, patchy cloud and just the odd light shower possible. Friday, variable cloud with a few spells of sunshine and the odd shower in places. That is the latest weather. So the other thing we could add to this is, what is the best skill in life that you can learn, whether it's academic or whether it's...
Sorry, we've got a few technical issues here this morning, so I do apologise that for the commentary isn't running smoothly with the stream, but as soon as we can get it sorted, we will. I understood we were going for a radio update, so let's just see if that's going to happen. But it's going to be Brad Curry who's carrying on from the C end of the ground. And he's coming into bowl to James Coles, who's 52 not out, 243 for 5. In comes Curry and bowls, and Coles will play in a minute. miss outside of the jump taken by Cox.
Everyone
And there is
online deliveries.
no run.
Bit of a loose drive that just outside the off stump, just probing and trying to push the score on. I wonder, given that we saw the 6 in the last over, if there's been a sort of direction into sort of a more attacking to try and put the runs on as quickly as possible.
In goes Curry and a bowl, solidly forward, leaning forward is Coles, pushing it out towards mid-wicket. Rishi Patel comes running into field. This is Tina Turner, isn't it?
I think so.
Yeah, this was from before you were born, I would imagine, but...
I'm sure it was. Got the smooth FM vibe. Or was it magic 80s or 90s?
In goes Curry and bowls. Coles drives, gets plenty of it, but he checks the shot slightly, doesn't follow through, and it's fielded in the covers by Sol Budinger.
We're just having a soundtrack in one ear as we try and commentate on the cricket here, which is more than slightly distracting, but hopefully we'll get that and some of the other technical issues we've been having sorted quite soon.
Tina's giving up her very best at the moment, bless her, as in goes Curry and bowls, clipped away off his toes nicely by Coles out towards mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Umar Amin. The feed has been dropped. Thank you, Phil.
I wonder what would be the perfect soundtrack to cricket.
Yeah, you need the rhythm, don't you?
You do, but you don't need it to be too distracting. You want to be able to focus on the cricket as well.
10cc did a song, didn't they? I don't like cricket. I love it. As in goes Coles and bowls down the leg side. Cox hops across to his left behind the stumps. Brilliant stumping yesterday from Ben Cox to give Tom Scriven his second wicket of the season. Still no Matt Salisbury out there for Leicestershire, and I understand he has picked up quite a debilitating niggle, and as a consequence, his place, not just in the rest of this game, he certainly won't bowl today, but in the One Day Cup final on Saturday, very much in jeopardy, which is a huge blow for Matt. Fingers crossed he recovers quickly.
And a blow for Leicestershire as well, given that you said they rested a few players for this game with one eye on Saturday, as Rayan Ahmed starts his over from the Cromwell Road end, and that has also jumped up as Cole sort of fends that in front of his chest down into the ground for no run. It's definitely looking a lot livelier today.
It is. No heavy roller beforehand, of course.
I wonder if we'll see right bowling at some point with the extra pace. The bounce could be quite difficult as Rayan Ahmed comes in again, and that one is defended back to the bowler by Coles.
You can see someone like Tom Haynes being a serious threat on this, with the sort of little cutters and seamers getting a little bit of extra bounce as well.
As Rayan Ahmed comes in over the wicket, and that is strong stride forward and defended back towards the bowler by Coles for no run. Yes, it's you think, anything with a bit of extra bounce, especially given that batters will be aware that they saw one, really keep low and skid through, could cause quite a lot of problems with Rayan Ahmed coming in again, and that has played off the back foot into the offside, pierced the gap in the infield, but straight to the man on the boundary for one run. And I believe this will be Finn Hudson-Prentice's first ball to face today. I don't think he's faced one so far.
He's just taken guards, certainly hasn't faced one from this end, so yeah, Coles has been hogging the strike.
8-6-8.
No change of field as Rayan Ahmed comes over the wicket to Hudson-Prentice, who goes forward and digs that one out towards mid-on.
Yeah, somewhat tentative, unsurprisingly.
Thanks, John.
Yes, and a few more signs of life than we saw yesterday as Rayan Ahmed comes in again, and that one has sort of been turned towards square leg by Hudson-Prentice for no run. At the end of that over, Sussex 245 for 5, Coles on 54, and Hudson-Prentice yet to score this morning on 15.
So Leicestershire would now need exactly 400 if they were to declare now. Is that right? He says, doing maths live. Always slightly risky. Leicestershire,
Yes, I think so.
exactly 400. That really is an unlikely prospect.
Have they scored 400 this year?
Oh yeah. But not batting fourth. They did chase down 380 to win against Yorkshire in the first game, in the final innings, as in goes Coles and bowls nicely clipped away off his toes out towards Umar Amin at mid-wicket. One is taken. Sussex lead by 400, says the electronic scoreboard, and one or two whoops around the county ground, the first central county ground. It being a relatively rare occurrence on this ground this season that Sussex have led by 400.
Yes, there's been quite a lot of high scores, but that hasn't necessarily translated into sort of match-dominating leads.
Curry in past umpire Baldwin and bowls onto the hip of Hudson Prentice, neatly turned down towards long leg. Semi-interested in the possibility of a second Coles, but quickly disabused, I should say, of the notion by Hudson Prentice. Good throw in.
I've just seen a comment from Thomas O'Neill saying, at least the awful music is a distraction from the score. So I'm assuming that is a Leicestershire fan commenting there.
Poor Tina Turner. Big concert in Leicester this weekend. In goes Curry and sort of on drive. Slightly desultory from Coles, pushing it firmly but not with any real aggressive intent out towards Chris Wright at mid-on. Right. Well, they won't want to risk any more injuries if they've lost Salisbury, the Foxes. They really won't want to risk any more injuries to the seamers prior to the One Day Cup final. In goes Curry, who won't be playing in that, and that one is turned to mid-wicket by Coles.
I wonder if we could see some more from Umar Amin, who had a short spell yesterday, just to sort of throw something different into the mix. As you said, Leicestershire have one eye on that Metro Bank One Day Cup final at the weekend, so they won't really want to risk any of their frontline attackers. As you said, it's their first final for, was it 11 years?
One Day Cup final, the last one was, 20 odd years. In goes Coles, bowls, driven pleasantly out towards deep-ish mid-off where Hill feels. There's a comfortable single to be taken, and is the last One Day Cup final. Might have been 2003.
I feel like I've put you on the spot here.
No, I should know by now. The last T20 final was 2011. So the last time they appeared in a final was
12 years ago.
Yeah. Goes Curry and bowl slightly short, pulled out towards Umar Amin on this occasion by Hudson Prentice. Umar comes in the field, one is taken. I think he bowled perfectly well. He only bowled a couple of overs, but they were perfectly respectable.
They looked fine to me, yeah. I was surprised to see him not use slightly more yesterday when they were sort of throwing everything at it without reward. But yes. I think it could be Ryan Ahmed again, or is there going to be a bowling change here?
It is walking fairly purposefully towards the crease and taking the ball, so it looks like he is going to continue.
We don't want him getting anything before Saturday either.
Exactly. This is I agree. It's, what is it now? 24 overs on the bounce, essentially.
Almost.
Albeit.
There's been a few breaks and obviously resuming overnight, but still, as a bowler, you're definitely going to feel that in your shoulder, especially having not played long format cricket for a while, as Ahmed comes in over the wicket and that has been pushed away off the back foot by Hudson Prentice, but straight to Bunjera backward point.
And he's a sort of player and bowler who bowl till he drops, basically. He loves bowling, but sometimes you've got to be wise for the youngster, haven't you?
As Ahmed comes over the wicket, and that's Hudson Prentice just watches that straight into the wicket-keeper's gloves for no run. You want to be cautious with bowlers, and we saw Jack Leach have this back stress fracture, so it's not something that's isolated to fast bowlers, as I think many were assuming given the high profile injuries, as Ahmed comes over the wicket and that's defended straight to extra. So yeah, a salutary lesson for all. Poor old Jack Leach. As Ahmed comes over the wicket, and that's defended into leg side this time, off sort of, it is bouncing quite a lot more than we saw yesterday. That one was almost sort of at hip height as he defended that towards mid-wicket. As Ahmed comes over the wicket again, and Hudson Prentice defends that back to the bowler. He doesn't look overly comfortable. He's not sort of getting right in line or right down the pitch as we've seen Coles do. It's sort of standing there and sort of fending the ball towards the fielders. It doesn't look entirely comfortable out there. As Hudson Prentice, as Ahmed comes in again, and Hudson Prentice leaves that one outside the off stump into Cox's gloves. At the end of that over, Sussex have 249 for 5, Coles on 56 and Hudson Prentice on 17.
Ahmed 25 overs now, 2 for 81, so he's sort of kept just about control on the score, but only 1 or 2 overs have really gone the distance. Not too many drag downs in those 25 overs, a few. You would expect that. Scott Curry will continue. He's bowled 14 overs, none for 45 on his Leicestershire debut. Turns at the C end, comes running in and bowls outside off stump, cut away nicely by James Coles. Didn't try and overhit it. Down to third man, where Ahmed has gone to have a little rest in front of the county ground. It's not the pavilion, it's the players' dressing rooms and indoor centre. The players' dressing rooms here are not sort of part of the pavilion as such.
Thank you so much.
On the second floor of the indoor centre, as in goes Coles, bowls fullish on middle and leg, clipped but not timed perfectly by Hudson Prentice.
But interestingly, neither the pavilion nor the indoor school are in line with the bowler's arm as you would traditionally expect a pavilion to be.
I don't know if in many years past the square was aligned
East-west.
of the wire. I don't know. Actually, Adrian will be able to tell us when poor Adrian has managed to sort out the technical difficulties outside off stump. Curry. And, well, he looks initially, I think, as though he's trying to steer that away through the offside, Hudson Prentice, and it didn't really get up in the way he thought it was going to. He kind of went through with the shot and went past over his top edge in the end. But he indicates with his right hand that the bounce a little unpredictable from the C end as well, perhaps as from that Cromwell Road end of the ground. Turns, runs in, bowls straight. Hudson Prentice covers up, pushes it back down the pitch. I guess we say Hampshire player still. He is on loan to Leicestershire for the rest of this season. And, that his role over the next, today and the 2 remaining county championship games against Yorkshire and Durham will take on a bigger significance now if Salisbury is going to be missing. He goes and bowls again straight, fuller, and on the back foot, slightly surprisingly, Hudson Prentice covers up, drops it out into the offside. There is no run.
How many do you think Sussex will be looking for here before they declare?
I sort of had the figure 450 before I came in this morning, and I think that's probably right. There's an awful lot of time left in the game, although possibility of a shower, we're told, around about 11. It's only sort of 20%, and the rest of the day is forecast very fair. Curry is in, bowls nicely, clipped away off his legs by Hudson Prentice out to Umar Amin in splendid isolation in front of the clock tower score board. I'm told it's actually officially called.
I do like the clock tower. It's a nice blue. The clock.
Oh, the clock, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
All the buildings around here in the seaside white.
It is I'd say it works as a ground somehow. It's a sort of odd mixture, but it works. It's a lovely
I
ground.
quite like it. It's all been sort of built at different times and to suit different occasions. And I always love when you have a sort of grass bank where people can put some deck chairs out. I think that's a lovely idea in the summer. And we will have a change of bowling. And they've taken the new ball. So with the new ball, there will be a change of bowling, and it will be Scriven from the Cromwell Road end, taking over from a mammoth spell from Rayan Ahmed. who has bowled 13 overs so far in this innings for 30 runs, but has taken 2 wickets.
Yeah.
So it's been sort of...
It's probably arguably been the pick of the bowlers for Leicestershire throughout the game, really, Scriven. Sort of bustling, medium, briskish seamer. They used to call them military medium, didn't they? But I always thought that implied as not really brisk. But I think Scriven can get quite lively at times.
Well, we'll see, especially given the variable bounce we've already seen from the significantly slower Rayan Ahmed at the Cromwell Road end. As Scriven just warms up a couple before starting, having not bowled yet this morning. It's very overcast. It should be conducive to seamers. As Scriven turns and runs into Hudson Prentice, who defends that off the back foot. It almost looked like the pace slightly took him by surprise and is gathered by Umar Amin at extra cover. Just sort of going down to prod the pitch, Hudson Prentice. It looks like he doesn't quite trust the bounce, but that would be completely understandable given that we've seen what we've seen so far this morning, with one firing past Coles' shoulder and one also sort of skidding towards his ankles as Scriven gets ready to turn and start the second ball of his spell. Scriven over the wicket to Hudson Prentice, who lets that one go through to Cox, just outside the off stump. Sussex on 251 for 5, Hudson Prentice on 18, Coles on 57, having brought up his 50 with a big 6 down towards mid-on earlier this morning.
Sam Evans is the acting 12th man on the pitch at the moment, replacing Salisbury. He's down at third man.
Scriven turns and starts his quite lengthy run up for a medium pacer over the wicket. And Hudson Prentice sort of thinks about fending at that, but doesn't catch the edge of the bat, and he pulls his bat out almost at the last minute as he saw that. But we've already seen some variable bounce from Scriven. That one sort of jumps up a bit more than Hudson Prentice was expecting, I think.
So sort of when you're trying to leave, it can clip the glove or almost the bat before you can quite get it out of the way. Did well. Hudson Prentice to make sure it didn't.
We've got sunshine now from somewhere, although I can't see any blue sky, but the sun is shining here at Hove. Scriven turns for the 4th ball of his over. And Hudson Prentice defends that one down towards the bowler, and it's gathered by mid-on.
The Sussex bowlers want to see this ball hooping around a little bit.
They will be encouraged by the variable bounce, though.
They will.
And they don't have one eye on a Metric Bank One Day Cup final after a slightly poor performance. They won just one game in their group. Scriven turns from his mark at the advertising hoardings and over the wicket, and Hudson Prentice leaves that one much more comfortably than the last one. He didn't have to jump his hands out the way, he just saw that ball on line early and left outside the off stump. As I'm joined by Adrian, is everything sorted now?
That was a very stressful half hour. I do apologise for everybody. I hope we're going out around the ground. I'm sure we are, actually. Yes, we are. Thank you, waving in the back rows. We had problems connecting. The feed was going out on the Sussex. You don't want to know the technicals, but we weren't going out on the BBC website, and that was giving me a bit of grief. But it's all sorted now.
Scriven over the wicket, and Hudson Prentice just about gets his bat, but it's a leading edge and it skews towards point. Not really what he intended to do with that. Much more fuller delivery from Scriven.
Yes.
And at the end, after a first maiden over to start his spell this morning, Sussex on 251 for 5, Coles on 57, and Hudson Prentice on 18.
And I have no idea what the weather is doing here. The weather forecast I saw last night, Sonia, was saying it was going to be bright this morning, and then this rather persistent rain working its way down from the north, arriving here soon after lunch. And then that seems to have changed. So this morning it seemed to be raining, and I just wonder whether the rain that was predicted has been and gone. I think the direction it's coming from is from the north and coming over the downs. It is a bit darker there, but there's some lighter skies behind it. So maybe we've had the rain. Maybe that's it.
We can only hope, can't we?
Well, that would be good. Chris Wright is going to come on to bowl from the C end of the ground here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. My name's Adrian Harms. Sonia Twigg is with me. Richard Ray will be back with us after 11 o'clock. So we can then rotate between the three of us as we go through the day. But Sussex in a really strong position here. 251 for 5. James Cole's 57. Finn Hudson-Prentice is on 18.
Yes, I wonder what some of the members made of the music to accompany their cricket listening.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully they couldn't hear it too much, or maybe they could, I don't know. But,
people on the stream definitely could.
They? Yeah.
I'm seeing some comments.
Oh, dear. Oh, back to the cricket, Sonia. In comes Chris Wright, bowls to James Coles, who takes a couple of paces down the wicket and plays into the offside. There is no run. I guess the big debate here, I mean, on the assumption we don't get any rain for the next 2 days, you would think that Sussex is just going to bat and bat, but there will come a time when they'll feel, I mean, they've got to give themselves time to bowl out Leicestershire to win this match. They need to win it. If they do, they will go to within 18 points of Worcestershire in the second division race. Now, Worcestershire with 2 games to play, they go to Durham go there next week. As in comes Wright and bowls. Coles lets that one go outside the off stump through to keep a Cox no run. So Worcester at home to Durham, and then they're away to Yorkshire. So that's not easy, those 2 games. But Durham will be without both Matthew Potts and Bryden Cass, who are playing for England in the one-day series against England. So their bowling attack is seriously depleted with those 2 gone. And Durham, many congratulations to Durham, who were promoted yesterday because Leicestershire failed to get any batting bonus points here. So Durham already up. They just need 5 points to secure the title. So, you know, I'm sure they'll be desperate to win, but will that real hunger be there? We'll just have to see. Wright comes in and bowls. Coles placed a mid-on, and there is no run. So essentially, if Worcester were to win next week, I think that almost seals it for them. There'll be another game to play, but they'll almost be over the line. So Sussex will be crossing fingers that they can win this, win at Derby next week, and that Durham could do them a favour, and then it all could come down to the last game of the season where Sussex are at home here to Gloucester.
And that'd be exciting,
So
wouldn't
that
it?
could be fun, yeah. You have to get yourself a ticket for that one, Sonia.
I actually think I'm at Northants, Essex.
Are you? Right.
Yeah.
Well, that could be exciting as well.
That could also be exciting.
In comes Wright and bowls, and Coles defends out into the offside, and there is no run. So, I mean, my feeling about Worcester, beautiful, one of my favourite cricket grounds, Worcester. I love it. It's
beautiful.
Worcester. Yeah, it is beautiful. And I think generally you get a result at Worcester. I mean, it's generally the sort of pitch which gives a little bit of help to the bowlers. So I think one way or another there will be a result there. So we'll just have to see. But first of all, Sussex got to win this, and who knows? You know, Leicester got some fine players in their side. Colin Ackerman made 277 here last year. If the pitch flattens out, who knows what might happen? There could even be some rain. In comes Wright, bowls, and Coles just eases that one down to the back bit of square on the offside and picks up a single. He goes to 58. The total to 252 for 5, and that means the lead is 406 for Sussex. So I'm just going to double check those September fixtures to make sure we've got it absolutely right. But it could all come to a real conclusion. And of course, Division 1 is really exciting. I mean, Surrey look favourites, but they can't afford to slip up.
No, and obviously England having sort of essentially 2 teams, because they already lose some players for the main England team, and now they're losing some more, including Will Jacks for the Ireland games.
It comes right, oh crumbs, that did keep low, and Prentice looks at the wicket to say crumbs, but the ball goes past the outside edge to keep a Cox. Nice and tidy from Chris Wright. 16 overs, no maidens, 1 for 55. Sussex 252 for 5. Coles on 58. Hudson-Prentice is on 18. So let me just get confirmation of those remaining fixtures in Division 2 so that we know exactly what we're talking about. Yeah. So, last game of the season, Worcestershire go to Headingley to play Yorkshire. So I don't think that's particularly easy. They're good at home for Yorkshire, and they've got to face Durham at home. So they've got a pretty tough run in. Sussex have got to go to Derby. The problem at Derby over the last couple of seasons, it's been very flat. So whether Sussex could get a result there, and then Gloucestershire the last game of the season, when I think by then Chetishwar Pujara would have gone back, as would have Jadav Vinadkat. So Sussex would be weakened as well. So anyway, lots of ifs, buts and maybes, and we'll have to see how it all pans out over the next few games. Richard back with us in a moment. But it's going to be Tom Scriven who's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end.
Yeah, they're just tinkering with the field. They've got 2 in the slips and a gully now, just sort of moving it around, trying to look a bit more attacking. As Scriven comes over the wicket to Coles, who fends that one off his legs towards fine leg for an easy single. To move on to 59, sorry. I was ahead of the scoreboard. Yeah, just not entirely. I think Leicestershire are going to encourage Sussex to hit out a little bit here and try and give themselves as much time as possible to chase down what is already a mammoth chase in this innings as Scriven walks back to his mark, but it's definitely a slightly more attacking field than we've seen so far, although we have 3 players on the boundary as well, so a bit of both. Scriven comes over the wicket to Hudson Prentice, who fends that one towards the keeper. I think it's missed everything because there was no appeal or clipped a pad on the way through, but it was a great diving stop from Cox there.
Brilliant, wasn't it? And that stumping we saw yesterday was what if you had sort of to name 5 great moments of the season, that would be in my top 5. That really was. If you're talking about a pure bit of brilliant cricketing skill, that stumping of Ollie Carter by Ben Cox was right up there. I don't think you see a better bit of wicket keeping anywhere than that. That was absolutely fantastic.
Scriven turns and runs in and just fended off his legs towards mid-wicket by Hudson Prentice for no run. It was a very good bit of work.
It was absolutely fabulous. Just looking at that cloud, I don't want to get obsessed by the weather today, but it just looks like it's breaking up a bit, doesn't it? And the clouds look quite high, so...
It's not sort of dark and gloomy over there.
It is not dark and gloomy. It looks okay.
I'm just going to see how many other games are actually going on.
Yeah.
As Scriven turns and runs in over the wicket. And Hudson Prentice fends that one off his legs towards fine leg, and he's got a boundary for it. It just skittled along the ground down the hill there towards the sea end, and the diving fine leg couldn't really get there to stop it.
No. Hudson Prentice has been in excellent form with the bat this season. 8 half-centuries to his name already. He's averaging over 50. And in what has been, and you know, we discussed it at length yesterday, it's been a disappointing season for Sussex. They may still salvage something out the bag, who knows, but Finn Hudson Prentice has certainly been one of the highlights for Sussex. You've got a number 7 who's averaging over 50, 8 half-centuries. I think that's a really sound performance from Finn Hudson Prentice.
It's always another sort of feather to the bow, isn't it, when Scriven comes in and it's defended towards cover by Hudson Prentice. It's always nice to have those sort of all-rounders. I do think all-rounders make such a big difference in cricket. Just having someone who's sort of adequate at both, it means there's no compromises and somehow the whole side feels overall more balanced, I think.
Yes. There are lots of delays around the country, actually, Sonia. They're not playing at Old Trafford in the game between Lancashire and Middlesex, neither at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are playing Northamptonshire. They're not playing in Bristol, where Gloucestershire are playing Derbyshire. So lots of disruption around. We've been lucky so far.
Scriven in, and it's fended off his legs by Hudson Prentice towards deep square leg for an easy single. The end of that over, Sussex move on to 257 for 5, Coles on 59 and Hudson Prentice on 22.
Yeah, really the battle this week is all about who's going to come down from Division 1 and Division 2 of the Championship. So Nottinghamshire are playing at Canterbury. They're 226 for 8, still trailing Kent by 220. So Kent in the ascendancy there, and they are playing at Canterbury. They're not playing up at Old Trafford, where Middlesex made 194. Sam Robson top scored with 86. Lancashire 132 for 3. They were delayed a lot for bad light yesterday, rain today, so it looks like that one could be, well, who knows, there's still another day and a bit to go, but I don't know, maybe a draw looks on the cards there. If Kent could beat Nottinghamshire,
they'd move above Middlesex in the table.
They would. Chris Wright racing in from the sea end of the ground, comes in and bowls to Hudson Prentice, who defends down the offside of the track, and there is no run.
Yeah, Kent on, I think this is ahead of the game. They were on 81 points and Middlesex on 87, so definitely very tight between those two at the bottom of Division 1. Kent, of course, have been slightly hindered by some of the England call-ups and other things recently. They had a decent Metro One Day Cup performance, not quite as good as Leicestershire, who made the final.
Right. In and bowls, and Hudson Prentice defends onto the leg side. That's a well taken single because Scriven has to come running in from mid on, and Hudson Prentice goes through for his 24th run. Crumbs the scoreboard's quick here today. It's up already, almost before Hudson Prentice had taken the run. 2:59 for 5. Well spotted, Sonia. My torch was on my phone for some unknown reason. I'll get
in your technical difficulties earlier.
Yeah, I know. It's all been a bit stressed, hasn't it, this morning? I'll do this over and I'll bring Richard back on because I've got a phone call I need to make. So we'll sort things out. As Wright is on his way, racing in, and bowls to Coles, who plays that firmly through square leg. They've taken one. They'll think about two. But there isn't a second run there. Good bit of fielding out there in the distance by, I think that's Umar Amin who's out there, and that's the 50 partnership between Hudson Prentice and Coles, coming in 119 balls in 71 minutes. The Sussex are just consolidating their very strong position here in this game. I guess it's very much a case now of how many runs Sussex want their lead to be, how much time they feel they need to bowl Leicestershire out. We're not sure how much of a problem the weather's going to be. We suspect maybe not much today. But the pitch looks a good one. I mean, there's one or two have kept a little low. But in comes Wright, racing in and bowls. Oh, that's stylish from Hudson Prentice. Now, that deserved a boundary. If I'd have played that shot, I'd have hoped that'd go for 4.
It's one of those you occasionally see in kids' cricket where kids sort of run almost on the shot. They're like, oh, I've middled that must be runs, and get run out by the fielder.
I mean, it was a beautiful cover drive, wasn't it? I mean,
Textbook cover drive.
It was, absolutely. And, a yard either side of Sol Budinger, and that would have been 4 runs. But, it was straight to the fielder. And he was right up the middle of the bat. That would have got a really good round of applause if that had made its way to the boundary. But it didn't. Right. On his way. Bowls and Hudson Prentice. This time he's a little surprised. I think a bit of extra bounce there. And just the way that Hudson Prentice rather suspiciously looked at the pitch and then rehearses the shot. And there is no run. Now I can hear somebody talking in my ears, which is not what we want. Oh, they've gone. That's good. Chris Wright wanders back to his mark. Richard was saying about Chris Wright yesterday, because he's been playing for Sussex next year. He's 38 now. So a few eyebrows raised, but Richard was saying just how fit Chris Wright is, and he's really raced in this match. Comes in and bowls, and Hudson Prentice plays this through backward point, and it's gone away for 4 runs. Hudson Prentice goes to 28, Sussex to 264 for 8. And the lead extends to 418 at the end of the over. I'm going to make way. Richard's going to come in. Sonia's going to stay in situ for a while, and I'll be back just to do the after 11:30.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot there. He's just sort of been waiting for that extra bit of width from Wright, and as soon as it came, just opened the face on the bat to guide her towards a very vacant third position. To move the score on to 264 for 5 with a very healthy sounding lead now of 414. I guess the only real question this morning is, when's the declaration going to happen? A bit of discussions with Scriven there, but he walks back to the top of his mark. Apologies for those of you who've stuck with us throughout some of the technical difficulties this morning. It's been slightly challenging at times, and Adrian has definitely been stressed as Scriven comes over the wicket, and that's let go through to the keeper from Coles. A little bit more lift there in that delivery.
Yeah, you would hope so with the new ball, wouldn't you, really? If there's going to be any, it's going to be with that new ball. That sounds like 20 years. But poor Adrian. Yeah, that's better. Adrian has definitely got a few more grey hairs. Bless him. It's not all. People think it's just commentating,
Well, it would be if everything went perfectly smoothly.
Yeah. But it isn't always. It's sometimes we have to sort out technical difficulties, and we're not engineers.
Scriven runs in, and that's fended off towards backward square by Coles. Ahmed had to scramble for that one, but managed to stop the boundary, and Coles just takes a single from that to move on to 61.
And not being engineers, I tend to, use the sort of Woody Allen method of the old Navajo Indian trick, screaming and begging, basically.
I thought you were going to say just pressing all of the buttons and hoping one of them works.
Again and all those sort of things. Just sounding plaintive down the line, saying, please sort it out.
It's one of those when you can't sort it out your end, and it's then someone else's problem, and your fate is entirely in their hands as Scriven turns and runs in again to Hudson Prentice, who defends that one back down the pitch towards cover. It all went very smoothly yesterday, and it's been slightly more problematic this morning. When we had the Sussex chairman on answering all the questions from the listeners.
Fronting up admirably. Whatever one thought of the answers, he was there to be questioned.
And was very honest in his answers as well. Scriven turns and runs in again down the hill, and Hudson Prentice has gone for that. There was a cheer from a sort of appeal from Rishi Patel in the slips, but no one else seemed that interested, and just seemed like it missed the bat there on the way through.
I'd be thinking about declaring now, really. If Leicestershire get 400 and whatever it is, 415 or 420, then surely you say, then well, fair enough in those circumstances.
I think they might want to just sort of keep them out there until just before lunch.
Yeah.
Scriven runs in, and it's defended back down the pitch to the bowler by Hudson Prentice.
I don't think the pitch is going to deteriorate markedly over the next sort of half an hour or so, or the next few hours. The bounce might continue to get a little bit more uneven, but it has changed colour certainly over the last 2 days, as you'd expect under the sun. It was quite green at the start. They left a lot of grass on, but it looks a reasonably sort of biscuity colour now.
That's a good description of it, biscuity colour. I'll describe this ball and leave you to think about which biscuit it is the colour of as Scriven comes in again, and that's, I think Prentice went to play that down towards fine leg but missed it, and it was a diving stop from Cox, and at the end of that over Sussex have 265 for 5, Coles on 61 and Hudson Prentice on 28.
Sort of vaguely rich tea. No, that sort of darky brownie. I suppose rich tea's a bit lighter. I don't like Wrighty's moustache. Chris Wright's moustache. I hope he comes down here. It doesn't suit him for me, but
you're having a go at mullets yesterday, and now it's his moustache.
Yeah, it's poor, isn't it? Poor. Having a chat to his captain at the moment, Lewis Hill.
Well, when I started watching cricket, we had blue stripes and red stripes and frosted tips and all these things going on. The early 2000s.
Who had blue stripes?
Peterson.
Oh, God, Lord, yes.
Blank that one out of your memory.
Indeed. Wright is in and bowls outside off stump, going further away, and Coles not interested. 61 to Coles. Hudson Prentice 28 off 64, but Coles 61 off 111. The strike rates have sort of 50%, even just a little bit below. Doesn't imply a huge amount of urgency on the part of the Sussex side, and the best part of 2 days still to be played in the game, and the forecast reasonably good. Certainly for the rest of the day, they said possibility, but only a sort of slimish possibility of a shower around about now. But essentially good. The sun will be coming out. In goes Wright again outside off stump. Again, Coles steps forward and again lets it go through into the gloves of Ben Cox behind the stumps. Alfonso Thomas, one of Leicestershire's acting head coaches, wanders round the boundary at the top end, at the Cromwell Road end, in front of the blue and white striped deck chairs.
I have to admit, I'm slightly surprised that they haven't tried to sort of get on with it more, because you'd think they'd want to get these runs as quickly as possible and have as long as they can to bowl at Leicestershire, but we've seen a lot of sort of leaves and defensive shots this morning.
I couldn't agree more. In goes right, and bowls looking for the drive, might just have come back into him a little bit there, Coles, and ended up rather shoveling it out towards straight mid-on, where Scriven is the fielder. He looks down at his fingers, might just jarred his fingers a little bit there. Coles, 61. It does feel as though the situation's sort of drifting a little bit. There's a lack of purpose about the game at the moment. You assume that Bajara and Sussex have a figure in mind. In goes right and bowls. Coles again leaves third time in the over.
If that's 500, you could be here until very late tomorrow.
Indeed. And it does seem a little... If it is the figure, it feels very much like overkill.
But it's we haven't really seen them sort of try and push it on and get them as quickly as possible. They've obviously got lots of wickets in hand. You'd think if they wanted, if more worried about time or weather, and as we've seen, when I looked at the weather forecast yesterday, it said something completely different to what it's saying today.
Right turns. Runs in and bowls. Cole just guides it down towards gully, where Curry is the fielder. Seeing that Coles is sort of half a step out of his ground, makes as though to hurl the ball at the stumps. Coles, for the sake of form, puts his bat back down, and Curry doesn't bother letting the ball go. Brunty's been in touch this morning. He says he has much sympathy with our technical difficulties, as he's currently repairing the flail deck on a tractor with a lump hammer. We could try that with the QB and a lump hammer.
Should we get a hammer?
And just see what happens.
Maybe we'll get different music.
We absolutely would. As right turns, runs in and bowls a couple of steps down the wicket from Coles. Right, I think saw him coming and dropped his length back a little bit. Coles blocked it into the gap in the covers and out towards Rahan Ahmed, who's sweeping on the offside boundary. So a comfortable single for Coles, who rehearses the careful defensive shot, having reached the non-striker's end. It's the end of the over, the 86th of the Sussex second innings. 266 now for 5, at 154 to that for the lead. 420, he says tentatively. 421 would be the target now.
420, I think.
Yeah. Which, as I say, and I won't keep saying it because it gets boring, but it does feel like plenty.
It's all right. I think we've had enough excitement this morning with our technical difficulties. We can settle into some slightly more mundane cricket as Scriven starts his over from the Cromwell Road end, and Coles goes to drive that. I think we are seeing a slight more of intent, but skews it, doesn't get hold of it at all, and it trickles towards mid-on. But it's a sort of slightly more attacking look from Coles that we've seen over the last over or two, sort of maybe trying to get on with it a little bit more.
Some new gloves. Telling the Sussex dressing room.
It's only been out there less than an hour. It's not particularly hot today.
No, the humidity isn't quite there, is it? So, it should be okay.
Scriven runs in. And it's fended off his hip by Coles towards Ryan Ahmed as a sweeper, and the square leg boundary just and sort of almost walks through for that single.
What may concern Sussex and the bowlers, and may be affecting their thinking a bit, is there hasn't been that much swing this morning with the sort of drop in humidity. This new ball hasn't done as much as perhaps both sides would have hoped in a way, almost more so that Sussex would have liked to have seen it hoop around and jag off the seam and do all sorts of things. It isn't really.
No.
Yet,
as Scriven turns and runs in, and it's sort of with one leg in the air, flicked off his pads by Coles, by Hudson Prentice, out to Ryan Ahmed, who's been busy out there this morning since he finished his spell, just for the one run.
I had a chat to James Taylor at the end of play yesterday. They were obviously disappointed, Leicestershire, the way they batted, and it's something that they haven't really done this season. Certainly not very often anyway, as compared to seasons past.
Well, there were some comments coming in yesterday that it was like the sort of Leicestershire of old, wasn't it? So.
Yeah.
And Scriven turns the top of his mark. Balls, and that's hit Coles. He's been given out. I think it looked like it hit him slightly high, but the umpire has decided that's been given out LBW. And Scriven takes his third. That is a hint of swing that we were just talking about. We haven't seen so far, as that did sort of nip back into him and hit him on the pads.
He hit the back pad as well. Let's have a look, see at the replay.
Oh no, that's hit him back pad straight in front. Not sure he can have too much complaints about that as Coles walks off having scored 63 from 119. Sussex 268 for 6.
Needed that one, Leicestershire, and possibly the game. Oh, hang on. Where are the players going now? Oh, they're just going for a drink. I thought for a minute there might have been a signal from the balcony.
Well, I thought that, and then I did see a batter sort of coming down the steps, and I thought that'd be a bit of a interesting mixed signal.
Late change of mind.
Very late. No. Pad up, go out. Oh no, never mind.
Yeah. That would be a bit disappointing, but it was just the Leicestershire players heading towards the pavilion and towards the acting 12th man Josh Holt for a drink. Jack Carson can continue on his way to the crease. Sussex continued to build, but third wicket for Tom Scriven, and I said earlier that I thought he'd been the pick. He certainly was the pick in the last game of the Leicestershire Seamers, and I think he has been in this. 3 for 39. That's a pretty good effort in those circumstances. Off 16.4 overs, he hasn't given much away either.
No, he hasn't. Well, Jack Carson does like to hit the ball. I think he can be quite attacking. He's got 10 sixes in his 33 matches as obviously primarily a bowler. But I think we have seen him be quite aggressive at times, so maybe that's a sort of sign of where Sussex are going to try and take this innings. They've still got 4 wickets in hand, of course, but we're thinking we will see a declaration before they're all bowled out. Although we don't know what's going on in the minds of the Sussex coaching staff and captain.
Lead 422 at the moment, with 4 second innings wickets in hand now. Scriven picked up his best match figures last time out in his career, 7 for 70 in the end. So, well, if he picks up a couple more in this innings, could yet beat that.
We've got 3 in the slips to the new batter, Jack Carson, and Rayan Ahmed has come in from the boundary to a more conventional mid-wicket as Scriven comes over the wicket, and it's defended off the front foot by Carter towards extra for no run.
Foxy Phil, Scriven really has been the find of the season. I think you're right, Foxy Phil, and Lewis Hill has said much the same, the skipper.
Hudson Prentice just readjusting his helmet and getting settled. As you think he's got some new gloves. He was calling for some new gloves, but he's not wearing them as Scriven comes in over the wicket to the new batter Carson, who defends that one tall and upright towards cover for no run. The end of the over, Sussex 268 for 6. Carson faced 2 balls without scoring, and Hudson Prentice, who will face at the start of this over, on 29 from 65.
Play with fire and do one more over before nipping next door to do an update for BBC Radio Leicester. At least I've got something vaguely positive to tell them. First wicket of the day.
Oh, it makes a difference to yesterday evening and your slightly dismal updates.
It was, well, as I say, they have used to it. It's been a pleasant change this season to be able to give them so many little snippets of good news. Chris Wright's going to try and add to that good news. Now, first of all, though, Hill is sending Curry back from the gully to third man, so a little bit of extra cover for Wright as he runs in from the sea end and bowls to Hudson Prentice, who goes on the back foot to a ball that doesn't really get up, dabs it down through the gully, inevitably, down towards Curry at third man, and a single is taken. Hudson Prentice on 2:30, 2:69 for 6th, the lead 4:23.
Yeah, so quite a few of them sort of walking down and prodding the pitch. I'm not sure they trust the bounce too much. We've seen a little bit of variability so far today, and also a bit of movement with Wright and Scriven coming on, just a hint of something that wasn't there in the first part of the day. Maybe it is getting slightly more humid.
Sometimes there's a sort of element of mind games as well. The batters want the Leicestershire batters to think that the pitch is very, very unreliable. Wright is in, bowls outside off stump. There's an appeal for a catch behind as it's fended at and missed by Jack Carson. A little bit of extra oomph there from Chris Wright as he came up the slope, banged it in, a little bit short of a length, and Carson looking nervous, fended at that one as it rose and went past his outside edge.
Yeah, slightly more attacking field to Carson. Definitely, third man's come up into the ring. There's just the one out at fine leg and 3 in the slips to Wright. As Wright turns and runs in over the wicket to the Northern Ireland-born player, who makes a big stride forward and a very emphatic leave with both hands and bat in the air for that one. As I'm rejoined by Adrian. Hello.
Hello, Sonia. Nice innings by James Coles. But he did look very out. I have to say, I've been very, very impressed by Tom Scriven, who's been excellent for Leicestershire in this match. 3 for 39 of 17 overs. They are tremendous figures. He's bowled with good pace as well.
As Wright turns at the top of his mark and bowls, and Carson has flashed at that, but he's going to get 4 for it. It's gone wide of all 3 in the slips. Sort of gone through a vacant gully position, but it's definitely not what he intended. It's a sort of wide flash and a thick edge, but it goes straight to the boundary.
Yeah.
And he'll have his first runs and take Sussex's total to 273 for 6.
And he's so experienced, Chris Wright. He's probably beyond the stage in your career, isn't he, where you throw your hands up in the air and go and talk to the bat, and he just turn around and walk back. Yeah, it's a lucky edge. It looks quite gloomy from in here, Sonia. Actually, when you're outside, it's actually quite bright. So it's not quite as bad as it, but it is definitely clouding up, isn't it?
It's right in, and Carson fends at that one. It's an inside edge, sort of almost behind him. Misses the stumps, and he manages to scarper through a quick single.
Oh, I like that scarper. Yeah.
He's not in control of his shots, but he's added 5 runs to Sussex's total off just 6 deliveries.
Yeah. 6 off of the overs so far. No sign that Sussex are stepping on the accelerator here for the declaration just yet. I just wonder whether Sussex are just going to bat the whole way through. Lead of 4. What are we up to now, Sonia? 2.
We are on 427.
Yeah. So, either way, it will just be at the back of Sussex's mind what happened here last year. I mean, it's an entirely different set of circumstances. It's a different pitch. There's a few overheads around. It's quite humid around still in the southeast at the moment. So Sussex will just be desperate not to allow Leicestershire a sniff at that. I mean, Sussex need to win the game. That's the bottom line. As
Wright in to Hudson Prentice, who drives that through the covers for 4.
Beautiful shot, wasn't it?
It was a lovely shot. We've seen him sort of hammer one straight at Budginger, and that one just found the gap and powered towards the boundary. And at the end of that over, I'm going to leave you for a bit.
You?
I am.
Bye-bye, Sonia. Thank you very much. And Richard's going to come back and join us. Richard's updates are all on the button on the half hour. I'm still waiting for mine, which will hopefully come in a few moments' time. 278 for 6. I mean, I guess the speculation is Richard around just how long Sussex are going to carry on here. They might have enough already. They may not. As I was saying to Sonia, you've got a guy who's made over 1,000 runs in Rishi Patel, some of the quality of Colin Ackerman.
But no Hanscom, no Mulder.
Yeah.
It's a
really tough order, isn't it?
Just to let you know, you'll be going on shortly with Sarah.
Thank you, Rich. He was the producer down in Brighton today. Much appreciated.
No problem at all.
278 for 6 as in comes Scriven bowls and Carson defends down the onside of the track. There is no run. I've been mighty impressed by Tom Scriven. Richard, I think he's been excellent.
Your latest weather update.
Absolutely agree. I've said it already earlier. It's
Now is the sun
find of the
shining
season.
on Adrian Harms. Let's find out another update on the cricket.
Yes, hello, Sarah. No sunshine here this morning. It's very overcast and, maybe the threat of rain around. Hope that doesn't happen, but it's been a good morning for Sussex. They're 278 for 6 in their second innings. Finn Hudson-Prentice is on 34. Jack Carson is on 5. Just the one wicket to go down this morning. That was wicket of James Coles, who was LBW for 63, sharing a partnership of 58 with Finn Hudson-Prentice. So the lead for Sussex now is a monster, 432. They're 278 for 6. So, thank you to the people back in Brighton who will cut the clean feed in a moment, I'm sure. Ah, there we go. Wonderful. Oh, no, they haven't. Yes, they have. What do you reckon that was? That was a twang of guitar.
It was.
That was a real twang, wasn't it?
Yes, my head is still ringing.
Yes. But it's gone now, so that's good. And Scriven makes his way down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. He's in bowls, and Carson is forward placed down the track. There is no run. I spoke to J. Devon Woodcat last night. First time I've spoken to him. Very pleasant man. We were saying after the interview, actually, most cricketers are really good guys, aren't they? And he spoke actually about the bowling down the slope, and he said he found it very strange. They had a practice here on whatever day it was, the day before the match started. Was that Saturday? I've lost track of time. And he said he found it very odd bowling down the hill, but it was good that he had that practice, and he certainly bowled well yesterday.
Yes, he did.
But it's not easy if you've never played here at home. It does take a bit of getting used to. As in comes Scriven over the wicket bowls. Carson is stoutly forward placed to mid-on, and there is no run.
Heavyish grey cloud at the moment.
Yeah,
but, so the forecast is for it to be pretty good by lunchtime, and then good thereafter with plenty of sun around. So I just wonder whether Sussex might be, if they were bowling, taking advantage of the conditions. But they did bowl so much better than Leicestershire in the first innings, and debate going on the stream about why there hasn't been a declaration as yet.
Scriven in again, bowls. Carson defends to short extra cover. There is no run. There's no sign here of Sussex sort of swinging
There's no urgency, is there? It's quite what the game plan is here. Are they just sort of wanting to keep Leicestershire out, thinking, well, we'll tire them, we'll tire the batters?
Yeah.
I'm not sure there's that much in that, really. As a strategy, per se, Leicestershire won't look to bowl their overs particularly quickly. The over 8 is +2 because of all Ahmed's overs, so they have no issues in that respect. Slightly baffling.
Scriven on his way again, bowls to Carson, who with the plan to miss outside stump. This is a terrific spell by Scriven. It really is. It's another maiden over. Look at those figures. I mean, they are top-class figures. 18 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 39. It's been top class from Scriven. It really has. A few emails have come in. Chris got in touch. Just Chris in Lancing. There was no commentary on the sports app. We've got it back now, Chris. I hope you're listening, and thank you for pointing it out to us. We did have a few technical difficulties this morning, and a couple of other emails that I'll read as I go through. Bob Pook has been in touch, and I'll read your email the next over. Phil's been in touch, and Rick Piper as well. So those emails have come through, and we'll read them as we go through.
Meanwhile, Christopher Wright, the Baron as he is sometimes known, will continue from the C end, comes in and bowls and goes back. Hudson-Prentice neatly turns it away towards long leg. Fielder down there is Sam Evans. As a consequence, comfortable single to Finn Hudson-Prentice, who is looking to back up his first innings half-century, so he's closing in on 100 runs in the match, which is never a bad state of affairs.
He might have half his eyes, Finn, on 1,000 runs for the season. I'll check it out in a minute. He's about 750 at the moment. He's Sussex's highest run scorer in the Championship. He's had a really good season.
Came into the match on 6-7-6.
Right.
As he bowls, right, and pushed out into the offside nicely by Carson, who's going to pick up at least 2. As running back towards the extra cover boundary is Buttinger, and 2 is indeed taken.
We can add 100 to that because he's made 65 in the first innings. He's made 35 in this. So, did you say 7?
So 7-7-6 he's on now,
Okay.
and he's averaging over 50, which is very good for an all-rounder.
Oh, it is. Yeah, he's been a success as Finn this season.
This is Chris Wright's 201st first-class game, by the way.
Wow.
Brought up 200 last time out against Gloucestershire. Runs in and bowls. Carson is fending away down to third man and fending away successfully because it's going to run down to third man boundary for 4. There is no third man. Curry had come back up to third slip. Carson having sparred one away through that area, and Cox has wandered out to gully and sort of made a little mark in the turf like a fielder for.
Yeah,
that's the place. But I think there's a few sort of fruity comments going on about there. He's hit a few in the air.
He has, and that's consecutive overs that he's edged down to third man. I wonder whether Chris Wright might say, I quite fancy a third man. Saying to Sonia, the last time he played it, he's beyond probably Chris Wright in his career, sort of giving verbals to batsmen. He just sort of turned around and walked back.
Yeah, he
doesn't need to.
He's tolerably sort of philosophical. He's reached that stage, I guess, after as many. How many overs is it? Well, in first class, he came into the game having bowled over 32,600 deliveries. So I guess after that, you do get fairly philosophical. In he goes and bowls. Carson defends, head right over the ball, leaning forward into the defensive. Back up the pitch it goes to Chris Wright, and he has taken 581 first-class wickets coming into the game, so we've got to add 1 in this innings. 582. What did he take in the first dig? Was it 2 in the first dig as well?
He did. He took 1 for 50.
So he's sort of closing in on 600 first-class wickets. I suspect. You never quite know unless he has a brilliant last 2 games for Leicestershire, but I suspect he'll be bringing up that landmark for Sussex, playing for Sussex. In he goes and bowls short, pulled down the leg side. I think he got a bit of glove rather than bat on that. It's running down to fine leg. Evans sprints across,
well fielded.
Gets there, manages to stop the ball, doesn't overrun it, over slides it having stopped it, picks himself up, goes back, picks up and gets his throw away. Carson takes 2 and he looks back and then he looks at the umpire saying, did it cross the ropes? Evans says, well, I don't know.
Yeah. I
thought he just stopped it, and I don't think it ran up against.
No, and I think in that situation, the fielder's quite within his right to say, well, as far as I know, I fielded the ball cleanly, and no one at the far end was sort of standing out of their deck chair, sort of waving their fist or anything. They wouldn't do that at home.
I was going to say it's not that sort of place, is it?
No.
Hopefully. In goes Wright and bowls. Carson defends on off stump out into the offside, and there is no run. Should add that Chris Wright has also, although he's just at the moment can't score a run to save his life, he's also got 3,877 first-class runs. So he's absolutely no mug with the bat. He's averaging 19. So
it's fine.
Not quite all-rounder status, but he's a very useful tail ender.
I have a feeling up at Grace Road he made some runs this year, Richard.
He did. He started this season in cracking form with the bat.
Let me just double check these stats because I'm pretty certain he did. Chris Wright made 48 because Leicester were in trouble. They were 160 for 7, and he came in and made 48 before he became a victim of Ari Carvelos.
He's got 14 first-class half-centuries, but no century. Maybe he'll do it for Sussex.
In that game at Grace Road, Rihad Ahmed made 59, Chris Wright 48, and Tom Scriven made a half century in the second innings as well. Richie Patel made a ton. Scriven in down the leg side. That's a
great take again.
Brilliant take. I've just been immensely impressed by Ben Cox behind the stumps. I mean, the stumping of the season for me yesterday accounted for Ollie Carter. And what I like as well, he hasn't sort of taken that and rolled over and played to the gallery. Some keepers do that, don't they? But he was just unfussy, took the ball back on his feet, that's what I'm here to do.
And it was signalled wide as well by umpire Debenham.
Was it?
That gives you an indication of just how wide it was.
I didn't spot that, so thank you, Richard. Brilliant take, though. He's been very, very good indeed. Bangkok, I think that's a very good acquisition for Worcestershire. And comes Scriven, bowls wide of the off stump on this occasion, and Hudson Prentice sort of flat bats the ball away through point and picks up another single. Does Hudson Prentice? He goes to 36, and the total to 269 for 6. That's what I'm talking about. Talking rubbish here, 289 for 6, I do apologise. The lead now 443.
Jack Carson could have a big role later on today and possibly tomorrow as well.
Yeah.
As an off spinner.
Scriven just wheels around at the far end. 3 slips in place, and let's just try to keep the pressure on. And runs in down the hill. Bowls, and Carson drives handsomely. That's going to be 4 runs. Slightly overpitched by Tom Scriven, who's just looked a little tired in this over. He bowled a wide one down the leg side, then a wide one outside the off stump, but he's bowled beautifully. In his 19th over, figures for 3 for 43. But
he's looked a bit weary in this over.
He has,
actually.
Yeah. Just keeping up to date with the relegation battle in Division 2. Notts now 264 for 9 at Canterbury, still trailing Kent by 182. So, be interesting to see what happens there. They still haven't got on the field at Old Trafford today. Lancashire 132 for 3 in reply to Middlesex's 194. And neither have they got on the field at Edgbaston, where it's raining between Warwickshire and Northamptonshire.
And it's filthy in Leicester today, so we're in the right place.
Yes. And also no play at Bristol. And not playing in Cardiff either. So they're only playing at Canterbury and here at the moment. In comes Scriven bowls, and Carson took his hand off the bat there. Played to mid-wicket, fielded by Rian Ahmed, and there is no run.
Did pop a bit.
Yeah. So you know, it's good that we're getting to the business end of the season and there's still matters to be decided. Relegation from Division 1 is one of them, promotion from Division 2 is another, and also the County Championship. Well, Surrey look odds on to win it. They've got to play Hampshire and Northamptonshire. With all due respect to Northamptonshire, you would expect Surrey to beat Northamptonshire at the Oval. But Essex also have to play Northamptonshire and Hampshire. So, you know, I think Hampshire would be keen to do anybody any favours, so that could go right to the wire as well. Scriven. In and bowls, and Carson, that's going to be the second boundary of the over. It was too short from Tom Scriven, and Jack Carson rocked onto his back foot and cracked the ball away through extra cover for his second boundary of the over. 297 for 6.
That was
Carson goes to 21.
Yeah, really authoritative shot for best he's played, really. Lovely sound of ball off bat, wasn't it? Like a rifle.
Yeah.
Yes, Scriven, 3 boundaries in the over. Ruining his figures in danger of... Sorry, 2 boundaries in the over.
Yeah, and a wide. He's done a very good job, and perhaps he's just feeling a little weary as Tom Scriven.
Maybe Carson has had sort of a gentle instruction to the effect of when you go in, see if you can get on with it.
6 wickets in the match for Scriven, and he's coming in again now from the Cromwell Road end. Bowls to Carson, it's on the pad, that could be number 7, and indeed it is. And Jack Carson is on his way. In fact, his off stump is knocked out. I thought he had him LBW. And the off stump is out of the ground. And Tom Scriven picks up his 7th wicket of the match, figures of 4 for 49. And Jack Carson's on his way. Well, I thought he was LBW.
I'm as baffled as you are, because Scriven turned to the umpire who raised his finger.
He did.
Why would he do that if it bowled him? Let's have a look. What's happened?
Unless the stump... Well, I don't know how that stump was...
Oh, it was a throw. It bounced off the pad out into the offside. One of the fielders picked it up, hurled the ball at the stumps and knocked the stump out.
Oh.
But it was LBW, don't worry. Our eyes did not deceive us.
Well, I thought it was mighty odd, and I thought, hang on, the stump's out of the ground. Well, no sign of a declaration, because it looks like Harry Cabelis is coming wandering out. So a little cameo from Jack Carson, 21 in 21 balls. But he's now gone, and Sussex 297 for 7, and a partnership between the pair of 29, of which Carson made 21.
And the lead then now is 451.
So no sign of a declaration. I'll just look through some of these emails, actually, because people have been good enough to send them in and I haven't replied. So, Bob Pook down in Hastings says, "Good morning, Adrian. Let's hope for a good day's cricket, weather permitting. I very much enjoyed your discussions with John Philby, but was disappointed by the comments of a listener who was of the opinion that Sean Hunt wasn't good enough to play for Sussex. Bob defends Sean, and good for you, Bob. He says he's bowled some excellent spells in the One Day Cup, beating the bat time after time with no luck. He very much reminds me of one of my favourite Sussex bowlers, Jason Lurie, who I believe was still playing local cricket at the age of 21. I think Sean has great potential and should definitely be retained. And if he can bowl as well for the county as Jason Lurie, well, Sussex have got a bit of a gem there. So thank you, Bob, for your email.
Welcome to listeners on BBC 5 Live Sports Extra to Dry Hove.
Yes. Tom Scriven, who, despite conceding a couple of boundaries in this over and a wide, has got the very impressive figures of 18.5 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 49. The final ball of this his 19th over. He's coming down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. In and bowls, and Ari Carvelas punches to short extra cover. There is no run. End of the over, 297 for 7. Sussex, Finn Hudson-Prentice unbeaten on 36. Ari Carvelas yet to score. I'm Adrian Harms from BBC Radio Sussex, and Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester, and Sonia Twigg, who's a journalist with the Independent, is with us as well this week. And I suppose the surprise is here, Richard, that Sussex haven't declared.
Yeah. They're over 450 to the good at the moment. There is plenty of cricket left to be played. The forecast, I emphasise, is good for the rest of the day. And it's not bad for tomorrow either. So Sussex will feel they're going to have at least 5 sessions of bowling at Leicestershire. And perhaps they just simply want to shut Leicestershire out, really. Or scoreboard, not so much scoreboard pressure as scoreboard intimidation, I would suggest, when you're chasing 450 odd. And they know that Leicestershire chased 380 successfully in the first match of the season at Headingley. Very different circumstances. Wright is in, bowls outside off stump. Hudson-Prentice is up on his toes, dabbing it out into the gap in the covers at point and taking a single 298 for a 7. If you weren't aware, joining us on 5 Live Sports Extra, Leicestershire have had a bit of a blow in this game. They've lost one of their seamers, Matt Salisbury, who took 5 wickets in the first innings, his first 5-wicket return for the Foxes, and would have been an integral part of their attack in the One Day Cup final against Hampshire on Saturday. But he's picked up an injury, a muscle injury. He went off after lunch yesterday and has not reappeared, unfortunately, and would suggest that he is in severe danger of not being fit for that One Day Cup final. Wright is in, goes past the outside edge of Carvelas' bat. Carvelas did curtain rail the bat back inside the line, but I think he had a little feel for that one. It's been a great game for Aristides
Yes.
Carvelas.
Yes, he's
wonderfully Greek name, South Africa born.
Yeah. Figures of, 4 for 14. And Leicestershire were bundled out yesterday for 108, losing 8 for 40 in the morning session.
Bowled really nicely. I'm giving him a lot of confidence. Tom Scriven, incidentally, needs 1 more wicket for his best first-class return, which is 4 for 40. In goes Wright and bowls. Fuller. Carvelas just pokes it into the offside, slightly wide of Rehan Ahmed at point. Ahmed jogs after the ball, hands it to his teammate, who is at extra cover, Sol Budinger, and then wanders off towards the point boundary.
Sussex's leading wicket taker, Ari Carvelas, he's got 33 wickets now. Followed by Nathan McAndrew, who hasn't played since the middle of the summer. The overseas Australian played 7 matches and took 31 wickets. So I think as an overseas, in 7 games, you'd take that.
That's a fantastic return, isn't it? Right. Turns. Runs in and bowls straight. Dropped out towards mid-on. Scriven comes running in, but he had a long way to run to get to the ball. Picks it up, makes as though to flick the ball at the stumps. Doesn't bother doing so because Hudson-Prentice had called it nicely. A single to Hudson-Prentice brings up the Sussex 300. 300 for 7 of 91.4 overs. So they haven't overextended. They haven't thrown the bat, Sussex.
No.
They haven't needed to, they will argue, and they may well be right. Having dismissed Leicestershire in not much more than 40 overs, they've had an awful lot of time in hand. They earned themselves the right to bat steadily in their second innings, and bat steadily they have. Wright goes in, Bowles goes past the outside edge. Carvelos rather hangs his bat at that one.
I tell you what, Richard, it's brightening up.
It is, yeah. No, it's a good forecast for the rest of the day.
You know, certainly the weather looks like it's coming from the southwest, which is, you know, down the English Channel, and much brighter skies. A heavy cloud over the downs, but I think that's moving away. So we're going to get lucky.
A couple of the Leicestershire travelling party went for a swim
Did
last
they?
night.
Good stuff.
James Taylor came out with his swim shorts on. He was heading down to the pebbles at the bottom of the road. There was a little bit of sand. When the tide goes out, you can see a bit of sand. In goes Wright, and Bowles short pull. Didn't get it at all, but he's going to pick up a single. Carvelos, it drops well short of Scriven, running to his right towards mid-wicket. Carvelos takes one, end of the over. And I think I saw Callum Parkinson heading that way as well.
Well, they do say that September is just about the warmest month in which to swim in the sea. It's had all summer to warm up, so if you can have a dip, now's the time to do it.
Sorry, I was just going to say that, just on the subject of Callum Parkinson, if Salisbury's indeed absent or unavailable for Saturday, Parkinson will surely come into the thinking of the Leicestershire Brains Trust, if you like. I think it'll be down largely to the skipper, Lewis Hill, about who he picks for the game. One of Alphonso Thomas and James Taylor's mantras has been to give Hill his head in terms of selection. And he's tended to stay with a fairly settled side. Scriven is in, and Bowles. Sorry, Adrian.
Sorry, clipped away by Eric Carvelos, who's going to pick up a couple of ones back of the square on the leg side. Carvelos goes to 4, Sussex to 303 for 7 here on 5 Sports Extra. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. Adrian Harms and Richard Ray. Your commentator, Sonia Twigg, is also with us today, a journalist with The Independent. She'll be back with us shortly. Sussex continuing to pile on the runs, 303 for 7. A couple of wickets have gone down today. James Coles for 63 and Jack Carson for 21. Tom Scriven on the verge of a fifer here, comes racing in down the hill from the Cromwell Road end, and Carvelos lets it go outside the off stump, taken by Cox, no run.
Yeah, won't get one with a ball that wide, will he? Oh, just to confirm for Leicester supporters that we'll be joined by Niall O'Brien, formerly of the Foxes and, of course, Ireland, at the One Day Cup final, along with Sean Irvine. He'll be the Hampshire summariser, former Hampshire player, and we'll have Niall O'Brien.
Wonderful. I look forward to that on Saturday. What a wonderful occasion. Just a shame it's not at Lord's, Richard, but... well,
it is a real shame.
But it should be a terrific... I think the sun's coming out. Just a glimmer of sunshine across Hove, which I have to say, the outfield here is magnificent. I walked across it last night as in comes Scriven. Right arm over the wicket and bowled to Carvelos, who edges that, and he's going to get a very fortunate 4 runs down to third man. The slip cord and all look at each other. It wasn't a chance, and it went wide of third slip, and Carvelos picks up a boundary. He goes to 8, and Sussex to 307 for 7, which takes the lead to 461. It's like a carpet, Richard.
It is, and a firm carpet as well. It once it goes past you, if you're in the infield, you're going to have a heck of a job chasing it down, even up the slope.
I know I obviously follow Sussex around, but I tell you what, I don't think there's many outfields in the country that are better than this. Ben Gibson, even at the Test match grounds, I think the outfield here is absolutely perfect. And bear in mind, there's been a concert here this year as well. They put the stage literally in front of us. It's recovered as well. In comes Scriven, the sun breaking through, bowls to Carvelos, lets that go outside the off stump, and there is no run.
It has been difficult for ground staff this season with the squares because of the amount of rain, but it has done wonders for the outfields, no question about it. As you wander around the country, there isn't a bad outfield now.
Really, really excellent. Ground staff work very, very hard. Just bring you up to date with the relegation battle in Division 1. Nottinghamshire bowled out for 265 at Canterbury, so trailing Kent by 181. I I guess the question mark is there whether Kent enforce the follow-on. We'll find that out shortly. Still no play at Old Trafford. As in comes Scriven. Bowls down the leg side. Another terrific take. In fact, he didn't take it cleanly, Ben Cox. And he's annoyed with himself, but I tell you, he did brilliantly to actually stop the ball. And for our listeners on 5 Sports Extra, yesterday we saw, for me, the best bit of wicket keeping I've seen for many a long year from Ben Cox when he stumped Ollie Carter, ironically, the Sussex wicketkeeper, a ball down the leg side from Tom Scriven, which he took the ball cleanly and whisked off the bows. It was absolutely brilliant. Ben Cox, who's on loan from Worcestershire, but will be joining Leicestershire permanently at the end of the season, and it was wonderful. Scriven in bowls to Carvelis, who drives to mid-off, and there is no run. The end of another Scriven over. He has bowled 20 overs, 5 maidens, taken 4 for 55 at the end of the over. Sussex are 307 for 7. Richard makes his way off to do his update to the listeners on BBC Radio Leicester. And Sonia Twigg, a journalist with The Independent, comes back to join us. Hello, Sonia.
Hello.
Good to see you. Sussex go on and on here, don't they? No sign of a declaration. Just to bring you up to date with other games, no players, as I said. Old Trafford, Lancashire won 32 for 3, still trailing Middlesex by 62, and no play either at Edgbaston. Warwickshire won 42 for 4 after Northamptonshire made 250. Northamptonshire looking virtually doomed. They are playing in Cardiff. Glamorgan 176 for 7 in reply to Yorkshire's 500, but that's a game that's not an awful lot riding on it. And they're now off for rain at Bristol as well, where Derbyshire 261 for 6, still trailing Gloucestershire by 116. We've been very fortunate here at Over. I can see some blue sky above the ground. The cloud seems
So can I, just in the corner.
Yeah. And it's going to be Brad Curry who's going to pick up the attack from the C end of the ground. 15 overs, 1 made, 0 for 47 for Brad Curry, and he's coming into bowl to Finn Hudson-Prentice.
Yes, running in over the wicket, and Hudson-Prentice leaves that one outside the off stump, and it's gathered by Ben Cox for no run. Yeah, I was just looking and trying to work out why Sussex haven't declared. It's a huge... We thought maybe they wanted a 450 lead. Well, they've already got that. The only thing I can think of is, do they want a second batting point? Would that be?
Well, no, the batting points are only first innings, so, so that doesn't come into play. So I don't know. Perhaps they've just decided they're just going to wear Leicestershire into the ground. Maybe they've looked at the weather forecast, which I think is good for tomorrow. Mind you, they said it was going to rain today, and it's dry, so who knows?
Yes, as Curry comes in over the wicket, and it's chopped away by Hudson-Prentice to the offside boundary, where it's gathered by Ray and Ahmed, just for the added to the total. Maybe they want to keep them out there and have a go at them before lunch. I'd be amazed if we see Sussex batting this afternoon, but I thought they'd have declared already. So
yeah, well, and certainly the weather is improving now. I mean, those clouds are coming across. There's lots of blue sky in the distance. So that was a lovely shot by Hudson-Prentice. Had there not been the sweeper on the cover boundary, it would have been a beautiful shot for 4 runs. But there was a man there. A couple of emails have come in, which I'll read as we go through the over. Phil Pennicott's been in touch. Hello, Phil. He was talking about the scorecard and a couple of errors, which I will point out. So thank you for that, Phil. The rest of it I'll read in a minute.
Curry in, and it's fended off his pads by Carvelis for no run, straight to the man at mid-wicket.
Phil says, as a wicket-keeper, I totally agree regarding Cox's stumping of Ollie Carter. The hardest task ever, and standing up catch that preceded it wasn't bad either. Best wishes, and thanks for the coverage, says Phil. Yeah, it was just a wonderful piece of wicket-keeping. He's kept very well throughout the matches, Ben Cox.
He has. If I check the score, I'll see how many byes there have been just after this ball. As Curry runs in, and it's defended off the front foot by Carvelis straight to mid-off. So just looking at this innings, and there have been... Can't quite find this now. I don't believe there have been any byes, but I
can only remember 4 that went down the leg side.
There's been 1, leg bye.
And he looked really disappointed. It wasn't his fault in any way, shape or form.
As Curry runs in again. And it's left alone by Carvelis outside the off stump through to the wicket-keeper. It's just looking at the scorecard here, and there's been, I think, 1 leg bye.
Which you can't put down to the keeper.
Nope. And That's it.
He's been terrific, Ben Cox.
He has.
Rick Piper is sitting in the deck chairs at the far end of the ground. For those of you who've never been to Hove, there are lovely blue and white striped deck chairs at the Cromwell Road end of the ground, and Rick's been up in touch. And he says, up in the deck chairs, we love a long odds treble. So this is his treble, which I'll read out after this delivery from Brad Curry.
Yes, Curry in over the wicket, and it's left alone by Carvelis outside the off stump through to the wicket-keeper. At the end of the over, Sussex 308 for 7, Carvelis on 8 and Hudson Prentice on 39.
He says his long odds are Kent to stay in Division 1, Sussex to be promoted, and then season 2024, Kent v Sussex back at the Neville ground at Tunbridge Wells. That'd be lovely. It's a lovely ground, the Neville ground, particularly in late May when all the rhododendrons are out. Thank you, Rick, for your email. Good to hear from you. If you want to get in touch with us, please do. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. And a very warm welcome to our listeners from 5 Sports Extra, wherever you're listening from around the UK. Sussex here 308 for 7 in their second innings. Finn Hudson Prentice on 39, 11 short of what would be a 9th half century of the season. He's been in terrific form as Finn Hudson Prentice. We've got a change of bowling now at the Cromwell Road end. The Sussex lead is 463, and for the first time in the match, we're going to see Umar Amin is going to come into bowl. He bowls right arm medium. He hasn't bowled so far in the game. A couple of other emails have come in. Steve Oxford.
He bowled before lunch yesterday. He had a couple of overs.
Yes, he did. I apologise. He did. Steve Oxford says, hi Adrian, at the time of writing the lead is 4-5-3. There are 160 overs left, allowing 3 for a break maximum. That's nowhere near 3 and over. That probably explains why there's been no declaration yet. It's a good point, and last year Colin Ackerman scored 277 not out for Leicestershire here, so maybe Sussex are just a little wary of that. So thank you, Steve, that's a very good point. As Amin comes in and Hudson Prentice tried to play that through the offside, doesn't time it. The ball dribbles out on the offside, and there is no run. Just the one slip in place. There's a third man, a sweeper on the cover point boundary, a short extra cover, a more orthodox extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and 2 men back on the leg side, a deep square and a fine leg. I mean, in bowls, and Hudson Prentice again without timing, place it into the offside. And there is no run.
I wonder if we'll see one of those bowlers who comes on, when they're sort of trying to force a declaration and it becomes slightly farcical, you'd say, when you see a batter who doesn't bowl a lot come on and bowl a couple of overs.
Yeah, I think, you're right, 2 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 1 before it. Just he comes in bowls to Hudson Prentice, who looks to drive that in the offside. He got a thick inside edge on that.
Yeah, he did. It sort of skewed towards backward square.
I was looking out towards extra cover, but it's fielded by Rihan Ahmed, who comes running in from deep backward square to field. 1 more to Hudson Prentice. Not at all where he intended that to go.
No, it's one of those where you see batters sort of look at the bat as if it's not their fault.
40 to Hudson Prentice. Ari Carvelis on 8. Sussex 309 for 7. 2 men out this morning. James Coles for 63. Jack Carson for 21.
Coles, of course, bringing up his 50 with a lovely 6 over mid-on off Rayan Ahmed at the start of the day.
That was a super shot, wasn't it?
It was one of the only, it might be the only 6 we've seen. I'm not sure if I remember.
Ari
oh no, there was another one.
Yes. And he pulled up into the leg side boundary. In comes him in bowls to Carvelis. Well, he's going to get runs here, and a very fortuitous 4 runs for Ari Carvelis. Could so easily have bowled him. He's got a thick inside edge, nothing that keeper Cox could do about it. And the Leicestershire lads stand there with their hands on hips as if to say, this hasn't been our day. Carvelis goes to 12, and Sussex 313 for 7 with another 25 minutes, well, less than 25 minutes to go now until lunch.
Yes, you wonder if they'll declare before lunch. But I guess we'll just have to see. As you said, maybe they've got that big innings from last year in the back of their mind.
In comes them in bowls, and just to let you know, the follow-on has been enforced at Canterbury in the game between Kent and Nottinghamshire. Very much a battle on the assumption that the Northamptonshire are pretty much down. The battle to who else goes down is really between Kent and Middlesex.
It's going to be an interesting battle. It could go right down to the final game of the season because they're so close in the table.
They are. Meaning again, bowls, and Hudson Prentice says, go outside of the off stump, there is no run. End of the over. 5 runs coming off of that over. Sussex 313 for 7 at the end of it, leading by 400 and 67 here at Hove, where there's been a blue sky around. The forecast wasn't great yesterday, but it's improved sort of during the morning. The suggestion is that if there is any rain, or there has been any rain, that it's gone, and we're going to be clear for the rest of the day. We haven't lost any play here, which is terrific news for the crowd that are in. I'm Adrian Harms. Sonia Twigg is a co-commentator. Richard Ray with us as well. Richard back with us shortly. I suspect we're not going to get a declaration before lunch because the digital clock is showing 12:09 on the scoreboard. We would lose 10 minutes in between, and Brad Curry is coming
I think you're right, as Brad Curry comes in over the wicket and it's defended off his, sort of flicked off his pads towards fine leg for a boundary from Hudson Prentice. A diving Cox couldn't get anywhere near that, and he actually didn't get the bat on it. It's been given by the umpire as leg byes.
Yeah, Finn Hudson Prentice gave umpire Paul Baldwin a filthy look there, as if to say, well, I definitely got a touch on that.
He did not look happy that was not added to his total, which now stands at 40.
Yeah.
So someone thought he hit it anyway.
Well, certainly Finn Hudson Prentice definitely thought he hit it. He looked at the umpire as if to say, oh, come on, I got a little edge on that.
Nothing Cox could have done, of course, to prevent that. It was quite wide, and he did dive full stretch as Curry comes in again. And Hudson Prentice goes to drive this one outside the off stump, but gets nowhere near it, and it's gathered by a diving Cox to his right for no run.
And we were saying earlier that Finn Hudson Prentice, 8 first-class half-centuries to his name this season, top scorer of 73. Sussex's leading run scorer in the county championship, coming in at number 7. So averaging over 50. He's had a fine season with the bat, and with 2 games to go, he might have half an eye on 1,000 runs for the season, which would be some achievement for an all-rounder.
He might do. He definitely want a century to his name if he does reach that as well. Otherwise, it'll be a lot of starts and not many big scores as Curry comes in again, and Hudson Prentice flashes of this one outside the off stump and just guides it through backward point to the boundary. That one definitely did come off the bat after his fury at the last one, just sort of outside off stump, off the back foot, just pushed into the vacant point position there to move on to 44 from 79.
Good shot, wasn't it? Yeah, top score of 73 for Finn Hudson Prentice, and I know he's very keen. He was talking up at Durham last week about how keen he is to get beyond that 73. He's on 44 after 79 balls. It's been a good knock.
Well, we thought they'd declare, but he might actually have a chance to go on and score big here, although there are just 3 wickets remaining as Curry comes in, and it's defended, flicked off his...
I think he's caught.
And he's gone, yes. He's well, we're not sure because Hudson Prentice hasn't moved. The umpire hasn't given it. He's going to have a discussion with the other umpire, but it looked like it edged off the bat, and he's walked.
Well, I think the debate there, and I think Finn Hudson Prentice was quite right. He wanted confirmation that the catch had been taken cleanly in there at second slip, and he just waited. He looked at the fielder who said, presumably, yes, I have taken it cleanly, and he looked at the umpire who gave him out. So I think that was just why Hudson Prentice just waited to see, but he's getting a good round of applause as he makes his way up. Is Finn Hudson Prentice? He's out for 44, having said he'll be looking to better that 73 that he scored, his top score earlier on in the season. But he's on his way, caught by Colin Ackerman at second slip, and the 8th Sussex wicket goes down on 321, which makes the lead, Sonia, my maths isn't great, 475.
It is 475. Yes, it was slightly odd. He sort of hung around in his crease and the umpire's finger didn't go up immediately either. There was sort of walked to have a discussion with the umpire at square leg to decide whether that outside edge from Hudson Prentice had carried to second slip, but the discussion was held, and it has, and Hudson Prentice goes back to the pavilion, and we're going to see Henry Crocombe. Am I saying that correct? Crocombe walking out to the middle of the pitch.
We are indeed. So clearly Sussex not declaring. I mean, if they'd have declared now, they might have had a couple of overs at Leicestershire before lunch, but that doesn't look like it's going to happen. As Sonia says, Henry Crocombe making his way out. If you just joined us, a very good morning from Hove, where we have blue sky, a few heavy clouds, but the threat of rain seems to have disappeared. I know it's not the case in many parts of the UK today. We've been very lucky down here on the south coast.
Well, yes, you mentioned Middlesex and Kent battling it out. Is there any play at Old Trafford? I can see you've got the scores up on your screen.
Well, it looks as if they've just called lunch. There's been no play this morning. Lancashire 132 for 3, still trailing Middlesex by 62. Nottinghamshire 10 without loss, following on down at Canterbury.
And Curry into the new batter of Crocombe, who lets that one go through to Vicky Ben Cox. Rishi Patel has his hand on his head there first slip. I'm not sure quite how close that was to stumps. I suppose we will see in a few minutes on the replay. But yes, it's definitely brightening up. When I have to say, when I drove down from London this morning, there was quite a lot of low cloud around the downs, but it's a lot brighter and sunnier, and shows why all cricket should be played in the southeast of England.
There's lots of blue sky now, and the sun is breaking through. So good news for those spectators that are here and enjoying.
It's Curry in over the wicket to Crocombe, who defends that one down towards third man and get off the mark with an easy single.
Which marks the end of the over.
It is the end of the over, and Sussex on 322 for 8, Carvelis on 12, Crocombe on 1. And I wonder if there's going to be a declaration at lunch. It seems to be the main discussion we've had this morning is when will or if the will, and it's sort of looking like maybe they won't declare. But as you mentioned, Ackerman's big century here last year, maybe they've got one eye on the fact that they want to score as many runs as possible, as there is sort of over a day and 2 sessions left.
Yeah, just to bring our listeners up to date in terms of how the second division stands.
Just 1 second.
Left. And that does look as if the ball was perhaps not cleanly taken as Amin comes in. Thank you, Bruce. To Carvelos, the ball is taken by Cox, and there is no run. So Fernando Prince was quite right to wait. I mean, sometimes with the fielder, in fairness to Colin Ackerman, sometimes it's very difficult to judge whether you have or not. And anyone who's played cricket will know the ball comes very quickly, and didn't you? But you'd hope the benefit of the doubt goes to the batter, as in comes Amin bowls to Carvelos, lets it go by outside the off stump, and there is no run. 322 for 8. Sussex leading by 476. Yes, in the second division, if Sussex were to win this game, they would move to within 18 points of Worcestershire with 2 games to play. In from the Cromwell Road end, bowling down the hill, in and bowls to Carvelos. What a bit of work that is by Ben Cox down the leg side. He whips off the bails. But on this occasion, in fact, it's Henry Crocombe whose foot was securely in. And it's a dot ball. Henry Crocombe obligingly picks up the bails. Umpire Baldwin wanders in. So 18 points would separate Sussex and Worcestershire. 2 games to play. Worcestershire play Durham at home next week. Durham, who need 5 more points to secure the title. And well done to Durham, who were promoted yesterday. They then need to go to Yorkshire. Sussex with a trip to Derbyshire next week, and the final game of the season at home to Gloucestershire. So who knows, it could still go to the final game of the season, but you would feel that Sussex would need to win all 3 games, you think?
Yes, Yorkshire not the easiest place to go to, and they seem to have grown into this season. They had quite a dubious start and an early defeat to Leicestershire, but they have quite a young squad, almost similarly to Sussex. It's quite a young, homegrown team, but they seem to have sort of improved as the season's gone on, really.
And they'll want to finish the season strongly, as Amin is in bowls, let go outside the off stump by Crocombe, and there is no run. Durham next week will be without Matthew Potts and Bryden Cast, both of whom are in the England squad for the one-day internationals against Ireland. So you would think that would weaken Durham. On the other hand, they're top of the table for a reason. They've got a good squad, and there'll be others who'll be very keen to come in and make an impression. So it could go to the wire. It could be a very exciting end to the county championship season, as Amin comes in, bowls to Crocombe, who's again beaten outside the off stump. There is no run. And of course, every ball of every game you can follow on the BBC right through to the end of the season, as the county championship reaches a climax, with Surrey and Essex battling away at the top. Both of those sides have got to play Northamptonshire and Hampshire, so it's all very exciting as Amin is in bowls and Crocombe drives and gets a thick outside edge down to third, where Brad Curry fields 1 more to the total, 323 for 8. The lead goes up to 477. It is the end of the over. Amin has bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket, 4-7, and we've got another, looking at the digital clock on the scoreboard, another 12 minutes to go until lunch here at Hove.
You've got a watch and you're looking at the scoreboard 40 yards away.
I know, well, they do go by, see, my watch does say 12:18 actually, but they always go by that digital clock, and sometimes you think, oh, that's lunch, and it isn't. So 12 minutes to go.
I was going to say, it's not the difficult period like it was last night when the sun was shining on the scoreboard and you were struggling to read some of the numbers.
I was, sorry. But Sussex have added exactly 99 this morning. They began the morning on 2:34 for 5, so it's been entertaining cricket.
There's Curry into Crocombe, who that one is struck on the pads. There's an appeal, but I think that was far outside leg.
Yeah, I think that was drifted
half
on the
appeal.
leg side.
Optimistic appeal, I think, is
yes,
probably.
I would agree. It's keeping you right up to date in Division 1. Nottinghamshire 11 without loss at Canterbury, following on, still trailing by 170. As we were saying, lunch now at Old Trafford. No play this morning in the game between Middlesex and Lancashire. And no play also either at Edgbaston, where that Warwickshire are 142 for 4, but playing Northamptonshire almost certainly down.
Curry in, and it's sort of played off the back foot by Crocombe down towards the deep point boundary, and he'll pick up a single. The man from third was able to run round and cut off the boundary. So it'll be Carvelis on strike. The Sussex move on to 324 for 8, and it is 12:19 now. So we've got just over 10 minutes before lunch.
Yeah.
With a mean at the other end, they might get through 2 more overs.
Yeah, I mean,
after this one.
They are -1 on the over 8. I mean, there may be some leniency from the umpires, just -1, but she won't want to incur any points deductions at all.
There's Curry in to Carvelis, who lets that one go outside off stump through to wicketkeeper Ben Cox.
Kept 2 slips in place, haven't they, Leicestershire? They've tried to go on the attack as much as possible. Sweeper on the cover point boundary, 2 men in, saving 1 on the offside. But on the leg side, there's just the one fielder in front of square. That's Lewis Hill at mid-on, and then 2 men set back on the leg side. I think Leicestershire will feel here that, I mean, 5 sessions, if Sussex declare it lunch, is an awful lot of time to bat. But I guess they might be thinking the longer this goes on, the more chance there is of them securing the draw.
Well, you'd think so, as Curry comes in and it's whipped off his pads by Carvelis down towards fine leg for a single.
You have an enormous task. The wicket is behaving, the one is kept low.
One popped up from Rayan Ahmed, properly jumped past Cole's shoulder earlier on.
Yes, but in general it's been pretty good, hasn't it? The wicket's played well. But they will be mindful of what happened here last year in entirely different circumstances. On a very hot week, very flat track.
As Curry in to Crocombe, who edges that one down, and it's very fine. I wonder if fine leg will be able to get there. He does. He manages to cut it off and keep the runs to 2. But that was a sort of inside edge that skittled towards the boundary from the. But wide fine leg was able to run round and cut off 2.
Yes. Just for the record, the bowler's taken off his shirt, Sonia.
Yes, I think he's.
Is that his GPS tracker that they wear?
He seems to be fiddling with it. I'm not sure it's working. Those sort of sports bra-like GPS monitors. I think they're more than GPS. I think they look at how much their sort of sweat they're losing and all these other things.
He's put it back on now. He's going to put his shirt back on, so well done. Last year, for those of you who weren't aware of events last year at Hove, Leicestershire made 756 for 4 in their first innings. 99 from Rishi Patel, 104 from Louis Kimber, 277 not out from Colin Ackerman, who's playing in this game, and 235 not out from VM Mulder, who isn't playing in this game.
There's Curry in over the wicket, and it's sort of flicked off the pads by Crocombe, and that'll be 4 runs, as no one sort of picked out that big gap between fine leg, who was the only man out for the new batter, and flicked it through square leg to the boundary to move on to 9 runs. The end of that over, Sussex have 331 for 8, Carvelis on 13, and Crocombe, who's just come in, already on 9.
Listening to 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio Sussex, Adrian Harms, Sonia Twigg and Richard Ray here, your commentary team this week, as the sun comes out as brightly as it's done all morning. It's a lovely sunshine here on the south coast as we go towards lunchtime. And just to rub it into anybody who's listening in the rain, big sign has got up on the scoreboard to make sure you put sun cream on here at home.
I actually saw they have a distributor of free sun cream. I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, it is.
I went to Kent earlier on this season for another commentary stint, and it was a scorching day, and towards the end I saw some very pink faces. I assume the Sainsbury's near the ground had run out of sun cream.
In comes a min bowls to Carvalhos, who plays to short extra cover, and there is no run. Just a word on Vian Mulder, who is missing this game. Richard was explaining that he's sadly got COVID, but expected to be fit for the one-day final at Edgbaston at Trent Bridge on Saturday against Hampshire. Full coverage, of course, across the BBC. Should be a tremendous occasion. Let's hope the weather holds and they get a good crowd. Meaning again, bowls, and Carvalhos is forward placed mid on. There is no run. Keeper Cox standing up to the stumps, to the, which I would even call a medium pace, really. I would say he's slow medium, really.
I think he's bowling cutters, so I'm not sure he has to rely on any sort of express pace.
In again bowls, and just clipped through mid-wicket by Ari Carvalhos, who picks up his 14th run. And Sussex go to 300 and 25 for 8. He extends the lead to 479. Very economical, though. Umar Amin is in his 5th over, figures of 0 for 8. He runs down the slope from the Cromwell Road in. Bowls to Crocombe, who plays firmly to short extra cover, and there is no run. There's a slip and a gully in place. Third man, cover point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. If you're listening on the ground, you want something to do at lunchtime, please go to the excellent Sussex Museum, which is open today, free entry. Amin is in bowls, Crocombe drives to mid-on, and there is no run. And it also looks as if the trestle tables are set up, and it looks like it might be a book sale as well. So an opportunity to grab yourself some cricket reading as well to get through the dark winter months, which sadly are not that far away. But go and have a look around. It's a really good museum, as Amin is in bowls to Crocombe, who plays to short extra cover. Then there is no run. Tidy over from Umar Amin. 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 8. At the end of that over, Sussex are 332 for 8. They lead by 486. We've got another 5 minutes to go here until lunch. We're going to get a change of bowling.
I think it's going to be Rayan Ahmed.
I think you might be right, because Lewis Hill is reorganising the field, and Brad Curry, who has been bowling, is not going to be bowling this over. And you're quite right, it is going to be Rayan Ahmed. I think, Sonia, that's the first time that he's bowled from this end.
It is. I think
he's been bowling from the
so
top
far
end,
he's sort of come down the hill, and this time he's going to be bowling from the sea end, which is up. For those of you who haven't been to Hove, it's quite a significant slope up towards the Cromwell Road end. I was just looking at Umar Amin's bowling stats, because we all know he is known as a batter, but he has got 3 Test wickets and 50 first-class wickets during his career. So while he doesn't bowl all the time, he is not, he's not a sort of part-timer or a sort of Harry Brook type bowler. He does bowl as Rayan Ahmed comes in, and that's hit off the back foot into the gap between point and cover, and they will just get a single. Briefly thought about a second, but just the 1 run to move Sussex onto 333 for 8.
A wicket has gone down at Canterbury, where Nottinghamshire are 19 for 1. Still needing 162 to avoid an innings defeat. That would be a massive win for Kent, Sonia, if they could win that game.
Well, they did get a huge first innings total, which set them well on the way as Rayan Ahmed comes over the wicket, and that's just defended out towards cover for no run by Crocombe.
Yeah, and good to see Zach Crawley playing in that game. I know he's going to captain England in the 50 over, but I think that's really good when you get your Test players back and, more importantly, make a contribution, which he did with a big 100.
Definitely, I think he's always keen to play for Kent as Rayan Ahmed comes in over the wicket, and that time it's sort of hit out without any power to mid-on.
Yeah, absolutely, and you'd hope that is the case, wouldn't you? I mean, he's come through the Kent system, and looking to repay, probably all the hours that have gone into his coaching.
Rayan Ahmed over the wicket, and it's Crocombe's gone back to that, and it did keep slightly low and didn't get anything on it as it went through to Ben Cox. Just looked slightly, well, we can't see unfortunately from this angle just how close that was to the stumps, but he certainly didn't get any bat on it. As Rayan Ahmed comes in again, and that's just turned into the leg side by Crocombe for 1 run, picking out the gap between mid-wicket and backward square.
I think think we've been saying on Clive's been in touch. He's a Sussex fan living in Birmingham, and we keep getting our curries mixed up. I'm sorry, Clive.
As Rayan Ahmed comes over the wicket and it's hit off the back foot, but straight to cover by Carvelis. And at the end of that over, I think we might just get one more in before lunch. Sussex have 334 for 8, Carvelis on 15 and Crocombe on 10.
Scott Curry plays for Leicestershire. Brad Curry plays for us. It would be easy to remember Scott Sussex. That would be an easy way to remember, wouldn't it? But it's not. It's Scott Leicestershire, Brad for Sussex. He says it's still raining hard in Birmingham, may not get any play at Edgbaston today. Thank you, Clive. Thank you for your email. Thank you, everybody. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Fortunately, it's turning into a nice day on the south coast.
It's a lovely day, way more blue sky around than we thought.
Indeed, as Amin comes in bowls, I think that's come off of Crocombe's pad and rolls backward and square on the leg side, and it is indeed signalled a leg by, is it? Can't see the umpire, he's behind. I think
he did tap his leg, yes.
He did.
It was just directly behind, sort of in line between us. We were blocked by the batter and the wicketkeeper there.
We were 335 for 8. I mean, juggles the ball from hand to hand and comes into bowl to Harry Carvelis. It's 15 not out. Carvelis plays straight back down the track. There is no run. Well, certainly no urgency here for Sussex. You'd think actually the way they played here, maybe they are going to carry on after lunch.
Well, maybe. I think they are trying to get as many runs as possible, or we would have probably seen a declaration already, I think.
Amin is in bowls, and Carvelis, what a bit of work that is. It's been just a terrific display of wicket-keeping by Ben Cox. I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but that is such a good piece of keeping. It's down the leg side, he's across, he's taken it cleanly, he whips off the bails. On this occasion, Harry Carvelis is in, but it's just a brilliant piece of wicket-keeping. It's been an exhibition. Ben Cox has been really impressive. 335 for 8 of Sussex. The lead 487. I mean, this will be the last over before lunch as Carvelis just prods forward and plays through a gap at mid-wicket and picks up his 16th run, 336 for 8. Some spectators are watching from one of the blocks of flats away to our right-hand side. There's 3 fellas up there sitting on the roof, watching proceedings. They've got a bird's eye view just over the clock tower scoreboard.
A good wicketkeeper does make such a difference, and it's also incredibly difficult. I urge anyone who thinks, it's just straightforward and all you do is catch it, to give it a go in a game, because it's significantly more to it than you think.
I mean, bowls to Crocombe, plays down the offside, no run. Have you ever kept?
I kept for about a year and a half.
Did you enjoy it?
Not especially.
I used to keep wicket, and I really enjoyed it because I thought you were always in the game.
You are always in the game, but it's also, there's so much more to it than I think you think there might be.
I mean, in bowls, Crocombe defends on the onside. There is no run, and that is going to be the last ball before lunch. Yes, indeed it is. As the umpires have a look to the scoreboard and they say, that'll do, fellas. Time for some lunch with Sussex on 336 for 8. It's a lead of 487. That's right in saying. 332.
Let me just double check your maths.
336 on the scoreboard.
It is 336.
Right, in that case the lead is 490. As we go to
there we go, you're just getting confirmation of that on the big screen.
Thank you. So the players make their way off. No declaration from Sussex. I think Leicestershire, when there's lots of shaking hands of the Leicestershire players, they probably think, well, they've sort of managed to get through that session. The ball hasn't gone around the park.
This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, from the First Central County Ground at Hove. The afternoon session on this third day of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Sussex and Leicestershire. Sussex are very firmly on top. Now resuming in their second innings on 336 for 8, a lead of 492. Surely you would have thought enough, but no, they are batting on. Joshua Pajara has decided he wants 500 plus before starting on the job of bowling Leicestershire out for a second time, which took just about 40 overs in the first innings when the Foxes rolled over for just 108. So perhaps a spot of overkill, but who knows? Rehan Ahmed is going to open the bowling for the Foxes in this session from the C end. Sonia Twig from The Independent, myself Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester, Adrian Harms of course from BBC Radio Sussex, and indeed Surrey, your commentators for the game. And it is going to be Rehan who's going to be bowling his 27th over of the innings, Sonia.
Yes, as he comes over the wicket, and it's hit down the ground. I think he managed to get a hand to that, and it's stopped on the boundary by mid-off. Just the one from Crocombe, but a bit sign of a bit sort of more attacking intent than we were seeing towards the end when they were just sort of hanging around without really pushing the score on. But yeah, I think he did manage to get a hand to that and stopped it becoming a boundary as he comes in again, and that one is kept slightly low and gone past the outside edge towards the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, I suppose you'd say that was a chance, that first one, because he got two hands to it about chest high.
Rehan Ahmed in over the wicket, and that is hit over the infield, but there's a man out in the deep on the cover boundary to stop that going into the gap. Just, yeah, a little bit more attacking from Sussex.
Yeah, a lot more. He's likes that a bit, Crocombe. He's had two charges and biffs, and he's been slightly fortunate on both occasions to survive.
Yes, Carvelis to face now as Ahmed comes in, and it's whipped towards the deep square leg boundary, but there's a man out on the sweep and manages to get that and keep it to 2. Just a slight fumble in the pickup before he threw it, which allowed them to get back easily for the second one.
Again, it might be completely irrelevant, but assuming the declaration is now going to come quickly, judging by the attacking shots that are being played, they are going to lose 2 overs.
Rehan Ahmed in, and that's cut away by Carvelis down towards the point boundary, and he will pick up 4 for that. There was a dive from the fielder at point, but he couldn't quite prevent that going over the line.
Whereas had the declaration come during the lunch interval, then no overs would have been lost, or 2 will be lost.
Rehan Ahmed in again, just getting ready after that boundary over the wicket, and that is hit hard by Carvelis towards cover, but he managed to get back.
Yep.
And he's gone. He's been run out. He hit it straight at the fielder, took on the run, took on the arm, and he has to make his way back to the pavilion.
And now comes the declaration. So we had an over, and Sussex have lost 2 overs of bowling for that over. So again, it might be completely irrelevant in the overall scheme of things when there are best part of 5 sessions still to be played in the game, but that really does baffle me.
Yeah, me too. I have to say I was surprised by that. They were clearly told, we're not going to send anyone else in, so go and get as many runs as you can. Do you think they were told they would have an over? It does seem a bit bizarre to waste that extra time.
Yeah, I think bizarre's the word. Anyway, Carvelis goes run out for 23, and as we say, if Sussex roll Leicestershire over again and it's all over sort of early tomorrow, then this will be forgotten. But it jolly well won't be if Leicestershire are 8 or 9 down come 6 o'clock tomorrow, but we'll see. Long way. The lead is 498, and Leicestershire need just 499 to win the game. Just. Well, do we keep chuntering, Adrian, or do you want to? We just had our lunch. It just seems a little bit, a little bit of a luxurious, really, but on our part. But we'll do that and be back with you in around about 5 minutes' time. coaches and things, but what a ridiculous.
to the middle. It's clouded up a lot. And I hope that the forecast rain. There was some thought, Richard, there might be a bit of a shower around about 2 o'clock, and it does look a little bit ominous, I have to say.
We'll be right. We'll be right, lad. Don't worry.
Good.
Promise.
That was the strangest declaration I think I've seen.
It was bizarre. Absolutely bizarre to come out for an over after. I suppose they might have come out a few more overs had he not gotten out, but. Just even to come out with the possibility of just being out there for 1 over and thereby losing 2 more just seems extraordinary. But there you go, 499 to win for Leicestershire. Yeah. The odds are against it, Adrian. I'll be impressed if the Foxes pull this one off.
Well, in Rishi Patel, they've got a man coming out to open the batting, formerly of Essex, who's done really well since he's gone to Leicestershire. 1,000 runs for the season. Colin Ackerman in the side made that 277 here.
I was going to say it's 250 less than they got on the ground last year. So who knows? But it's very, very different circumstances.
It is, and you would imagine with this heavy cloud that has rolled in, it does feel a bit humid, a bit stuffy. You'd feel the ball could nip and swing around a bit.
Well, while we're waiting for the players to sort themselves out, I tell you, I had a wonderful half hour in the museum during the lunch interval.
Yeah,
some brilliant stuff in there.
Yeah, there really is.
Fascinating stuff, quirky stuff as well as stuff you'd expect about the likes of the Reverend David Shepherd, Lord Shepherd.
Yeah,
by the end, or Ranjit Singhi, Tony Gregg.
Yes.
They're all in there.
Big picture of Luke Wright as you go in as
Absolutely, all the modern guys as well. There's a set of lockers from the championship winning side as well. Yeah, this is rather good. We mentioned Jason Lurie this morning.
We did, yes, and he was in that championship side in 2003. So, 499, the little matter of to win. It's going to be Javek Cat who's going to open the bowling from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. He's coming in with 3 slips and interestingly a leg slip as well. So he comes running into bowl to Patel, who's immediately beaten outside the off stump, taken by Ollie Carter, and there is no run. So 3 slips in order: Tom Alsop, Tom Clark and James Coles. Finn Hudson-Prentice at point. Tom Haynes in his customary position at mid-off. Cheshire Pujara at mid-on.
Henry Guy as well. That's interesting.
Yeah. Jack Castle in there.
Really, yeah.
Yeah. Henry Crocombe at square leg and Eric Avalos all the way down at fine leg. In front of the museum, if you don't know where it is, it's in the Spenkarma Pavilion. As he comes, and that cat in and bowls, and forward comes Patel, plays to backward point, fielded by Finn Hudson-Prentice. And there is no run. So 5 sessions to either win the game or hang out for a draw, but it's a big ask, particularly on a used pitch.
Well, 64 overs left to be bowled today. That should have gone down by 2, shouldn't it? Or did it during
I think it did, yeah.
Because it was a little bit short.
Yes, it was.
66, 67.
Yes, they were a little short. They bowled...
67, yeah.
Yeah, they bowled 29 overs this morning.
Yeah.
And that cat is in under grey skies and bowls and let go by Patel, taken by Carson, and there is no run. I have to say again about that wicket-keeping performance from Ben Cox. Not only that terrific stumping of Ollie Carter off of Scriven, but also this morning as well, a couple of times taking the ball down the leg side. It was
just... He nearly did it again, didn't he?
He did.
Appealed for one.
Yeah, he really did. I think that's a good signing for Leicestershire on loan for... Will he keep in the final on?
No,
is he not allowed to?
No, he won't. Yeah. But no, he's on loan, but he's signed a contract with so from October he'll be a proper Leicestershire player, so to speak.
And that cat in bowls and forward comes Patel, plays it on the onside of the track, and there is no run. Live cricket here on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. Adrian Holmes, Richard Ray and Sonia Twigg, your commentary team here today. Sonia's last day today, and I don't know what she's doing tomorrow. Doing some writing,
proper
or something
work,
like
real work,
real work.
Real
yeah,
work.
A proper job tomorrow. Yeah. Off to the Oval tomorrow. That's nice. We'll find out what's going on at the Oval as in comes. And that cat down the hill from the Cromwell Road end bowls to Patel, who glances that to fine to leg slip. That's why the leg slip's there. Clearly Sussex think there's something about Rishi Patel that...
Well, he's swinging in, isn't it, from the nutcat to the right hander with the left arm over. And he does not necessarily go at the ball hard-handed, but he He does go at it forcefully from time to time, and you never quite know.
Spoke to a couple of Sussex supporters at lunchtime who say, why haven't we declared? It's ridiculous. What on earth's going on? Well, they have declared now, so they'll be happy. And Nedcat is in bowls. Forward comes Mattel, gets a good long stride in and plays into the offside. So maiden over to start from a Nedcat. And Leicestershire yet to score a run in pursuit of this 499 to win this match. Sussex declaring just after lunch on the fall of the 9th wicket, 344 for 9. Steady progress this morning. They began on 234 for 5. Runs sort of all down the order, really. No one really going on to make the big score, but Cole's 63, Hudson Prentice 44, useful contributions from Carson, who made 21, and Carvelos, who made 23. And it is going to be Ari Carvelos who's going to open the bowling from the C end of the ground.
They have plenty of runners to play with, Sussex, and they can set as many close catches as they want. They've set 4 in the slips. The 4th slip is standing extremely close, so he has his helmet on as Carvelos, in that sort of high-stepping run, comes in and bowls to Budinger, who plunges forward rather at that one, defends it out into the offside to the Sussex skipper, Cheteshwar Pujara. The only man in front of square on the offside is Pujara, because the man at point is just backward of point. And now Pujara is summoning 3rd slip to wide gully. So we've got 2 slips, a sort of 4th slip and a gully, as in goes Carvelos, bowls to Budinger, who gets one down the leg side, just makes as though to try and help it on its way. Decides it's a little bit too risky, withdraws the bat in the end. Bright orange grip on his bat. Sol Budinger almost goes with his hairstyle, which is bright yellow. He's a colourful character in every sense of the word. Carvelos takes a while to sort of get into his run, comes to the crease, bowls outside off stump, steered away for 4 by Sol Budinger. Short and wide, and Budinger didn't try and overhit it. That was probably the key there. Steered it away with a horizontal bat out through the covers, and Pujara can just turn and jog down towards one of the hospitality marquees down there alongside Cow Corner. And I can use that description because that is his official name, one of the sort of hospitality areas.
Yeah. A bit of hospitality going on there today. There's these people out there having a glass of wine or a beer before lunch.
Carvelos turns, runs in, bowls to Budinger, who drives very pleasantly, but Carvelos puts down his right hand, and I don't know if he was deliberately trying to deflect the ball onto the stumps, but he had a good shot at it. The ball just dribbled past the stumps very slowly. Patel had to quickly put his bat back in his crease.
Interesting that 3rd slip is a good couple of paces ahead of 1st and 2nd slip.
Yeah, he's got the helmet on there. Is that Carson in there? It usually is at 3rd, isn't it? But,
it's James Coles.
It's Coles, I beg your pardon, as in goes Carvelos and bowls. Budinger again is stretching forward and blocking the ball out into the offside. Finn Hudson Prentice runs around from backward point to field. No run, so Coles at 3rd, and the man who, well, he's almost 4th, isn't it? But as you say, he's a good 2 yards ahead of 2nd, and then he's got a gully, a wide gully next to him.
Yeah.
So they're convinced that Budinger is liable to squirt the ball in the air off a thick outside edge, as in goes Carvelos and bowls to Budinger, goes back and defends correctly, drops it out into the offside end of Carvelos' first over, just the one scoring shot from it, indeed just the one scoring shot in the innings so far, and a very nice one it was too. Budinger played it, he has 4, Patel yet to get off the mark, and Leicestershire 4 without loss, needing another 495 to win.
If you want to email us, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. That's exactly what Gary has done. Gary Knight, West Ham supporter Gary, lives up in Horsham, but he can't help that. He says, I'm watching the live stream from home this morning. And like many other supporters, I'm sure I'm waiting on our declaration, which has happened now, so apologies, Gary sent this one just after lunch, as in comes a Nagcat racing in down the hill from the Cromwell Road and left arm over the wicket, bowls to Patel, who plays that just in front of square on the leg side, fielded by Henry Crocombe, and there is no run. We've got an update to give to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex in a few moments' time.
Just to get over to Sarah shortly.
Gary says, I would have declared half an hour before lunch, as I think a target of around 460 is more than challenging. We'll also give our opening bowlers a few overs at the Leicestershire top order. If they could turn the live stream off in the studio, that would be appreciated until we do the update. As in comes a Nadcat, bowls, forward comes Patel, plays to mid-off, and there is no run, fielded by Tom Haynes, and there is no run. He goes on to say, I appreciate that there's a lot of time left in the game, but surely the strategy should not be to worry about the opposition reaching this mammoth total, but to allow as much time as possible to bowl them out. We've not been in such a good position of strength all season, so let's be positive. Yeah, Sussex just with the one county championship win this season. That came against Durham in the opening round of matches, followed by 9 draws before defeat at Durham last week. There's a Nadcat runs in down the hill, bowls, and Patel's beaten. There's a good ball just drifting away from the right-hander through to Ollie Carter, and there is no run. Just probing away here is a Nadcat. It's rather annoying. We've got this music in our ears, but hopefully they'll turn it off in a few moments' time if they're listening in the studio. Sultry afternoon here on the south coast. So there's a bit of breeze. I can see the flags on the clock tower scoreboard fluttering away as in comes a Nadcat, bowls and let go outside the off stump by Patel. Good stop by Carter. That rather died on Ollie Carter, taken just inches off the ground in front of first slip. So thank you, Gary, for your message, and apologies to those who got in touch, for particularly me, who kept on saying about getting my Currys mixed up, Scott Curry and Brad Curry. It is Scott Curry who plays for Leicestershire and Brad Curry who plays for Leicestershire. It would have for Sussex. It would have been confusing because Brad Curry played in the game at Grace Road earlier on this season. And Nadcat running in down the hill, bowls and Patel. Yes, thanks very much indeed, Sarah. Indeed, we do have play, although it's a lot more overcast here since the lunch break, but we're still playing, and let's hope that the rain stays away. We also have a declaration for Sussex, because they declared just after lunch, which was rather strange, at the fall of the 9th wicket, they declared on 344 for 9. It leaves Leicestershire the small matter of scoring 499 to win the match. They've reduced that by 4. Leicestershire are 4 without loss, still needing 495 to win. As in comes a Nadcat running down the hill from the Cromwell Road in bowl to Patel. That's a lovely shot, and you can see why he's scored 1,000 runs this season. That was slightly over pitch and beautifully driven away through extra cover for 4. Lovely shot. He goes 4, and Leicestershire are 8 without loss. That was a beautiful shot.
Yeah, there are a few more pleasing sights, aesthetically speaking. I think whether you like cricket or not, you appreciate the sort of flowing movement there, and beautifully played by Rishi Patel. So 2 nice shots for the Leicestershire openers to get off the mark through the offside.
I was talking to Mark Baldwin, who was here doing, he's a cricket writer, writes a bit in the Times and other papers, and he was talking about seeing Rishi Patel when he was very young playing for Essex, and he said the first time I saw him play, I thought what a good player he was, and needed to move counties, and we were saying it's quite a brave move, that, to move from Essex, and but it's paid off, and he's in tremendous form this season.
He's leaning on his bat at the moment, watching as Harry Carveles comes in and bowls to Sol Budinger, who on drives pleasantly on the front foot, but only as far as Pujara, who moves across to his right at mid-on to make the stop. Yeah, and brave also to move to Leicestershire, because Leicestershire, a county in recent years that haven't been competitive, certainly not on any consistent basis. As Carvelas turns, runs past umpire Baldwin and bowls solidly forward is Budinger out into the offside on this occasion, and again there is no run. And if hopefully from Leicestershire's point of view they go on to win the one-day cup on Saturday, and Rishi Patel, his form, which has taken him past 1,000, is enough to justify some sort of international recognition, which hopefully it might be. Lions, perhaps, as Carvelas is in and bowls, and Budinger is driving out through the offside. He did reach for it a little bit, didn't quite get to the pitch of the ball, but he got on top of the bounce, steered it out towards deep extra cover, and he's going to pick up 3 in the end. Tom Haynes, running back, picks up around about 2 yards inside the ropes. Budinger on to 7.
It would seem, Richard, as if, Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley are sort of nailed on for England at the top of the order, but that seems, if you're looking for the next sort of taxi off the rank, if you like. I mean, Alex Lees has had a wonderful season at Durham, over 1,200 championship runs, and Rishi Patel's had a terrific season, so, and they both do like to play their shots, so they're not completely out of kilter with the way that England like to play. And when Rory Burns had a shocking season for Surrey with the bat, so, there are opportunities.
Opposite the knees, Patel, as he waits for Carvelas and drives gorgeously
what
again.
What a shot that is.
Almost effortless, it seems, really. It's all about grace and timing, and just leant into it, stroked the ball away very straight, and another beautiful boundary for Patel. We've had a few glorious moments of cricket in this game, and although Leicestershire very much on the back foot, they've played their part in those, the cock stumping and a couple of the shots that have been played by these two openers already.
That surprises me. Sussex have taken a slip out already.
Carvelas is in, goes past the outside edge, a delivery that straightens and plays inside the line, not deliberately. Rishi Patel, he was beaten generally there.
Well, that's not just me, is it, Richard? I mean,
it does seem a little bit defensive.
Yeah, I mean, I know there's been 3 falls already, but to move one of your slip cordon out, and the new ball is only in its 4th over.
Indeed. I mean, whether it's the captain's decision or whether Carvelas just prefers a bit of cover there himself.
Possibly.
Who knows, but... yeah, a little bit surprising from an outsider's point of view. Carvelas is in, bounces, Rishi Patel manages to fend it down somehow, but goodness me, absolutely jerked his head back there, and the ball reared up at him, managed to keep it down. In fact, played it extremely well in the circumstances, but that one absolutely spat up at him.
I hope he's okay. My first thought when he got hit on the glove there was thinking about your cup final on Saturday, because that will be cruel luck if anybody picks up an injury here and can't play at Trent Bridge at the weekend. But he looks okay. He hasn't even taken his glove off. In fact,
it hit the bat. It hit the very top part of the bat. His reaction was slightly exaggerated. He whispers when you see the replay. It did get up, but not perhaps as though it was going to take his head off in the way that he implied it did. That won't do anybody in the dressing room's feelings too much good in terms of encouragement.
And Adcat's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road in. 2 overs, 1 made, no wicket for 4 as Leicestershire 15 without loss, and Adcat is in down the hill bowl to Budinger, who plays this one with a degree of uncertainty into the gully, fielded there by Jack Carson. And there is no run. John Malone has been in touch from Bexhill, just along the coast from here at Hove. He says, "Hi Adrian and team, an interesting couple of days ahead with the cricket. With Sussex playing, anything can happen. Winning hasn't been anything that can happen too much this season, but they're in a good position here. So thanks, John, for getting in touch. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk.
Easterbourne is not so convinced on the stream. Tell you about that in a moment.
And Adcat in bowls, and Budinger is back on his stumps and just plays with soft hands onto the leg side. There is no run.
He says, if we, Sussex, had enforced the follow-on, we would have won by now. Brackets, oh yes, we would.
Yeah, well, that was a point you made yesterday, because Leicestershire losing 8 for 40 yesterday morning, and you did say, Richard, you were quite surprised.
I think if there ever was a point at which you do enforce, given how few overs had been bowled, the breaks that had been, this sort of situation, that was the time, it felt like to me.
Nadcat over the wicket, bowls, and Budinger is forward. Plays that fairly late, and Henry Crocombe fields a mid-wicket, and there is no run.
But I mean, I've only seen Pujara captain on a couple of occasions, but he doesn't strike me as being particularly bold in those terms.
A couple of messages coming in regarding Ali Orr, the Sussex opener, who's missed much of the season. He injured his knee at the Oval in a T20 back in May at the end of the month. Then really nasty hand injury on his comeback, playing for his club side Eastbourne, dislocated a finger very nastily. And Nadcat in bowls, that's down the leg side. Sussex reckon they've got him caught and strangled down the leg side. But Budinger's going nowhere, and umpire Baldwin remains completely unconvinced. The Sussex lads on one or two words being exchanged out there, which seems a little unnecessary. James Cole's in a fairly lengthy discussion there with Sol Budinger.
I don't think Sussex were massively impressed by the catch that was claimed before lunch. And
yes.
That may have soured relations a little bit between the two sides. But he didn't look to be close to that, really. It did flick the thigh pad or something like that.
Coming back to Ali Orr, this is an email from Adrian Manger, who's watching in deepest Oxfordshire. Hello, Adrian. Good to hear from you. Read the email in a moment as Nadcat is in down the hill, bowls, and Buddy just stuck on the padlock that's close to me. And he's gone. Took his time to make up his mind, but that kept a little low, and he's trapped in front. I'm afraid Sol Budinger misses out for the second time in the match. He was out for a duck in the first innings. He's made just 7. You were saying he hasn't been in the greatest form in the Championship, Richard, and that did look very out. Just prodding forward, he goes, and the first Leicestershire wicket goes down with the score on 15.
Yeah. Absolutely plumb. Didn't get up that much, but foot movement wasn't just not great, it was almost non-existent. And pad bang in front of middle and off, and no question about that one. So Sol Budinger fails again, unfortunately, from Leicestershire's point of view. 15 for 1. Still 484 short of the target. Sussex tails firmly up.
Lewis Hill makes his way out. So, Adrian says here, I see Ali Orr is back and in the runs for the seconds yesterday, likely to be back for our last couple of Championship matches, question mark. Well, I certainly think that seems to be a possible plan, that Ali could play a couple of games. Sussex go to Derby next week, and then final game of the season here against Gloucestershire. Although if Sussex win here, maybe it's difficult to change a winning side, as they say, but we shall see. And Paul Gibbs made a similar point. Thank you, Paul, talking about Ali Orr back. He got 65 yesterday. And also Sean Hunt, captain of the Twos.
Sussex win here now, firmly in the promotion chase, you know, with games against Derbyshire and then Gloucestershire to come. Leicestershire and they're competing against in the
Worcestershire.
Worcestershire have both got Yorkshire and Durham to play in different order, obviously.
Yep.
So 2 tough games for 2 rivals there, as far as Sussex are concerned. And who knows, this could yet be a season of huge celebrations down here at Hove.
It could be. I mean, I was just sort of thinking about that Worcestershire game next. I mean, it generally strikes me, and when I've been to New Road, there's generally been a result if the weather. It's always a pitch that gives a little bit for the bowlers, doesn't it? And I would expect to be a result at New Road one way or t'other.
Yeah, they'll want a result pitch.
And Worcestershire will know that this is sort of in their hands, really. I mean, you know, they go into that game thinking, I mean, they will not want to leave it to going to Headingley and needing sort of 10 points or something. So, and without Potts and Cars, I just feel that's advantage to Worcester.
I agree, but you never know.
No,
Short leg's gone in, understandably.
And Nadcat racing in down the hill. Bowls to Hill, who lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Carter, and there is no run. So good spell here from Nadcat, who's bowled 3 overs, 1 maiden, taken 1 for 4. Leicestershire 15 for 1. And just finishing off that email from Paul saying Ali Orr got 65 for the second. Sean Hunt, captain, and there were 100 as well for young Rogers, whose Christian name escapes me, and another one as well. I don't know who that is, but 200. So a few players in form for the seconds as this season begins to draw to a close.
I thought he spoke very well yesterday. Cat.
Yeah, I did as well. Yeah, very good.
With a sort of pleasing degree of humility, but seemed a relatively humble and grounded man, as many are. In goes Harry Carvelas and bowls to Ishi Patel, produces a beauty which bounces and straightens a touch and goes past Patel's groping outside edge. Again, the two Sussex opening bowlers getting more, apparently, from the pitch than Leicestershire's bowlers, by and large, managed. Carvelas in particular, Nadkat swinging it, Carvelas getting a little bit of seam movement as well as swing. Comes charging in and bowls. Rishi Patel is covering up in front of his front pad as he walks into the defensive press there, but enthusiasm being shown by the Sussex slip cordon is justified. Frankly, it's not just about creating theatre. They sense a real opportunity to get this one done today, possibly. Carvo is the name that's being shouted with great approval by his teammates and encouragement. In comes Carvo and bowls to Patel, who's leaning forward very correctly. A little bit of a flourish almost at the end, having middled that one back down the pitch towards Harry Carvelas. Just a little sort of flick up of the right foot from Rishi Patel. Flags either side of the clock tower, extended away from west to east, just about. It's certainly much stronger today than it has been, and the clouds are moving quickly, obviously, in the same direction. In goes Carvelas, bowls. Again, Patel is forward this time. Slightly wide delivery on off stump, and he pushes it out towards extra cover.
About the Leicestershire preparations for Saturday, do they sort of travel up to Trembridge on Friday, maybe practice? And I read that they'll stay in Nottingham overnight on the Friday, all ready for the game.
It's so close, relatively. You know, it's sort of 40-minute drive. I'm not quite sure what the plans will be. It may just be that they'll let them stay at home and then sort of come in early to Grace Road and get the coach. I'm not quite sure. In goes Carvelas and bowls a little bit shorter of a length this time, and on his back foot, Rishi Patel defends down the pitch on the on side. Certainly you would anticipate they would have Thursday off in the circumstances, those who've travelled down here, that is. Hello Ryan on Twitter. Great few days on comms, he says, thoroughly enjoying listening again. Good to have you with us. On X, as Carvelas is in, bowls. Patel leaves safely outside off stump, a wider delivery. Good maiden over though from Harry Carvelas, who is bowling very well, as he has done throughout much of the season. Leicestershire 15-1 as they go in chase or in search of 499 to win.
It's a tall order, no question about that. Brian's been in touch listening in Liverpool. So thank you, Brian. Enjoying the coverage. Sussex favourites, especially with a wicket gone down. Leicestershire need about a lot to save the game. He said, I'm wondering if there's any update on restructuring the county championship in 2024. Keep up the good work, says Brian in Liverpool. Well, there'll be nothing for next season. In comes Cat bowls and defending is Lewis Hill. He's playing a slightly dangerous game. He needs to get forward, really, because I think that was Bullinger's downfall, really. It kept a little low from Cat. John Philby, the Sussex chair, was here yesterday, Brian, and he was explaining how they're not expecting any changes to the schedule for next season. But he did say there's a meeting, I think he said November, or a series of meetings throughout the winter where season 2025 structure will be announced. And I think that's due to be, I think he said that's due to be announced before next season, which it needs to be. Cat is in, bowls, Hill pushes into the offside. There is no run, he's still yet to score. Total remains 15-1. Because I don't think you can have a situation whereby you can go into a season not knowing how many up and how many down. I think that is a nonsense.
Yeah.
I
agree. You've got to know what you're playing for.
Yeah, absolutely. Just slightly worryingly, the ground staff are making their way around the ground and sitting just down below us, which is always a bit of a sign that there may be some rain around.
Let's have a look at my forecast while you're commentating.
they're not running, but they're working purposefully around the boundary edge as Nudcat is in bowls. And no, he's got a thick inside edge on that. There's a stifled appeal. You can hear that edge from here.
20% chance of a shower at 2, otherwise that's it.
Yeah.
So we should be okay. 1 in 5.
So maybe there's a brief interruption. Well, we'll have to see. And Nudcat wanders back to his mark. So the 3 slips in place. The back will point short leg, then a mid wicket. Judges for Pajara in there, but he's far enough away so he doesn't walk in with the bowler. Comes Nudcat bowls, and Hill picks up a run as he flicks that one down to fine leg, fielded there by Arica. Got his hands on his head as if he almost thought he'd breached Lewis Hill's defences. But Hill is on his way.
He's swinging the ball at a lively pace, isn't he? He's referred to himself in his conversation, without obvious affectation, as a fast bowler. And it's very brisk. It's not 90 mph stuff, but it's certainly into the 80s.
Yeah. How about you, Richard? I still feel in this division, everybody plays each other twice, which is the way it should be in any sort of league table. And Nudcat in again, bowls, and Patel up on his toes, and he plays it short of Pujara. He's now in that sort of shortish square leg position, and there is no run. But I just, in the first division, not everybody plays each other twice, which I think is such a shame. And I know that there's this perennial problem, isn't there, between there's 10 in the first, 8 in the second, you go 9 and 9, but then that means you've got 2 more extra matches. But I just think where you have a league where you don't play everybody twice, it just doesn't feel quite right to me.
So there's something vaguely artificial about it, isn't there? I'm not surprised Hudson Prentice is going in at short leg now. Had he been there for that previous delivery, he would have been in the game. Patel didn't play that short ball brilliantly previously.
Nudcat racing in bowls, and Patel is forward and plays that firmly to wideish mid-on, fielded there by Pujara. There is no run. They have another tidy over from Nudcat, who's impressing here. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 5. He didn't really seem to settle to me at Durham last week, but he's bowling much better this week, really bending his bat from the Cromwell Road, and he takes his cap and wanders off down to his fielding position at the far end of the ground. Leicestershire 16 for 1. Patel is on 8. Hill is on 1. 7 overs gone, and another lot of overs to be bowled today. Another 57 to be bowled today.
It's going to be a late one.
It is.
Clouds moving pleasingly quickly at the moment, so much so, and with lighter airs behind them, lighter skies behind them. Hopefully that 20% chances of a shower is reducing all the time. Carvelas, 3 overs, none for 11, is going to have the right-handed Lewis Hill to bowl at as he comes in from the sea end. Bowls, Hill gets a straight delivery, plays with his bat in front of his pads as he just dabs it out down the pitch on the onside. Tom Haynes, who can anticipate a good few of those remaining overs, bowling them that is, picks up at wideish mid-on. There's no run. 2 slips and 2 gullies. The 2 gullies being much, much closer than the 2 slips. Carvelas is in. Hill edges and is caught at second slip. Plunged forward, found the outside edge. Second slip, took a straight forward catch low, 2-handed to his right. Tom Clark never looked like dropping it. Carvelas has made another breakthrough, and Leicestershire very much now being pounded against the ropes. They're 16 for 2.
Well, he is a very good slip fielder, is Tom Clark, and I think you're absolutely right. He didn't look as if he was going to put that one down. Lewis Hill makes it up. He's had a disappointing match, the skipper. 11 in the first innings. He's out for just a single in the second innings, and as you say, Leicestershire really up against it here now. Good delivery by Carvelos. Just looking at the replay, it kind of looked as if he probably had to play it, but he was rather pushing that the ball was Lewis Hill. And so Sussex on top. The new man comes in is Colin Ackerman.
Now beginning to think, yeah, this is it again, isn't it? The Ackerman Patel partnership, and they have lots of time to break it.
Yeah, Harry Carvalho said at the end of the first day that they felt that these two were the two best batters in the Leicestershire side. And if they could get through these two, so this is an important partnership now. It is getting brighter, Richard, you're quite right. The ground staff had sort of walked down this end of the ground, but they're not standing by the covers. They haven't sort of moved with the advertising hoarding. I think it's just a precautionary, but since they've wandered down, I think it has got considerably brighter, actually. So fingers crossed.
Ackerman comes to the crease. This could be his last first-class innings for Leicestershire. In goes Carvelas and bowls to Ackerman, who drives pleasantly. Can't get it past Pujara. They didn't quite time it as well as he would have liked. And Pujara able to move to his left to field, claps his hands together. Well, from a purely sentimental point of view, it would be lovely to see Ackers make a score. And I suspect in the context of needing 500 to win, more or less, few would really begrudge him it. In goes Carvelas, and bowls goes past the outside edge. Carvelas would. No sentiment, and why should there be? Taken low by Carter behind the stump. Sussex all over Leicestershire at the moment. That's the start of a famous charge to promotion. Martlets, Carvelas, big smile on his face, nice to see. Tosses the ball from hand to hand, leans forward, kicks up his heels, runs in past umpire Baldwin and bowls quickly, and Ackerman behind it, blocking the ball down the pitch on the onside, and there's no run. Don't worry, says Brunty, Super Armin will save the day. He was very... He's only had 2 innings, poor old Amin, for the Foxes. And in the second, yesterday, he was a little bit unlucky to be given out. In goes Carvelas and bowls. A slightly short of a length delivery. Ackerman is solidly behind it on the back foot. They're dropping it out into the offside, but applause rings around the first Central County ground for Harry Carvelas, who's picked up his first wicket. He has 1 for 11, a wicket maiden to him. Leicestershire 16 for 2.
Yes, and 5 wickets in the match for Harry Carvelas, which is going to go off a news update to the listeners on BBC Radio Leicester. And Sonia will be back with us. And Harry Carvelas gets a nice round of applause from those spectators in the southwest stand. We've got a massive crowd here today. Being a Tuesday, and pretty much all the school children are back to school, and people back to university, people back to work. Inadikat racing in bowls to Patel, who just glides that nicely through. Mid-wicket picks up 1, will come back for a second one. Will Patel, he goes to double figures, he goes to 10. And Leicestershire to 16 for 2. Can you hear okay? Are you wonderful?
Yes, you were just a little bit loud for me, I'm afraid.
That's not the first time that's been said.
That's all right. I've sort of worked out which button did what.
3 slips in place. And that leg slip, which almost leg gully, there's also a short leg, so the pressure really on here is Inadikat runs in, bowls, Patel defends down the onside of the track, and Inadikat fields of his own bowling, and there is no run. Well, it's a really long way back now for Leicestershire.
Yes, it's hard to see if they'll even take it into a 4th day, to be completely honest with you. There's still quite a lot of time in this today. As you've said, the over rate has been quite slow, so it could be quite a late finish, and there's plenty of time left. And
there is.
Also, you start to wonder if wickets do keep falling quickly, whether Leicestershire will even want this to go into tomorrow, you know, with one eye on that one-day cup final at the weekend.
Well, you're right, there's another 55 overs to be bowled, and a cat around the wicket now to who lets that go through to Ollie Carter, and there is no run. But as you know, these are professional cricketers, and you know, Rishi Patel will be very keen here to make an impression. It's particularly against an international bowler. So I think he had a little chat away there to Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's fielding at short leg. 3 slips are Alsop, Clark and Coles. Jack Carlson is at leg slip, Finn Hudson-Prentice at short leg, Henry Crocombe at point, Tom Haynes at mid-off, Cheshire Pujara at mid-on, and Nadkat in around the wicket bowls, and forward comes Patel. That seems to be the secret here. Sonia, I think you've got to get forward on this pitch. I think the minute you start playing back, you're going to get in trouble. And I think that was the problem with Sol Budinger with that dismissal, that he just didn't really get forward enough.
Especially given some of the variable bounce we saw earlier today.
Sure.
You know, there is a little bit, while we might not see it regularly, there definitely is that potential for one to sort of skid on or jump up. And I think, you know, the further forward you get, you seem to sort of counteract that a little bit.
I think Nadkat was signalling there. He may have wanted to change in the field, but he's not going to get it. He comes in around the wicket bowls, and Patel drives firmly down the ground, fielded by Cheteshwar Pujara, and there is no run. Patel is just very, very keen here to try and see off this
How many
spell.
more games has Nadkat got for Sussex?
He's got next week at Derby. I believe that's it. The guys in the office could perhaps let me know. It's a very good question. My understanding is that both Nadkat and Pujara are not here for the Gloucestershire game. But if Martin or Jamie, one of the lads in the Sussex media team, could let me know. But I believe that's the case, which makes the game at Derby next week absolutely crucial, particularly in what's likely to be a fairly flat deck. Now, he wanted a change in the field, and he's going to get it now, because Henry Crocombe has come from point. He's coming across to mid-on. And now Pujara himself has moved himself to a shortish mid-wicket. So there's only one fielder in front of square on the offside, who's Tom Haynes. And Nadkat in bowls. All Patel's beaten outside the off stump. That's a good delivery by Nadkat through into the gloves of Ollie Carter. Fine over, just the 2 runs conceded. And Leicestershire here are 18 for 2. Patel is on 10. Ackerman is yet to score. And I think it's fair. Well, you never know with the game, but I mean, 481 runs seems an awful long way away for Leicestershire.
It does, and I was going to say, Nadkat's been bowling beautifully. Obviously, a very experienced player, has played 4 Test matches and played in the IPL for the Kolkata Knight Riders before as well. But it does show sort of just what a quality bowler does bring to a side, especially one in Division 2, the County Championship. As Carvelis gets ready to start the over from the C end to Ackerman. Over the wicket, Ackerman defends off the front foot straight to, I think that is that Pujara at mid-off?
It is Pujara, yeah.
And someone's warming up with some press-ups there at point, or just getting loose.
Yeah, I think that's Finn Hudson-Prentice there.
Just doing some stretches.
Yeah.
4 in the slips for Carvelis. As he starts his run into Ackerman, who defends this almost identically to the ball before, and it's picked up by Pujara.
Yeah, he's got these 4 slips in place now, hasn't he, Harry Carvelis? He just bowls this nagging line and length. I think we are going to get a change. And Nadkat has bowled in pretty brief spells for Sussex, spells of 4 and 5 overs. So I think that may be the last we see of him for a little while.
Well, you don't know how much he's being managed or how much he's even allowed to bowl.
No, that's very true.
As Carvelis runs in the C end, and Ackerman just lifts his hands and watches that through to the wicketkeeper for no run.
I mean, I think you would like to think with Nude, if you do take an overseas bowler, that you don't come with any strings attached, so you don't come with any sort of interesting, perhaps suggesting he's sort of holding his side a little bit. So maybe he's just a little strained or something, that he's perhaps keeping his, he doesn't want to overdo it. The sun is coming out.
From somewhere, which is a little bit confusing considering I can't see any blue sky around, but the sun is shining as Carvelis comes in, and it's struck Ackerman straight on the pads, but well outside the leg stump.
Yeah.
I was just having a look actually, and I think he might be being managed because his last Test match was in July of this year. So
that was against the West Indies. Yeah.
So he might be just sort of managing his workload. I think that's the phrase you use, isn't it, when fast bowlers are told just how much they can and can't bowl by various governing bodies, as Carvelis runs in from the C end and is defended into the offside by Ackerman for no run.
Yeah, well, perhaps, Richards wondered, because he was doing a lot of stretching, whether perhaps there is a slight strain or something. Sussex will be desperate for him to play next week. Up at Derby, which has been a very flat wicket at Derby for the last couple of seasons. Certainly the game last year petered out into a draw. I remember there were 3 players, and I think it's one of the only few times in the history of the game that 3 players have made double centuries in a match.
Scarvellis comes in, and it's defended by Ackerman towards point for no run. Good over, maiden over from Carvellis, and at the end of that, Leicestershire have 18 for 2. Still trailing, caught by 484, just a meagre 484 runs there.
Yeah. It's a long haul, isn't it? In that game, Shan Masood for Derbyshire, Tom Haynes and Chetishwar Pujara for Sussex all made double hundreds, but it... for me, it's not the sort of score that you get in a game that's going to get people queuing around the block to watch. It did peter out into a draw. It has to be said, Sussex in the first innings were rolled out fairly comfortably, but it has been pretty flat. But maybe in September, maybe there may be a bit more nip in the pitch. You never quite.
It also might be a used pitch, and you're never quite sure what they're going to do.
No, you're quite right. Well, it is going to be a change in bowling, and you spotted, Sonia, that there was a Sussex player warming up. We did identify it as Finn Hudson-Prentice, and he is going to bowl from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. He's bowling with 3 slips in place. James Cole's a little further forward than the others at third slip. He's got the helmet on as in comes Hudson-Prentice bowls, and forward comes Patel, who plays very comfortably and easily and languidly into the offside. There is no run fielded by Haynes, and there is, as I say, it's a dot ball. You're up to date with events elsewhere. It's raining in Canterbury, which is interesting.
That's interesting, because we're not too far away from Canterbury down here, are we?
No, we're not. As the crow flies.
Well, we're just there are a few more dark clouds around to the north of us.
58 for 1, Nott still trailing Kent by 123. In comes Hudson-Prentice bowls, and Patel again defends from the crease to backward point, footed by Carson, and there is no run. So they're not playing at Canterbury, they are now playing at Old Trafford, where Lancashire are 132 for 3 in reply to Middlesex's 194, so trailing by 57. Still no play in Birmingham, where we understood it was pouring with rain earlier on today. They are playing in Cardiff, Glamorgan 248 for 9 in reply to Yorkshire's 500 all out. That's a game that will have little relevance on the second division of the county championship. Kieran Carlson making 64 for the record. Fine player, Carlson. I like him a lot. I think he's not far away from Lions honours. In comes Hudson-Prentice bowls, good delivery, beats Patel outside of the off stump taken by Carter. And there is no run. And the only other game down at Bristol, where they are playing Derbyshire 295 for 7, trailing Gloucestershire by 77. Lewis Rees making 77. Lewis Deploy 60 not out for Derbyshire, where Sussex will be heading for the next game starting on Tuesday. It's getting brighter and brighter, Sonia.
It is, and there seems to be a lot of dark clouds that are just floating past us, which is quite nice.
Wonderful. Hudson-Prentice makes his way in again. Ball short, pulled away by Patel, and that might have gone for a maximum, No, it's just a 4. I lost track of that. It's the way he pulled the ball away. He pulled that away with some venom, He absolutely
did, yes.
belted the ball away through a wide.
That was hit hard.
Very hard. You always get the feeling that, actually, when you're in this situation, I just wonder whether sometimes you have to release a bit of the tension. You can't defend and defend, can you? And you probably thought, that's short. That's going for 4 runs.
I don't think you can keep defending, to be honest, in any situation. I think it just invites pressure on you. You see it sometimes. It's almost like in football, when a team sits back further back and back and back, and you just think at some point they're going to concede.
Score.
It's like that in cricket. You can't just defend and defend. You have to take the attack back to the opposition.
Hudson-Prentice in bowls to Patel, who turns that down to fine leg, fielded by Ari Cabelos. One more Patel. He goes to 15, the total 23 for 2. That's a great comparison, actually. Sonia, you're quite right. I mean, we know it's a long haul. Leicestershire are really backs to the wall here, and some, but they're not going to go down without a fight, will they? This is, it's professional sport.
No, and you want to see that number coming down as a side. It's quite encouraging, so you do need to lift that pressure. If you just defend every ball,
yes,
you're not actually causing Sussex any problems. They don't have to think about anything because you're not getting anywhere near their total, and they have lots of time left in the game.
Hudson-Prentice bowls to Ackerman, who's up on his toes and plays it into the covers. There is no run, fielded there by Tom Haynes. It is the end of the over. Leicestershire 22 for 2, Patel 14. Ackerman yet to score. He listens to live cricket on the BBC. There's a gentleman walking up the side there in a very natty pink suit. Can you see him?
Yes, it's a sort of pale pink, isn't it?
Yeah, very nice. Yeah,
much paler pink than my trousers, actually.
Yes. Now, I wouldn't say your trousers are pink.
I think they're pink. They're just a sort of dusky pink.
Yeah. Sort of erring towards red. No, not really red, are they? No, I think you're right. Yeah. But that was a very light pink that gentleman had on who was walking up the side of the ground. Anyway.
I once went to a press conference and the colour wearing these trousers and the colour of the carpet was exactly the colour of these trousers. It was slightly embarrassing and quite funny for everyone else.
We've got to change.
Worn them there since.
Yeah. We've got a double change, Sonia, because Tom Haynes is going to come into the attack.
Well, we saw there was a bit of movement on offer earlier, so maybe they think Haynes can just sort of nip it into the batters and cause some more problems, although Sussex have bowled well so far.
Yeah, he just sort of nibbles the ball around a bit, Tom Haynes, and I just wonder in these conditions, although as I say, the heavy cloud is moving away and there's some brighter skies coming in which will please Leicestershire. He bowls at a pace that allows Ollie Carter to stand up to the stumps.
Yes, Haynes in from the sea end and it's defended back down the ground for no run by Rishi Patel. It's sort of got a bit of a gathering around the bat now. There's a short mid-wicket, almost sort of short mid-wicket, not short enough to need a helmet, still under the wide brim hat, but definitely a catching position there with one slip. And a sort of 3/4 length fine leg as Haynes runs in again, and that's defended into the offside and picked up by cover, and there's no run.
Clive has been in touch again from Birmingham. Clive Walter. Hello, Clive. And he says it's stopped raining in Birmingham now. He's our weather correspondent for the day. But no doubt a very soggy outfield to dry. We've been incredibly lucky here today, Clive. The forecast actually, it sort of seems to change a bit over the last 24 hours, to be honest, because we were expecting rain after lunch, but so far that hasn't materialised.
Haynes in again, and it's defended towards point, sort of glanced off the face of the bat, and Patel will pick up a single for that, but he should just sort of open the face on it to guide it down to the fielder on the deep point boundary there. So Leicestershire move on to 24 for 2.
I can see our two non-paying spectators are back on the roof away to our right-hand side, just behind the clock tower scoreboard. You've got sort of the rail around the top flats on the roof, and there's a couple of guys sitting up there in chairs.
I think there's another one as well,
yeah.
As Haynes comes in over the wicket, and it's driven by Ackerman, but straight to the mid-off fielder.
Joe, and it amazes me the amount of people who presumably own these apartments who don't sit out and watch the cricket. I mean, if it was me, you just...
Well, some people don't like cricket.
Well, that's true, but you wouldn't buy an apartment overlooking a cricket. Well, maybe you do. Maybe you just like to look out on a lovely ground and
get a nice view as Haynes comes in again, and it's flicked by Ackerman off his pads down towards fine leg for an easy sort of jogged through single there.
It's taken 13 balls to get off the mark, Colin Ackerman, but he's that experienced, that won't bother him a jot. He'll just know it's important to be there for Leicestershire.
I think it's quite nice being next to a cricket ground because you don't have anyone sort of towering over you or neighbours where you look straight at them, so some people might just like having a view.
Yeah,
even if they don't like cricket. As Haynes runs in again, and it's defended by Ackerman into the offside for no run. I also think there is also a slight threat if you're that close to a cricket ground that you're going to get a ball through your kitchen window, and at the end of the over Leicestershire have 25 for 2, Patel on 16 and Ackerman on 1.
Well, here on T20 nights, there have been several occasions where the ball is hit on that direction and they hit the walls of the flats or the windows. I'd imagine they're double glazed or whatever. But, some of the cricket grounds around the country, I'm thinking Canterbury and Taunton, where there are retirement flats at Bristol around the ground and balconies overlooking the pitch. I mean, it looks really good. I think in general terms, most of the counties have done that. It's been really well done. Then, they're not eyesores. I mean, I particularly like Canterbury. I think that's
Canterbury's is lovely.
Really nicely done. And Taunton as well. Very good. Here comes Hudson Prentice running in down the hill, bowls to Ackerman, who steers that to mid-on. There is no run. Those two chaps we were talking about on the roof have been joined by 2 more now. There's 4 people sitting on the roof away to our right-hand side. One of them in a very bright green T-shirt. And below that, there's a washing line where there are always towels on that washing line, Sonia. And today there are 4. A white one, a lime green one, an orange one, and sort of a light blue towel. Maybe they've been swimming or something.
Maybe they went to the beach this morning.
Yeah, maybe they did. Yeah. Prentice makes his way in from the Cromwell Road in bowls. Ackerman drives sweetly to mid-off. That's a very good bit of fielding by Cheteshwar Pujara. Actually, Prentice single. It was a fine stop, and he took an excellent catch in the first innings, did Pujara. A lovely running catch.
Yes, he did sort of over his shoulder.
Yeah. When he caught, who did he catch? I looked that up because it was a brilliant catch. I've got all my notes here.
You've got a whole book of notes there.
I have, yeah. And I haven't got who he took the... I was trying to check that out now, but obviously didn't make a note of that, which was not good. I'll have a little look into it. It's a brilliant catch right in front of us. In comes Hudson Prentice.
I think it was Rishi Patel.
Slightly in the air. Indeed it was. Played through... mid-wicket, picks up a couple of runs. Good bit of fielding out there by a combination of Henry Crocombe and Cheteshwar Pujara. Prevents a boundary. 2 more, though. To Patel, to Aquaman rather, who goes to 3, 27 for 2 are Leicestershire. Yes, you're quite right. It was Rishi Patel off the bowling of Eric Arbelas. He was out for 48.
I think it was Unadkat who did the fielding, actually, because I think Pujara's the
Thank you, he did, yes.
mid-off.
I'm sort of half reading the book and half watching the cricket. As in comes Hudson Prentice, bowls and up on his toes. Ackerman steers it down the track, fielded by Hudson Prentice. And there is no run. You are quite right. Unadkat is at mid-on, Pujara is at mid-off. The 2 Indian players who know each other from the cricket they play on the subcontinent. Very much the reason that...
I'm going to ask you a question about flats. If you had to have a flat of the many options that we have around the ground, which one would you like?
Well, that's a great question. I would want the best of both worlds, as in comes Hudson Prentice. Over the wicket bowls, and that kept a little low, plays out to the offside, there is no run. There's a new block been built, Sonia, which, as you come into the ground on the left-hand side, they're called the Tate Apartments, and they were built on the site of the old Sussex cricketer pub that was pulled down 2 or 3 years ago. The club owned the land, and a block of apartments, very nice apartments, have been built on top of that. And the pub has now been rebuilt and it's underneath it, so it's really nice. So, you can get to the pub, although I've not been in there yet. But from the penthouse, apparently you can see the cricket ground and the sea.
So, that is the best of both.
Yeah, it is. Hudson Prentice is in bowls, and Ackerman's going to get runs. Not quite where he intended, but he's going to get a boundary down to 3rd man. No chance whatsoever of Jack Carson cutting that off. He was going to play that squarer was Colin Ackerman. In the end, he got the ball through the offside past the gully region. It races away for 4 runs. He goes to 7, and Leicestershire to 31 for 2. But I think that penthouse might be just a little bit beyond me, Sonia.
Well, the salaries of a journalist don't stretch to a penthouse flat.
No, not even a room of a penthouse.
No, I'm sure they do. I quite like the white ones opposite, actually.
Do you? Yeah, you could probably see the. No, from
probably
there,
see the sea from there.
I
as well.
reckon you probably could. Yes, so you could see the sea.
And they've got quite nice big balcony.
Yeah, need a lick of paint though, don't they? Do you think they look tatty?
A little bit. As Haynes starts us over from the sea end to to Rishi Patel, who defends that towards square leg, just turns the face on it and gets a single. He's quite good at that, actually, sort of turning defensive shots into scoring shots and just keeping the strike rotating.
Yeah. And these two, Sussex identified, Eric Arbelas said this was the partnership in the first innings. If they broke this partnership, then Sussex were really in business, and these two are the form players in this Leicestershire side. I wouldn't want to paint that block of flats. They're quite high, aren't they?
They are. As Haynes comes in again to Ackerman, who defends that to the fielder at short mid-wicket. I think that's Coles.
It is. You're going to tell me now, because you were saying how you're quite adept at putting together furniture, sort of like we were talking about IKEA, and there are others available, we know that. But are you sort of quite DIY-ish? Do you like that?
I do, but I'm not very good at finishing projects that I've started.
Right. Okay. Is that because you get bored?
I just sort of put them down and don't remember to pick them up the next day as Haynes comes in over the wicket, and it's driven by
shot.
Ackerman. What a great shot through the covers to the boundary. Absolutely no chance of the fielder, just perfectly pierced the gap between point and cover there to pick up 4 runs to take the total on to 36 for 2.
Wow, that was a terrific shot, wasn't it? Everything was right about that. We were talking about textbook shots earlier on, and that was a textbook shot, beautifully played. There's now 5 guys up on that roof. Someone in a red T-shirt now. Oh, he's just gone in.
No, there's still 4 up there. I think there were 5.
Another one did come out, yeah.
As Haynes runs in, and it's defended this time by Ackerman and picked up by a running mid-on for no run.
The sun is back with us. Yeah,
I made a planter, speaking of DIY.
Did you?
Yes, I turned a pallet into a wall-mounted sort of planter that I'm going to put some plants in.
Right. Oh, that sounds very good.
It has taken me 2 years as Haynes runs in over the wicket and is defended by Ackerman into the offside for no run.
I am absolutely useless at anything DIY. I always don't want to admit this really, but if it doesn't happen so much now because so much sort of electrical stuff is disposable, isn't it? But if someone had said to me, that table lamp has gone out, for example, and there's a problem with the plug, can you change the plug? I wouldn't know how to do that. Could you change a plug?
I don't think so. Haynes runs in and it's defended by Ackerman straight to mid-off. And at the end of over, Leicestershire have 36 for 2. Patel is on 17, Ackerman on 11, and they still trail Sussex by 463. Need 463 more runs to win.
Yeah, and there's exactly 50 overs left today, so there's a lot of cricket to be played today. The clouds are gathering again. But we've been lucky so far, so fingers crossed. But they seem to be moving quite quickly across the sky, so hopefully that any rain is not going to come our way.
I tell you, I'm slightly spoilt for DIY because my brother is brilliant.
Right, okay, well that does help.
And he's completely redone his room and everything, so...
Hudson Prentice down the hill, bowls, let go outside the off stump, taken by Carter. There is no run. There are people who really enjoy it. DIY, yeah. But I always, I'm sure if you're good, and it can be hugely satisfying to make a planter or whatever it is that you want to make. But,
he's made me some stuff for my garden. He helps me out. He has all the drills and saws and all the bits that you need.
Oh, good for him, yeah.
It's a very useful person to know when it comes to something has gone wrong. Can you help?
You want to keep in with your brother,
Definitely.
Sonia? He sounds like a useful sort of guy to know. In comes Hudson Prentice running in over the wicket, bowls, and Patel plays it onto the onside. He just scamper through for a single here. I don't think he quite realised the ball was played to the left of Henry Crocombe, who, being right-handed, needed to run around the ball. So in the end, it was a well-judged single. I just thought for a moment he might have got halfway down that run and thought, I just need to step on the accelerator here a little bit.
I think you struck a chord with your plug chat.
Oh.
Someone on the live stream has commented saying, changing a plug, unscrew plug, cover, check fuse, replace fuse, check wires, strip wire ends, realise you've created a fire hazard and dispose of plug.
See, there you go. He comes Hudson Prentice, bowls up on his toes, is Ackerman, he punches that through the covers, it's going to race towards the boundary. Is it going to get there? Yes, it does. Jack Carlson chasing hard, but a nice shot by Ackerman, who goes to 15 to Leicestershire to 41 for 2. So much stuff now is, they call it sort of a throwaway culture, don't they? But really, the actual stick should be recycled, really, shouldn't it? Or there's always someone who can mend it.
Well, there's a big market now in second-hand clothes.
Right. Okay.
Which is good. So people are like a very popular sort of among the younger generations is to recycle and thrift and buy stuff that's Vinted and things like that.
Vinted, I've heard of Vinted.
Yeah.
My daughters talk about Vinted. In comes Hudson Prentice over the wicket, bowls, cut away, 4 more, 2 wide of the off stump, and Ackerman says, thanks very much, I'm not going to miss out with that, and he hammers the ball away, and a third man for another boundary, back-to-back boundaries. He goes to 19, and Leicestershire to 45 for 2.
Yeah, it's not been the tightest over, has it?
No, it's a bit too much width from Hudson Prentice, who's having a chat away there to Chetishwa Pujara, and mid-off. Fine player Ackerman, and he's not going to miss out if he's presented with an opportunity like this. Well, it's an awful long way for Leicestershire to go, but they're not going to go down without a fight.
It is, but a big partnership here, and suddenly, the momentum starts to shift slightly. I still think it'll be Sussex's day, but when you toil around without a wicket for an hour, things can get in your head.
In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls, pulled away by Ackerman, and as if to make the point, he pulled that away with mid-wicket for another boundary. He didn't quite time that, Colin Ackerman.
No, it didn't sound quite right there. And then we saw it sort of trickle towards the boundary, whereas it looked like he was trying to sort of hit it very hard.
He goes to 23, so this over has gone .1444, 13 off the over from Finn Hudson-Prentice. Ackerman goes to 23, having taken 13 balls to get off the mark. He's moved to 23 off the next 14 balls. So, attacking play from Colin Ackerman. The 3 slips go down. Hudson-Prentice in the sunshine in a bowls, and Ackerman is 4 to ball. Good. He's hobbling if in Hudson-Prentice on his follow through there. And I don't know. He's just reached the bottom of his left foot. I know he does struggle with some sort of heel or Achilles problem, does Finn Hudson-Prentice. He's just scratching away at the crease at the far end of the ground.
I wonder if he's sliding slightly when
Possibly,
he lands.
yeah.
Because if you're not happy with your landing as a bowler, it's almost impossible to run up because you don't have that trust in, you need to have that trust in, especially where the front foot's landing. And if you don't have that, you can crumble quite easily, and if that's always in the back of your mind, it can be quite difficult.
Absolutely. 49 for 2 at the end of the over. Now, Sussex are changing the bowling around quite a bit here because the scoreboard is saying that James Coles is coming on to bowl, which... is he?
I don't think it's Coles, but I think there will be a change of bowling. I think it's going to be Crocombe.
Yes, I do. Yes. I don't know why. I was quite surprised. There we are.
There we are. The scoreboard has corrected itself.
I saw James Coles. I thought, really? Only because...
I was about to ask you what James Coles bowled, to be fair.
He bowls left-arm spin. I think he's only taken something like 5 championship wickets this season. So I would have been... there may well have been a plan, but I would have been surprised, with all due respect to James, if he'd have been called into the attack.
Yes, commentators do prep, but potentially not for every eventuality, as Crocombe runs in and it's driven towards mid-off. And there's no run.
Sorry, James Coles has bowled 122 overs. He's taken 5 wickets and an average of 88.
So just who you want when you're trying to take wickets and wrap this all up quickly.
I would have been surprised. He might bowl later in the game.
He might do.
Might start to turn, you never know.
There is a long time left in this game.
There is.
As Crocombe comes in over the wicket and it's defended by Rishi Patel into the offside and picked up by Unadkat, I think, or is that Pujara?
It is
Pujara.
Only because I actually threw right-handed, so there isn't one-day international going on today. England women against Sri Lanka, which is being played at Northampton at the county ground. Sri Lanka in real trouble, 82 for 6.
Have they managed to get on? It hasn't been raining too much there then?
That's a good spot, actually.
As Crocombe runs in and that one zipped off the pitch, but Patel has watched that one into the hand. It seemed like it was a bit of sort of a livelier bounce there.
Interesting, last week up at Durham, Ryan Campbell, the Durham coach, came and joined us on commentary, and he was talking about Henry Crocombe and saying he's a great believer in pace, Ryan Campbell. He feels that's a real point of difference and why he's so pleased that Matt Potts, you just run in really hard. But he felt the same with Crocombe, that Henry Crocombe was the quickest of the Sussex bowlers, and he said, I think that's a point of difference when you're quick. You need someone who can really bowl at good pace.
As Crocombe comes in and it's Patel sort of lifts his hands, doesn't bring his hands down almost, and watches that one go through to Carter.
And you can see that he's quicker, Henry Crocombe. I would say that Henry's, who am I to say what Henry should work on in his game, but probably the inconsistency. I'm just looking at his figures this season. He's taken 18 county championship wickets at 32, which isn't disastrous.
It's not, and considering he's only 21 and, bowlers mature slightly later. As Crocombe runs in over the wicket, bangs it in short, and Patel just watches that go and then practices a sort of lofted flick, but when it came down to it, didn't offer any shot there. There is definitely a little extra zip of pace from Crocombe going up the hill here from the sea end.
Most definitely.
He's been better this season than his first-class average in general, though.
Yes, and he's still very young. That's something that we have to remember. Henry Crocombe I think he's just turned 22. I'll just check his. I don't think his birthday's around this time of year. As
Crocombe runs in, and it's Patel just watches that one through to Ollie Carter.
Crocombe is actually 23 No, he's not. He's 22 next week. 20th of September, same date as my brother's birthday. So no excuse for forgetting. Update coming to listeners on BBC Radio Sussex.
Light winds and highs of 21 degrees. And then our 3-day outlook looks like this. Thursday, a drier day with a mix of sunny spells.
Leicestershire 49 for 2, so made over from Henry Crocombe. Now at the far end, it looks to me, is there a cat who's coming back into the attack? I don't think it is, you know.
I think you're right.
There we go.
Grounded home watching Sussex play Leicestershire. What's the latest, Adrian?
Well, Sussex, you would think, ought to win this game, and in so doing, Danny, it would be their second victory of the season in the county championship. There's still a bit of work to do. Leicestershire in their second innings are 49 for 2. They still need another 450 if they're going to win that match. That sounds very unlikely, but you never know. Colin Ackerman is still there. He's on 23, and last season on this ground, he made 277 not out. So it's not all over until it's over. Rishi Patel is with him on 18. This is a crucial partnership for Leicestershire. If Sussex could break this, you would think they would be one step towards victory. But 49 for 2, still an unlikely 450 needed for Leicestershire to win. We've got another 42 overs today and all day tomorrow if needed. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they eventually declared just after lunch, Danny. I think a lot of spectators were slightly surprised how long Sussex waited to declare. They eventually declared on 344 for 9. I think there were a few concerns that maybe there was a bit of rain around today and that would take time out of the game. But the rain has so far mercifully stayed away. Provided it stays dry, Danny, really Sussex ought to win the game. But there's just this nagging doubt with Colin Ackerman. It would be a heroic performance if Leicestershire could win from here. Sussex ought to win and keep those slender promotion hopes alive. Ball play up by Ackerman to mid-off, and there is no run, 50 for 2. I'll wait to the end of this over and I'll make way for Richard, who'll come in and join Sonia. 3 slips in place, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Almost a square leg who's erring towards mid-wicket. That's Henry Crocombe with his hand on his hips and a fine leg. With impressive figures of 1 for 8 in his 5.5 overs so far. Now there's a change round. One thing that Sussex haven't been great at, I mean, there's the over 80 showing us level at the moment. Up at Durham last week at one stage, they got to almost -5. And we have got a break in play here because who's getting a bit of treatment? No, it's a cap spiel. Something's been brought out for Tom Haynes, which is a bit odd. Halfway through an over.
I think it's a helmet.
Is it a helmet or is it pads? Is it something he's going to put under his trousers?
It might be helmet and sort of shin pad like things.
Well, he put his back to us, and now he's calling the 12th man. I think that's 34 when he's on 12th man duties. So whatever it is taking a little bit of time. What have he got something in his eye or something? Anyway, we've got a break in play. And Tom Haynes now trots back to his fielding position, and total remains 50 for 2. The cloud continues to roll, and then it seems to blow away and we get some blue skies. So let's hope it's going to stay away for the rest of the afternoon. He's gone into short leg as Tom Haynes, which is probably way enough to get some protection. And that cat in around the wicket bowls to Ackerman, to Richie, rather, who runs that one down to third man. It's going to beat Tom Clark, who chases towards the boundary. Patel picks up a boundary. He goes to 22, and Leicestershire to 54 for 2.
Yeah, they've sort of kept this score going quite nicely. I'm not sure the bowling from Sussex has been as tight as they like, although, like that one, there have been a few sort of edges that have skewed towards the boundary rather than going to fielders.
That last over from Hudson Prentice that went for 13, and we were saying it took Colin Ackerman 13 balls to get off the mark. Since then, he's raced to 24 off the next 16 balls. And Nadcat around the wicket from the Cromwell Road end in balls to Patel, who and plays into the offside, fielded there by Hudson Prentice, and there is no run. So very briefly, just in the other games around the country, Sri Lanka women are 89 for 6 against England at Northampton. That's in the 23rd over. Clearly the rain hasn't affected that game. Sonia down at Canterbury, they're back on. The rain has stopped. Notts 58 for 1. Still trailing Kent by 123. And they're on now at Old Trafford as well, where Lancashire won 66 for 3 against Middlesex, trailing by 28. Kent and Middlesex between them to see who's going to join Northampton Division 2 next season. That bowls to Patel, plays down the offside of the track, and Cat fields of his own bowling. It is the end of the over. 54 for 2. Leicestershire. Patel is on 22. Ackerman is on 24. I'm going to go and have a breather. I'm going to leave with Sonia and with Richard.
Yes, and I think it will be Henry Crocombe to continue from the sea end as the clouds just sort of slightly darken in the distance, but still haven't seen even a spot of rain here today. We've been judging from the rest of the scores that Adrian has just read out from around the country throughout the day. I think we've been very fortunate to avoid the worst of the weather.
We have. Sussex stands at the moment, but partnership's beginning to build here.
Yes, the 3 in the slips for Crocombe, and just the 3 fielders out of the ring as Crocombe comes in over the wicket. Ackerman drives that, and the fielder at deep point isn't going to get there, and it's going to run away for 4 to cover boundary. A well-timed shot and just slightly loose from Crocombe, allowing him the width to drive. As you said all along, Richard, this is the key partnership.
It is, and Ackerman has such fond memories of this ground. I know new innings each time, but it can't help but just affect one's confidence a little bit to know how well he has played here in the past. Can he do so again? He's going to have to do so if Leicester can get anywhere near this.
Yes, absolutely. This needs to be a really big partnership between these two, as that is banged in by Crocombe, and it's another boundary for Sussex and another boundary for Ackerman, who just opened the face, and that guided it down to a vacant third man. You can't really be bowling like that, wide, outside, off stump and short, without a third man, surely.
No, absolutely. He's hit 5 of his last 7 balls for 4. 3 off Finn Hudson-Prentice. Didn't face the previous over, and then now tucking against Henry Crocombe.
Remarkable. They've got sort of 2 out in the deep on the leg side, so if you are going to bowl in short, you've really got to bowl at the body, because there's a sort of square legs about 3/4 back, and you've got a deep fine leg as well. As Henry Crocombe runs in after the first 2 balls went for boundaries. That one also hit short and will bring another boundary to Ackerman, who has scored 12 so far this over off 3 successive balls. That one just flew between cover and mid-on. Cover and extra, really, is sort of cover point on the boundary and then extra in the ring, and just perfectly carved the way between them for a boundary.
It can't be many times batsmen have hit 3 consecutive boundaries in such a short period of time. 3 off 3 against Hudson-Prentice, now 3 off 3 against Crocombe. Ackerman, as they say, looks in the mood.
He does, and it's troubling for Sussex slightly, as Crocombe runs in again, and that was defended by Ackerman, 2 extra. Yes, it's you always think the pressure is so much relieved, despite the sort of situation and the total needed, when you can relieve it with easy boundaries. And in fact, it wasn't. None of those were particularly risk-taking shots.
They weren't. They were poor balls, and Ackerman is far too good a batsman to miss out. He didn't.
As Crocombe runs in again, and it's defended by Ackerman into the leg side this time and gathered by mid-on.
You do have to bowl straight to him, Ackerman. Unless it's really early in his innings. Often takes sort of 10, 15 balls to sort of get off the mark. Plays himself in very determinedly. Once he's in, he is very, very dangerous.
Well, it took him 13 balls to get off the mark, but he's now scoring at over 100. As Crocombe runs in again for the final ball of this over, and that is wide and just watched by Ackerman into the gloves. And at the end of that over, Leicestershire have speedily moved on to 66 for 2. Rishi Patel on 22 and Ackerman on 36. What's his nickname then?
Everybody calls him Ackers by and large. Indeed, that's what he lists in Who's Who. He He and Mrs. Ackers and baby Ackers have been looking for houses up in Durham, looking for the move. He says he fancies Wynyard, which apparently is quite posh.
If I was going to be up there, I'd like to look over the coast, I think.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? If you're going to be up the Northumberland coast somewhere, do you think?
Well, it's nice and dry.
North, don't you? Yeah, the east, yeah. Absolutely. But looking to sell his place near Leicester.
Must be difficult for players if you're sort of moving around to make routes and then upend them every now and again.
Unadkat is in, bowls to Patel, who is all care and attention as he walks forward into his defensive press, pushes the off-stump delivery out to mid-off. He's been 7 years in Leicester, so I guess it's part of the territory if you're a professional athlete of any kind. Travel in those terms. And his daughter is getting close to sort of starting school age now, so it's probably not... That timing might be a factor as well.
Yes, well, travel is the nature of the job, I guess, and spending sort of weeks in hotels in various different parts of the country almost every other week throughout the summer, and then you get sort of 6 weeks at home if you're not going to these overseas franchise leagues.
Right, here this could be a big moment because the ball is being shown to the umpires, and umpire Debenham is walking across to umpire Baldwin. Umpire Baldwin has the gauge in his hands, goes through once, goes through twice, goes through thrice, and is handed back. Get on with it, says umpire Debenham. Not in so many words, I'm sure. Something like that. No, that one's okay for now. Throws it back to Jadev Unadkat. Gives it a sort of pointed polish on the back of his whites.
I'm not sure polishing helps change the shape of it, if that's what they were concerned about.
Just they want to change, don't they? How old is it now? 18.1 overs as an Adcat comes in. It's played back past him firmly by Patel, not sufficiently firmly to get past mid-on. Running across is Henry Crocombe. Getting in front of his skipper, Pujara, who polishes the ball vigorously on his whites. Heavy dark cloud, but happily away over the downs to the north of us. Over the ground.
Yes, we seem to be in a little bubble of sunshine.
Yeah, no, over the channel as well. It's sunny looking out of the back. So we are going to be okay. Like I said we would be, and we will be. In goes Unadkat and bowls. Back foot defensive shot from Patel. Takes a thick outside edge, bounces well short of Coles. A helmeted third slip. And given he is a yard or two in front of second, hence the helmet, then just shows how sort of far short it was. Patel will say he played it with softish hands and managed to keep on top of the bounce.
Yes, just looking at the replay, it does bounce quite a way short of the fielder.
Patel waits with the bat raised almost vertically as Unadkat comes in, swings onto his middle and leg stumps and is whipped away flamboyantly by Rishi Patel to the mid-wicket boundary for four. He's kind of waiting for that one. Rishi Patel loves his leg side shots, very wristy player, and he put that one away. You could almost feel the relief and the little flourish as he put that away to the boundary in front of the players' dressing rooms on the second floor. Some people say first floor, don't they? The one above the ground floor, anyway.
First floor.
Okay. Goes in Adcat and bowls straighter this time, and Patel back down the pitch it goes. Adcat feels in his follow through. You sounded like my mum then.
That's he's bowling quite nicely.
Yes.
Other than that one sort of full toss loosener that's just been dispatched, he's bowled quite a tight line and length that hasn't necessarily been offered by the rest of the Sussex bowlers. I mean, we've seen expensive overs from Crocombe and Hudson Prentice so far.
Yeah, he is looking like an international class fast medium bowler at the moment. He's coming back over the wicket to Rishi Patel. Bowls. Patel just waits for it, almost lets ball hit bat and guides it down towards gully. Coles runs across from third slip to field and there is no run, but Patel dealt with that over pretty well as you kind of would expect, given how well he's played this season and given he's established himself at the crease again. 48 in the first innings, top scorer for the Foxes, 26 off 57 so far in the second. 70 for 2, Leicestershire, still just 429 short of what would be a quite sensational victory.
As Crocombe starts again from the C end, looking to dispel memories of that previous over where the first 3 balls went for a boundary, and he's hit Ackerman on the pads as a sort of brief appeal, but nothing given. But it's a marked difference to the start of his last over, which was dispatched comfortably by Ackerman for a boundary. He's just sort of tightened up his line there and looking to target the pads rather than give any width away.
I think it was a sort of fairly thickish inside edge onto the pad, but much better line, as you say, from Henry Crocombe, who, when you look at him, he looks very boyish figure, doesn't he? Boyish face. I forget how young they are sometimes.
As Crocombe comes in over the wicket, it's banged in short to Ackerman, who drives this one down the ground, but it not with the pace of the last over, and it will be stopped by the sweeper at cover point, and they will pick up just 2 for that. Yes, he's 21 years old, and one of Sussex's promising young crop of players.
So, he likes his fishing, Colin Ackerman, so not a good place to do it, actually, isn't it? There's some good rivers as well as the sea.
As Crocombe runs in, and it's lifted, bowled in short, just lifted off the pitch, and almost caught a sort of top edge there on the way through to the keeper, but didn't. But a sign of the sort of slightly variable bounce that we were seeing earlier.
He's tall, Crocombe, and if he does hit the pitch, he hits it quite hard, and if there's a little bit of lift there, he's a good candidate to find. He did then. Ackerman went through with a shot. It was a dangerous one. Could easily have flicked the edge on the way through to Ollie Carter.
That's Crocombe in again. On slightly flat, and it's driven by Ackerman through the covers for 4, almost as he did the last ball. And such a go over from Crocombe so far, than just one with slightly more width and almost pitched up a bit too much. Just quite an easy length to drive that for Ackerman, and he made no mistake sending that to the cover boundary to move on to 42. Seems remarkable that it took him 13 balls to get off the mark, and now he's on 42 from 40.
The inconsistency that you sometimes get with a young bowler. Crocombe maybe just trying a bit too hard there, over-pitched, and Ackerman put it away.
As Crocombe runs in, and it's much fuller and a sort of more tighter line that time, and it's just defended by Ackerman and gathered by cover for no run.
18 wickets coming into the game. First class wickets, that is, for H.T. Crocombe at 32.
He's had a better season this year, where he's averaged 32.16 compared to his overall first-class average of 41.89. So he's definitely sort of improving with age, but still
in the right direction, yeah.
Yeah, still slightly more on the expensive side. But he's only 21 as he starts his run again for the final ball of this over, and it's defended back to the bowler by Ackerman for no runs. At the end of that over, Leicestershire on 76 for 2, Patel on 26, and Ackerman on 42.
The runs have come quite quickly in recent overs, thanks to that sort of explosion of scoring from Ackerman. Remember, 13 balls to get off the mark, so subtract 13 from 42. And he's got his 42 runs off 29 balls.
It's almost one day form, playing himself in for Saturday.
Oh, please, yes. Hopefully. It'd be nice to think, it's so impressive. I mean, he's been impressive in pretty much every season he's been with Leicestershire, Colin Ackerman, but he just looks determined to leave with having really made his mark. Unadkat is in to Patel on the back foot, defends on off stump, out towards backward point. There's no run, there being a backward point in the form of Carson. They'll have a few overs of Carson before tea, which is still a while away yet.
It is still a way away. I think we're looking at, is it going to be 10 past 3?
Theoretically, but 32 overs to go, so it's going to be much later than that, I'm afraid. Nadkat bowls onto the legs of Patel, who just turns his wrists on that defensive shot, guides it wide of mid-on, who has to run Crocombe from mid-on to mid-wicket, and the single is duly taken.
Sorry, I think it was Adrian who was desperate for his cake yesterday.
It was. He did a good job, though, in sort of...
He did sort of...
hinting, wasn't it? It wasn't so much a hint as a
It wasn't really a
request,
hint, it was an outright demand for cake.
It was. It worked, so we'll
It did work, the cake appeared.
And a very fine cake it was.
It was a lovely cake. The slices were quite chunky, though.
They were. That's how I like them. In goes Nadkat. Round the wicket this time to Colin Ackerman, who is forward, big stride. Tallish man, Ackerman, 6'2"-ish maybe. Something like that, big stride. Got to it, forward defensive out into the offside. There's no one, just checking actually, height-wise, it might be nearer 6'1". Yeah, 6'1".
From this distance, it's quite hard to tell the difference between 6'1" and 6'2". I'm not sure.
Yeah, I've interviewed him so many times over the years, because obviously he captained Leicestershire for a couple of years as well, so I sort of interviewed him after every match of those seasons, and he was disappointed to lose the captaincy, I think.
I'm awful interviewing cricketers because I'm not very tall, so I just end up holding the mic about head height and looking upwards. I feel like I look like a child, to be honest, and it's some interesting height difference when you're interviewing someone like Stephen Finn and you go, can we do this sitting down, please? Because otherwise it's just quite embarrassing for everyone involved.
Now, James Coles has gone out of third slip to short mid-wicket, so he keeps his helmet on as Nadkat is in round the wicket to Ackerman with that big stride again. Ackerman is forward to the delivery, doesn't really swing, zeroes in on sort of middle stump, but Ackerman meets the middle of the defensive bat, pushes it back past the left armour, fielded by mid-on, moving across obviously to his left. Claps his hands together at second slip. Also up next to him at first, Ollie Carter, with the gauntlets on.
Oh, England women have found themselves a tall bowler.
Yes, looks a real prospect as well. In goes Nadkat and bowls edge just wide. Well, not quite wide of second slip. Clark diving to his right, stopped it on the bounce. It probably was a foot, maybe a little bit more than that short of him. It would have been a miracle catch had it carried, which it didn't. He managed to get a strong right hand to it and push it out towards backward point. Ackerman has to settle for one. Good to see.
Definitely, there aren't many women who are 1.88 metres, so definitely a good weapon for England to have in this new era of sort of fast bowlers.
Is she faster than one? A bit quicker? Not much,
Well, she might be as time goes on. I think she's quite young, so women tend to sort of fill out in their more in their early 20s.
Nadkat bowls on the leg side, clipped on or attempted to be clipped on its way by Rishi Patel. Didn't get anything on it. Carter dived to his left. He didn't get anything on either, but it was fairly close to the legs of Patel, and it certainly wasn't a wide. Therefore, umpire Debenham raises his right hand to the scorers to indicate 4 by. End of the over, 82 for 227. Patel, 43. Ackerman, they came together. We didn't really acknowledge the 50 partnership, but it was so long ago now, it's rather embarrassing to do so now, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Moving on, we'll wait for the 100 partnership. We'll pick up on that one.
Yes, I should have just ignored it, shouldn't I? Let them crack on. But 82 for 2.
First rule of commentary, don't point out your own mistakes.
Yes.
As Crocombe begins his over from the sea end to Ackerman, who defends that straight into the ground, and it's picked up by third slip for no run. Sussex just need to keep plugging away here, and I think they will get the chances and the wickets will follow.
Yeah, they have to be patient, they know that. But they'll be a bit concerned about the lack of movement, I would think, since those 2 wickets.
Maybe, but we'll see them turn to spin soon, I think, as Crocombe runs in. That's banged in slightly shorter, and Ackerman defends that well towards point.
I think there's no... Indeed, I think spinner's starting to loosen up now, but there's no question that I think the pitch has begun to flatten a little, has started to flatten a bit under the sun, as you would expect.
Some very impressive stretches there.
Feel the old hamstrings in sympathy almost.
As Crocombe starts his run up the hill, and it's cut away by Ackerman towards backwards point, and it might run away for 4. No, the cover point fielder manages to run round and cut off the boundary, and it will just be 2 to the Leicestershire batter.
But it is Carvelis who's warming up, not the spinner. So it looks like Carvelis is going to get a pre-tee burst.
He's already had a sort of slightly lengthy burst earlier, but he did bowl quite well. Maybe they're looking for sort of tighten it up a bit after we've seen both Crocombe and Hudson Prentice be slightly more expensive than maybe you would have expected here, as Crocombe runs in for the 4th bowl of the over, bangs that one in slightly quicker and slightly fuller, and Ackerman can not do much but sort of defend it towards mid-on for no run. That was a much better ball and a much tighter line from Crocombe, but as young players do, you have the slightly wayward ones. It's just a shame that there were so many in that one particularly expensive over.
Yeah.
From the bowler's perspective, I'm sure for Leicestershire fans it was a great over, and they'll be celebrating it for a long time to come, as Crocombe runs in. It's banged in short and Ackerman ducks, and it's sort of Carter has to almost leap slightly for that one, and he's been given a one bouncer so far for the over.
It was a real high one there, wasn't it? You had to really bang it in. Ackerman sort of ducked instinctively, but I don't think he really needed to.
Well, it's interesting because we've seen, a lot more use of the short ball this summer in the highest level in Test cricket than potentially before. So maybe it's something the younger players are looking at and thinking, I do need to practice that short ball, even if the pitches aren't necessarily conducive to it, as Crocombe runs in again, and that one is short, and Ackerman ducks and just about gets under it, because that one didn't lift anywhere near as much as the last one, but it's held by Carter, and at the end of that over, Leicestershire have 84 for 2, Patel on 27, and Ackerman closing in on a half century on 45 from 51.
Pujara just sort of had a word and patted Crocombe on the back there. Now, whether he's going to make an immediate change, he's had 4 overs, Henry Crocombe, none for 20. One of those overs was a maiden as well. That's the sound of third slip clapping his hands together there. Coles, he's gone back to third slip, but mid-wicket has gone in as well. Adrian's back, which means that it's almost updates time.
As Unadkat starts his over from the Cromwell Road end, and that's just defended straight into the ground from Rishi Patel for no run. He's bowled quite a lot so far this innings, as Unadkat seems to be well trusted. Low economy of 2.25 and 1 wicket for 18 runs from his 8 overs so far. So it's been a promising start from the overseas, who won't be there for Sussex's final game, which will be a shame.
I don't think he is, actually. I did ask the lads, and I've not checked my phone, but I'm fairly certain that both he and Pujara I'm not here for the last game. If the lads could let me know if they're listening on the stream or whether Jack could get a message, but I'm fairly certain that Cheteshwar and Yadav and Nadkat are both not available for that last game. I think that's the case, but we'll see if we can get some confirmation from the club. The other thing we need to talk about as well is the cake situation, which I think... Well, I can see
right
plates.
On cue. We were just discussing your love of cake earlier when you weren't on air, and as soon as you come on, you're like, "Where's my cake?" As Unadkat runs in, and that's flicked off his pads by Rishi Patel for 4. All the field. That was a great shot. All the fielders just sort of come in to put the pressure on him, look for the catch, and he's just flicked that into the gap for 4.
Super shot.
Lovely shot, very wristy and elegant as well, as he moves on to 31 from 62.
Wow, it really is a tremendous shot, isn't it? Just whipped away. Good partnership between... You always get the feeling that they're playing here, Sonia, as if to say, do you know what? There's nothing to lose here. This total's a long way away. Let's just play some shots and see where it takes us. Because they've batted beautifully, this pair, haven't they? They
have, and they've sort of moved the scoreboard along very quickly as well by punishing all the bad balls as Unadkat runs in, and Patel just defends that towards cover for no run.
So yes, we don't know what the cake situation is. However, I can see the plates and everything are there. So I secretly think that you and Richard were looking forward to the cakes. I'm sure there will be some that arrives. We've got another 9 overs after this one until it is cake time. But these two, when you think that Leicestershire were in...
They were in all kinds of trouble, weren't they?
I've left my book next door, which isn't very good, so I'll have to get that retrieved. 16 for 2, weren't they?
They were. As Unadkat runs in down the hill to Rishi Patel, who helps that towards the boundary, but it's going to be cut off by fine leg. Just sort of flicked that towards the boundary down the hill there, but in the air, but bounced far short of the fielder on the fine leg boundary. And he'll just pick up the 1 run for that shot.
Harry Cavalos is the man down there. One Day International could look like it could be a bit of a non-event, really. Sri Lanka are in all sorts of trouble at Northampton. 102 for 7 in the 30th.
As Unadkat runs in, and that's defended back to the bowler by Ackerman for no run.
As much as you want to see England win, you know, if you've paid to see it, you do want to see a decent game. But I mean, Sri Lanka did very well in the T20 series, but maybe not so well in the 50 over.
Well, I think it's difficult because the players play so much more of the T20 stuff, and you know that's much more what they're going to play in sort of World Cup qualifiers. There's more T20 World Cups, there's more T20 cricket around the world, and that's potentially where the opportunities come. So they're more experienced in it, and it is a big ask to go from thinking, I've got to score runs as quickly as possible, to suddenly building an innings in one-day cricket. Never mind a Test match, as Unadkat comes in, and that's just defended out to mid-off by Ackerman for no run. The end of that over, Leicestershire 89 for 2, Patel on 32, and Ackerman closing in on a half century on 45.
Well, this has been a really good response for Leicestershire, isn't it, in the last sort of half hour or so, with Ackerman, who we were saying took 13 balls to get off the mark, but he's now on 45 or 53, so he's scored 45 or 40 balls.
He has.
And he's played some lovely shots as well. Was that a chance that went to James Coles? I was out of the room and...
I think on the replay it did look like he dropped it, yes.
Did it?
But the reaction of the players would suggest that they potentially thought it bounced short. It was a slightly odd one, that.
Yes.
Because there weren't sort of heads in hands or anything that you would expect normally from a drop.
In comes Henry Crocombe over the wicket, bowls. Oh, no, that's too high, surely. I have to say, from this angle, that looked very much as if it was too high and also going down the leg side.
Well, we'll get the replay in a minute. I'll just put it up on the... maximise the screen there so you can see. But it was a big appeal from the Sussex players, maybe slightly out of optimism in that there hasn't been a huge amount on offer. Yes, that did look high, actually, and potentially slightly going down as well. But the first real opportunity and sniff for Crocombe so far.
In comes Crocombe bowls. Let's go outside the off stump by Rishi Patel.
Still got quite a long way to go today.
Yes, there is. There's a lot of overs to be bowled, isn't there? There's another... after this, there'll be another 8 overs till tea, and then 32 overs after that. So we could get some spin, which will speed things up a little, but still an awful lot of cricket. And if Leicestershire keep going along like this, who knows? I mean, it's still a mammoth total. Crocombe in bowls, so drives. That's a lovely looking shot. Pujara makes a good save. He's a good fielder, is Chetishwar Pujara. He doesn't look the most agile, but he's good in the field, you know. That was a move quickly to his right-hand side at mid-off to field, or left-hand side at mid-off. There is no run. Richard is back. He'll replace Sonia at the end of the over.
Yeah, he sort of covers ground quite quickly, doesn't he?
No, he's very quick across the ground. They're all going along here at a best part of 4 over. In comes Crocombe, bowls. Up on his toes is Patel, and he plays that through cover point, picks up a single. Ackerman, he goes to 46, 91 for 2. When you go off commentary, Sonia, would you mind doing me a favour?
Would you like me to see if there's going to be cake?
No, it's not cake. See, I knew I'd catch you out. I've left my notepad next door.
I can get your notepad.
That's kind of you. Thank you. Crocombe is on his way as the clouds gather again. He's in on bowls and Patel up on his toes. He plays it onto the onside. And there is no... Oh, thank you, Richard. That's very kind. And a Mars bar wrapper, which is empty. I thought there was some heavier cloud drifting in behind the Spain Karma Pavilion, but behind that there are some lighter skies. It's been a bit of a feature of the day, really. It looks like it's going to rain, and then it doesn't, so let's hope that stays.
I think, judging from the rest of the country, I think we've got off quite lightly here.
We have. Crocombe in bowls and Irving onto the leg stump and clipped away by myself for his 34th run, 92 for 2. Leicestershire. And whilst clearly from a Sussex persuasion, I would like Sussex to win the game, it's also really good to watch two real quality batsmen here at work, watching Patel and Ackerman. It's been really good to watch against scoring runs with some lovely shots. Sonia's going to take a breather. Rich is back with us. Sonia will be back with us probably after tea now, because we've got another 8 overs to go until the tea break. And Sussex, I'm sure they'll know. It's still 407 runs is an enormous amount of runs. So Sussex are still very, very much in the box seat. It's we don't need to worry to think that they're not. But these two are just playing really, really nicely, and there don't seem to be too many demons. There's a bit of a chat going on there, actually. I think James Cole's got a bit much to say for himself. They're in the slips. I don't know whether he knows Rishi Patel, but there's a bit big look at Rishi. He's not happy, or maybe he's just looking to see where that third slip's going to go.
So Coles has gone into first,
yes,
and first has gone into third. Simple as that. Just a swap in positions.
So maybe Rishi Patel was just wondering exactly where that third slip was going to be. It's Carvelos who's coming in from the Cromwell Road in, bowls to Patel. That was a bit of a loose.
It was, wasn't it?
It's, yeah, and Patel, I think he's having a little laugh to himself because it was probably the slowest ball of the day.
It was, and it sat up outside off stump, and I think Patel must have been too surprised to smack it away. He rehearsed the shot afterwards, as you say, smiling to himself, as he did so. But it would have been easy to smack that straight to backward point.
Oh,
do you know what I mean? So Patel was wise, probably.
Well, it so often happens, doesn't it? You get a bad ball, the batsman's eyes light up, and they play a dreadful shot and get themselves out. Carvelos in and bowls, and defending is Rishi Patel into the offside, no runner. Because Jack Carson is warming up at a third slip, who's now taking off the helmet. And he's taking his cap back from James Cole. So there's all sorts of capless.
I'll have that back, he says.
Yeah, Cole's generally wears a sun hat.
Yeah.
And I've never seen James Coles without a sun hat, I don't think, in the... No, Ollie Carter is waving towards the dressing room for something.
He looks a bit surprised, Coles, at what happened there, didn't he? Looks a bit, all right.
So he needs to concentrate on the game here, because in comes Carvelos, running in and bowls. Patel is forward, plays him to the offside, and there is no run. James Coles is going to the umpire now to get his floppy white sun hat on. Well, at least he's doing it in between balls and running, so hopefully it's not going to cause a delay. Come on. These are all the sort of things, little things that add up sometimes to a slow over rate.
Yes, we'll see what it goes up to at tea, which is when the over rates are changed these days on the scoreboard, at the intervals rather than immediately.
Carvelos in bowls, and that is low down to Carson's left. It was short of him. I was discussing with Sonia previously. Did you think the one that went to Coles was that short, or my feeling was short?
Yeah, it was short. Yes, absolutely, and that too was short, only just short though, and he did well to get two hands underneath it. However, Patel lives to fight on.
He does. Carvelos back to his mark at the far end of the ground, Cromwell Road end. He's in and bowls to Patel, who defends back down the track. Carvelos fields up his bowling, no run.
But once again, we're seeing the difference between Carvelos and Unadkat to a certain extent, but particularly Carvelos in this match, and well, pretty much the rest of the Sussex team attack, actually. Carvelos has been outstanding, as he has been for much of the season, but he's got movement as well, and even with the ball that is now, 25 overs old, and the umpires had a look at it, he's looking dangerous.
Carvelos makes his way in, and driven slightly uppishly by Patel. That wasn't far away from Carvelos' left hand on the follow-through. It was uppish. It wasn't a chance. It goes to mid-off, but a good, tight, accurate over, a maiden over from Ari Carvelos, who's stemmed the flow of runs here. 6 overs, 4 maidens. He's taken 1 for 11.
Exactly that. And he's also looked dangerous in the over, and suddenly Patel, who was playing with considerable assurance, looked slightly ill at ease against him. He edged one just short of third slip, Carson, and that one he's been caught and bowled a few times this season, has Rishi Patel, and he wasn't far from being caught and bowled again there by Ari Carvelos. So Important little session this before tea. Carson is coming on to see if there's anything there for his finger spin from the C end. And with respect to Unadkat, Sussex's chief threat with the ball as a seamer, Carvelis at the other end, Leicestershire know that they've got to get through to tea without these two being parted. Well, frankly, they've got to get through to the close and beyond without these two being parted, but key little session potentially now. What will it be there for Carson? He's got a slip, he's got a short leg, and he's got a short-ish mid-wicket. Carson, Northern Irishman, is in and bowls down the leg side. There's the appeal for a catch behind. Carter took the ball, then offered it took the bails off, but then appealed for the catch, which was a little bit of a giveaway because he, I suspect, knew that there was no bat involved. Carson turned and rather stylishly appealed, actually. Went down on one knee. Would have looked good on the stage. Yes. In he goes and bowls. Forward goes slightly suspicious Ackerman. Plays the ball back up the pitch to Carson. Came over from Northern Ireland a good few years ago, though, now, didn't he? I think he finished his schooling here in...
Yes, he did. He did, yeah.
In the UK, in England. Carson is in. Gives it some air and... almost draws a false shot from Ackerman, who went for a sort of wristy on drive and rather thick inside edged it.
I think by Jack's own admission, he's been a little disappointed this season. Hasn't quite progressed as much as he would have liked. He was saying he's conceding too many runs and over. He was talking to me at Durham last week about that.
In he goes and bowls in the air, turned back towards him by Ackerman and dived across to his right and got a bit tangled up with Rishi Patel. The two commiserate with each other.
Yeah,
neither of them were trying to get in each other's way. Of course they weren't. Patel was trying to get back into his ground, Carson reaching across to his right. But again, very nearly a caught and bowled chance. Wasn't quite. Carson steps in and bowls. Again, that wristy turn of the bat from Ackerman in defence. He pushes the ball back up the pitch. Very straight, but he feels like there's a leading edge to be had there. And there very nearly was with the previous delivery. Nearly was on that one as well. Different questions being asked now as Carson is in, driven inside out, if you see what I mean, by Ackerman out towards extra cover where Haynes makes the stop. That was a really good testing first over from Carson. Asked all sorts of questions and Ackerman only just had the answers. 92 for 2. Consecutive maidens, Carvelis and Carson.
I think you're absolutely right, Richard. And what I did notice there was that Jack Carson just seemed to be giving the ball a little bit more air than he has been of late. And with the dearth of spinners that are around the country, played for the Lions last winter over in Sri Lanka. If Jack could get in the groove and take some wickets, he will be spoken around in England circles. He's a way away from it. No, don't get me wrong. But if he can take wickets and improve his game, he's got a real future as Jack, and he's a real competitor and wants to improve. I like him enormously. Carvelis is in, bowls, and Patel glides that one to mid-wicket. Is a good stop by Finn Hudson-Prentice there, but he can't prevent a single being taken, and Patel goes through his 35th run, 93 for 2. Some of the Leicestershire lads walking around the boundary. Who's that down there?
Chris Wright, Sol Budinger, Josh Hull, and Callum Parkinson.
Right. Making their way around the ground.
In fact, it's Sam Evans, not Sol. Beg his pardon, Sam. Or Sol, whoever's most offended.
3 slips go down. In comes Carvelos, bowls to Ackerman, who solidly forward plays to mid-off. He's just looked a little unsettled, Colin Ackerman, as Richard was saying, in that last over from Jack Carson. Just the runs have just dried up a little in the last 2 or 3 overs. Sussex needed to do that, not because they are necessarily concerned at the moment about, there's still 406 needed to win, but these two were scoring very freely and playing some lovely shots as well. So just the brakes put on a little as we sort of approach tea. 5 overs after this one until the break. Carvelis in, bowls, and clipped away nicely by Ackerman through mid-wicket. He's going to pick up at least one and comes back for a comfortable second as and Cat has to chase the ball out towards the players' pavilion in the top left-hand corner of the ground from where we're looking out. 2 more to Ackerman. He goes to 48. Would you like to commentate on his half century, Richard?
Oh, don't worry about half centuries. If it gets to a century, I might put my hand up.
Yeah, happy memories of this ground for Colin Ackerman.
Yeah, commentated on 5 of them, didn't we? In one innings
last season. Yes. In comes Carvelis. Over the wicket bowls, and Ackerman, well, he doesn't dive it at all. The ball sort of bounces in the air and then makes its way out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Of course, one thing we should say here is that throughout the game I've been saying, oh, Sussex win this, they'll go within 18 points. And you know, this is a long shot, and if there are odds on it, they would be long. But if Leicestershire were to win this game, don't forget they go to within just a few points of Worcestershire. Now, that's very unlikely, we know that. But funnier things have happened, you know. But these two are key to any attempt at all Leicestershire have got of winning this game. Carvelis in bowls, Ackerman stretches forward, plays into the covers, there is no run. And of course a Leicestershire win would certainly do for Sussex in terms of their any chance of promotion. So, well, some applause. That's from the corporate area way to our right hand side. So maybe
someone just won the Salesman of the Year award or something.
Or box of Quality Street in the raffle, or a bottle of red wine that no one wants. They got out from the cupboard under the stairs.
The meat platter. That's how it used to be, didn't it?
In comes Carvelis bowls. Oh, he beats him outside the off stump, taken by Carter. There is no run into the over. 95 for 2, I think that is. Yes, 95 for 2. 48 Ackerman, 35 to Rishi. But yeah, I mean, it's always the way, wasn't it, with the raffles? Then someone would win a couple of prizes, and that's why they win again. They put it back, you know, and then you win an awful, I don't know, bar of soap or something. Or, anyway. But there was applause from the corp. They've had a long lunch, haven't they? Crumbs. There was a lot of people down there earlier.
There were, yes. They've had a thoroughly enjoyable afternoon. I trust that we'll continue. They might wander out after tea and absorb some of the excellent cricket that's going on as well. Jack Carson off that excellent first over will continue, of course, from the C end, still with a short leg, short mid-wicket and slip. Goes into bowl to Patel, who is forward, turning his wrists on the ball and clipping it past Pujara out toward deep-ish mid-wicket. Comes into field, and there is just the single on that occasion. He looks a little bit more comfortable against spin than Ackerman did. Certainly played that one rather better. Cole's the fielder out there, now with his sun hat, covering his luxuriant locks. Carson looks at the ball in his hand, grips it carefully, bounces in and bowls. Down the wicket goes Ackerman. He's gone. Oh, I thought it was going to be caught. It was just over mid-on. There are hands on heads everywhere. It looked like it was straight to mid-on. In fact, Ackerman got rather more of it than I thought. Crocombe, tall young man, leapt into the air, two-handed to his left, went just above his reaching fingers to the boundary for 4. That is Colin Ackerman's 52 of 66 balls, first 13 balls. He did not score a run, but he's hit 10 fours since in going to 52. But oh goodness me, that was close to Crocombe's fingers. He is living dangerously now. Carson is in, bowls to him. He's forward, pushing the ball out into the offside, just wide of Haynes, but Haynes gets to the ball sufficiently quickly to prevent a run. And a little bit of belated applause, because not only did Ackerman bring up his own 50, he also brought up the Leicestershire 100, which, as I say, gets a rather secondary round of applause. Carson is in, bowls. Ackerman, again, that wristy turn of the ball out towards mid-on, who overruns the ball somehow, Henry Crocombe. He ran onto it. He took his eye off it. He was looking to see if they were going to, how close they were to making their single. In fact, they were making their ground fairly easily, but in taking his eye off the ball, he overran it, and as a consequence, Ackerman picks up 2. Moves on to 54, but he's not comfortable against Carson at the moment. Carson steps in and bowls. Ackerman goes back, works it more comfortably with the slightly shorter ball out through square leg, out towards Coles, who comes in to meet it from the mid-wicket boundary. Ackerman picks up 1.
I'm pleased to see that Jack Carson is keeping his mid-on and his mid-off up. I think that's absolutely the right tactic. You know, encourage Ackerman and Patel to hit over the top, as Colin Ackerman did, and he did it successfully. Not by much, but I think that's good by Jack Carson.
It is. Did you note how many balls? Because he's 50 by any chance. I was busy chuntering. Was it 53, something like that? I'll check. Carson is in. Slog sweeping his Patel. Thick bottom edge trickles out towards sort of leg gully stroke backward square, and there is no run. 103 for 2 at the end of the 28th over of Leicestershire's second innings. Ackerman 55. Now he's on 69 balls now, so it must have been 65, I think, or 66.
My apologies.
It's all right, man. Okay. Why should you? It's all right. I'll forgive you if you get cake.
You just... no sign yet. Well, it's been a terrific effort by these two. They were not far short now of 100 partnership. The second wicket going down on 16. In comes Carvelos, running in to bowl to Ackerman, who turns that off his hip down to fine leg, picks up a single. Yeah, you get the feeling that Jack Carson may not be far away from a wicket, but these two will just think, if we can take this to tea, and as I say, it's a monumental task, and you'd almost say that but nothing is impossible in this game. There goes some more applause.
It's from the hospitality tent.
Carvelos makes his way in. 3 slips go down. He's in bowls and a lovely shot through mid-wicket. That's a beautiful shot by Rishi Patel. He's every time I watch him bat, I think what a good player he is. He made 100 at Grace Road earlier on the season, which was a super knock. Top scored here in the Leicestershire first innings with 48. He's gone for 40 now with just beautiful shots. And just to reiterate what Mark Baldwin, one of the local journalists, was saying, that he saw Rishi when he played for Essex in his younger days. He said, the first time I saw him bat, I thought he is some player. And he's batted beautifully here. And that's a lovely shot. 106 for 2. Carvelos in, so the stretches forward, please. From the offside of the track. Martin Weish got in touch. I'm sorry, Martin, I didn't see your email a little earlier on today. I don't know if you're still listening. He was talking about declarations, which is, of course, long gone. But thank you very much for getting in touch. I should have read that a little earlier on, but it was an email that I missed. If you want to send an email, in sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. In comes Carvelos, bowls, Patel is solidly forward. Plays out into the offside, fielded by Tom Haynes on the run, and there is no run. I'm just looking here. There was this was issued a lot earlier on this morning about thunderstorms across the southeast, but they haven't arrived here so far. Sussex will be hoping they stay away.
I'm trying to remember if I've ever come here and we've had a rain-affected game, but I can't, touch wood, remember any.
Carvelos now in the sunshine over the wicket bowls. Oh, no, that's not out. It's wrapped him round about the thigh pad. The ball bounces out into the offside, and there is no run. Funny enough, I was saying the same at Durham last week. You'd think perhaps in the northeast of England, but I haven't been up at Durham and had a rained off day either.
That would have made Martin swell visibly.
Oh, it did.
Imagine.
Oh, it did. Yeah, I did say, and then wondered what I'd said. I said, yeah. He said, well, too far south. He said, that's Martin's expression down at Hove. But it's true. Every time I seem to go to Durham, the weather's gorgeous.
Don't encourage him.
Carvelos over the wicket, bowls driven away, and is he caught? He is caught, and he's rather given that away. Is Rishi Patel, and he smashes his bat on the ground. He's so cross with himself, and he walks up. He's got his bat behind his neck. He can't believe he's got out to that. It was pitched up from Harry Carvelos. It was driven away by Rishi Patel. It was low to Tom Haynes' left, and he took the catch probably centimetres off the ground. It's a good catch by Haynes, and Rishi Patel was furious with himself, but he's got to go after a fine innings of 40 in 83 balls in 2 hours, and that could be a big moment and maybe a turning point in the match.
Yeah, massive. He has given it away, unfortunately. He knows it by the way he's walking off the field, holding the bat by the blade, and he stayed down on his haunches for some little time there. If he didn't hit the ball in the air half as often as he does, he'd get even more runs, and he's dragging himself off the field. It was a good partnership, but it wasn't half enough. 92, I think it's been worth for the 8 and 8.
Yes.
For the third wicket, but it needed to be probably 292 if Leicestershire were going to get anywhere near. And well, yeah, unfortunate. May yet end today.
The new man is Umar Amin. He makes his way out, who's been shorter runs for Leicestershire. He made 2 in the first innings. Paul Farbrace wanders around down below us.
He was a bit unlucky, wasn't he, Umar, to be given out in the way he was. It was a general consensus.
Yes,
given out caught behind, didn't
he was.
Hit it, but yeah, Paul Farbrace will be delighted to have seen the back of Patel in that fashion. Now, what's going on? A bit of a few. Oh, he's checking the bat, the gauge.
All right, yeah.
Which they do from time to time still these days, the umpires.
Yeah, quite right too.
Oh, hang on.
They're not happy. They're not happy about something.
There's a lecture going on here, isn't there? From Debenham to Pujara.
Now, I wonder if there was a bit of a send-off there for Rishi Patel. I'm only guessing, but that seemed to be a pretty stern word.
Yeah.
For Cheteshwar Pujara. I just wonder whether one or two people had a bit too much to say.
Yeah. Agreed.
And it's totally unnecessary as far as I'm concerned. No need for... I know it's professional sport, but it's still cricket, isn't it? Carson, sorry, whipped through the onside. I know it's your over, Rich. Apologies.
That's all right.
A single taken by Ackerman, who goes to 57.
Well, it's all on Ackerman now, but what can Umar Amin do? Ducking his first knock for the Foxes, just 2 in his second, albeit, as I say, a little bit unfortunate. So, well, he could make a real name for himself here. But the first thing he's got to do is get Leicestershire through until tea without losing another wicket. And that tea is 2.5 overs away. Carson's got the left-hander to bowl at, so he's going to go around the wicket, goes in and bowls. Umar is forward, solidly enough, pushing the ball back up the pitch. Oh, no ball. He's overstepped. An off-spinner who oversteps. Well, you do see it from time to time, but not often. 2 runs added to the Leicestershire cause. Carson spins the ball in his right hand before gripping it, stepping in and bowling, giving it some air. No real turn for him as Umar stretches forward on off stump. Slightly angled bat, pushes it out into the offside. Pujara, the recipient of the lecture from umpire Debenham, ears still burning, no doubt, picks up and underarms the ball back to Carson, steps in and bowls. Flatter delivery, dragged down a little bit, his faster one, a little bit telegraphed, if you like. Are you bowling in sunglasses? Because he's got his back to me. Just as he turned there, looked to be sunglasses. As he steps in and bowls, gives that one a bit more air. Umar goes back, thick inside edge as he sort of tries to keep it out. It comes off the thick inside edge and pad, short leg, thought for half a moment he might be in the game.
I don't think you want to be back on this pitch, Richard. You want to be getting forward as much as possible.
Carson steps in and bowls. Umar leaves outside off stump. Doesn't turn too much. Wasn't so very far from off stump. Was a couple of inches in it, but
we have to say it's a good leave.
Yeah, they always are, as long as they don't.
As long as they don't hit.
Yeah. Update coming for both stations as Carson comes in to finish his over. Bowls to Umar, who defends back down the pitch. End of the over, 111 for 3.
Paul Farbrace has seen enough from this end of the ground. He's wandering up. Perhaps he's going back to the pavilion to have a bit of cake. Who knows? Richard goes to give his update. Richard back with us after tea because there's only 2 more overs to go now until the interview. Sonia is back with us.
Hello.
Hello. That was a big breakthrough, wasn't he? He was furious with himself, Rishi Patel, wasn't he? Absolutely berated himself all the way back to the pavilion.
Yeah, it just looked like a sort of moment of lapse of concentration, really. Just sort of lifted the drive, should have caught his head more over it. It was the right shot to play, but just not to lift it straight towards the fielder.
It is Harry Carvelos with figures of 2 for 19, runs in from the Cromwell Road and bowls to Ackerman down the leg side, taken by Carter. And there is no run. Paul Firebrace is standing away to our left. He's standing directly behind wicket-keeper Ollie Carter, so he gets a sort of bird's-eye view, as it were, of Carvalhos as he's running down the hill. Sussex head coach, hoping that Sussex can win their second game of the season and keep themselves in with an outside chance of making it to Division 1.
Light shower on Friday, few spells of sunshine.
Carvalhos in bowls and Ackerman defends.
With a few
plays
showers.
to the offside, they're on.
Cricket update.
With Adrian Harms at the county ground watching Sussex play Leicestershire. What's the update, Adrian?
Well, Sussex have just picked up a really important wicket. A partnership of 92 between Colin Ackerman, who's still there on 57, and Rishi Patel, who's a fine young opening batsman, has just got out for 40. As I say, a partnership of 92 between the pair. Well caught by Tom Haynes, just inches off the ground at mid-off, off of the bowling of Ari Carvalhos, who's taken 2 of the wickets to fall. Leicestershire are now 111 for 3. They still need a very unlikely 388 to win this game. There's another 33 overs to be bowled tonight, Danny, and then all day tomorrow for Sussex to claim these further 7 wickets and hopefully their second county championship win of the season.
Would it be better if they got out the way today?
It would be great, wouldn't it? Because I could get a day off tomorrow as well, Danny. So that would be nice. But if Sussex were to win this, Danny, they would go to within 18 points of Worcestershire in the county championship table. 2 games to go. For a win, you can get 24 points. So it would be game back on. Sussex still outsiders, but it would make the final 2 games of the season against Derbyshire and Gloucestershire very interesting indeed.
And it's been sort of limited successes this season for Sussex, so this would be a nice finish to it.
It would. I mean, I think it's true to say, most people say it's been a poor season. I think you only win 1 county championship game all season. They've been poor in both limited overs competitions, and Paul Firebrace told me last week there needs to be change. They need to be bringing some experienced heads into this Sussex side. So it has been disappointing, but if they could win this game, and who knows, win the last 2, it could still turn out to be a very good season.
Right, Adrian, thanks for now. Paul Bubble commentary continues on the BBC Sport website and app.
Carvalhos running in down the hill. Comes in the bowl to Amin, who lets that one go outside of the off stump, taken by Ollie Carter, and there is no run. Amin yet to get off the mark. He's faced 8 deliveries, 112 for 3. Colin Ackerman leans on his bat at the non-striker's end. He'll be, as we said several times in the match, playing his county cricket at Durham next season. Durham certainly have already begun their rebuilding for next season.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see what Sussex do in the off-season, won't it? It'll be interesting to see what Sussex do.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's going to be key. I think there's a recognition that there needs to be more experience brought into the squad. Carvalhos around the wicket. Bowls to Amin, who lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Carter. There is no run, so 1 more over to go until tea. Leicestershire 112 for 3. Colin Ackerman, who's batted splendidly, is on 58. Umar Amin is yet to score, so we'll have 1 more over, then it's tea, 32 overs after tea, and then all day tomorrow. Paul Firebrace has still not decided. He's walking down the road, he's just sort of shaking his head. I don't think he was that happy with that over from Ari Carvalhos. I think he was thinking he really should have made Amin play at a few more deliveries. Jack Carson's going to bowl the last over before tea. So tea, by the time we come back from tea, it's going to be 4 o'clock. So we're looking at a 6 o'clock finish, which is over time really, because we should be done by 5:30.
Oh, when is cricket ever done on time?
Well, never. It's a bugbear of mine. It should finish on time. Anyway, Carson to bowl the last over before tea, and Sonia's going to describe the action.
Yes, Carson going to come over the wicket to Ackerman from the C end up the hill, and that is defended by Ackerman into the offside, and Carson will have to jog to pick it up. There is a silly mid-on and a short leg and a sort of catching mid-wicket, so lots gathered around the bat on the leg side, but there's a huge gap on the offside with just the one fielder out on the cover point boundary and no one between the wicket keeper and him really.
Yeah.
As Carson comes in again over the wicket, and Ackerman defends into that vacant gap, and Carson will have to run to pick it up for no run.
Could be a decisive afternoon in Division 1 of the County Championship. Nottinghamshire 80 for 5 in their second innings against Kent, still trailing by 101 at Canterbury. So Kent looking odds on to win that game. Middlesex, though, playing Lancashire at Old Trafford, not having such a good day. Lancashire 234 for 4.
As Carson runs in, and it's swatted by Ackerman towards the cover boundary, but the fielder out in the deep will be able to run round and keep that, and he'll just pick up 1 for that. And to move him on to 59, and Leicestershire move on to 113 for 3.
Lancashire leading Middlesex by 40 runs with 6 wickets remaining, so it looks very difficult for Middlesex to win that game, you would imagine.
Yes, and it's raining in Northampton, which will be disappointing for those who've gone to watch the England women's game, as Carson comes round the wicket to their left-handed Amin, who defends that straight into the ground and picked up by mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, not a great game there, is it? Sri Lanka 106 for 9 in the 31st.
No, and now the rain's falling, so we'll see what happens with that. So we're just going to see a slight change of field here. There's another helmet being put on, and someone is going to go at silly point. I think that's
Coles.
James Coles, yes.
Yeah.
So we're going to cluster around the bat as Carson runs in for last over before tea, and that's defended straight into the ground by Amin, who is yet to get off the mark and having faced 11 balls so far.
Yeah, so he's almost Ackerman-esque, isn't he, in his...
Well, and if it's Ackerman-esque, then he'll pick up rather rapidly after this point.
Could be enjoyable to watch after tea, because Colin Ackerman's been excellent.
I think it's settling up quite nicely, actually, and as Carson comes around the wicket, and it's defended straight into the ground by Amin. It was sort of size, but I think it was always straight into the ground and short of a short leg. And that will be tea, and Leicestershire will go into the break 113 for 3, still requiring another 386 runs to win. Amin on 0 and Ackerman unbeaten on 59.
Sonia, beautifully summed up. Thank you very much indeed. We're going to have a little break, have a cup of tea, maybe some cake, but there's no sign of it, which is very frustrating. Never mind. I'm sure something will happen as the ground staff wander on and Paul Farbrace makes his way across the ground. We'll be back with you in about 20 minutes' time.
This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
So, very good afternoon. Welcome back to Hove, where the final session of the penultimate day is about to get underway. There was a lot of debate during tea as to the reason that the umpires were speaking, first of all, to Cheteshwar Pujara, and then to Paul Farbrace, as Paul Farbrace walked across the field after the final ball was bowled before tea. The speculation from the press box is that that all happened when Rishi Patel was out, and to whether something was said to Rishi Patel, I don't know, but that would seem a possibility, but it's only a possibility, we don't know. But certainly there were fairly stern words that were said by, there's quite a lot of noise going on in the press box actually, and we can hear those voices going down into our effects microphone, so we just need the guys just to keep their voices down, which they are, which is good. So that's okay. We'd like to hear the effects mic. So, we're about to resume after tea. 32 overs to go in the day, and the first of those 32 overs is going to be bowled by Finn Hudson-Prentice. He bowled 3 rather expensive overs for 24. Colin Ackerman rather gone after Finn Hudson-Prentice, and he'll be looking to bowl a little better in this spell after tea, and he's coming running in to bowl from the Cromwell Road end, and he's going to be bowling to Colin Ackerman, who's 59 not out. Here he comes, first ball after tea, he's in and bowls, and Ackerman defends. So good length delivery, plays it back down the track, Hudson-Prentice fields, and there is no run. Sonia Twigg is with me. You're not here tomorrow, Sonia, so this is your last session of the match.
I've enjoyed my stint at
Good, I hope
Sussex.
you've enjoyed Hove.
It's been nice.
Good. Well,
I enjoyed my walk down to the sea and the lunch break yesterday. It's very nice.
Well, it's been great to have you here, so thank you for coming down, and it's been good to meet you. I don't know how... Well, we could see a fantastic day's cricket tomorrow. You never know, but in comes Hudson-Prentice bowls and Ackerman drives down the pitch and there is no run. You just rather get the feeling that if Colin Ackerman gets out, that may be... Richard was suggesting that it's not as strong a Leicestershire batting lineup as it could be. Suddenly Vian Mulder isn't playing, so Ackerman is going to always have to do this himself.
Or at least a large chunk of it.
Yes, that's far better put than I've put it. Yeah, absolutely. But they certainly won't give up. But if he were to get out, you feel that the door is open for Sussex Hudson Prentice bowls, and Ackerman defends onto the leg side. That's not to say that we may see a cameo from Rihan Ahmed, who's perfectly capable of batting. Ben Cox, I've seen score runs for Worcestershire, but it's a big ask. I mean, 386 with only 7 wickets remaining on a 4th day pitch, on a pitch that's been used for a championship day before. There'll be a new ball. Probably, at least 1 new ball available for Sussex, possibly 2. So the odds are stacked against Leicestershire.
Oh, definitely. And I just went and had a look at the pitch at the tea break, and I'll tell you about that after this ball.
Oh, that's interesting. In comes Hudson Prentice bowls to Ackerman, was he put down? I don't think he was, to be honest. It's just the way that the reaction of the slip cordon wasn't always put it down. So I think we're going to assume maybe that just moved away and he didn't get a nick on it. I think that there would have been, Ollie Carter would have looked far more disappointed. I think the slip cordon probably would as well, to be honest.
I don't think he edged that, to be honest, just having a quick look at the replay there from the stream.
Hudson Prentice in over the wicket bowls and played into the offside, and there is no run.
Well, one of the games I did earlier this year was, of course, I didn't actually do that. I did one of the earlier, slightly less exciting days, was Surrey's mammoth match-winning chase at Kent. And they chased down sort of well over 400 to win the game there. But obviously, it was the June and a slightly different wicket and different circumstances, and obviously much hotter.
Hudson Prentice is in, bowls, Ackerman stretches 4 plays. The throw comes, that's a good bit of fielding by Tom Haynes, that was very good. Coming in from cover, stopped the ball one-handed through at the stumps. It is the end of the over, so maiden over to get things underway. The Sussex over 8, now this is interesting. 3 overs, is that?
They have only rolled 33 overs, but interestingly, spin.
Yeah, but also little things like when James Coles, with his hat, going to the umpire.
We've seen go on for over 3 hours, and it's ridiculous for a T20 game, and especially when people bring their kids after school and have to leave before the end because they've missed bedtime, as Carson runs in, and that's defended to Pujara at cover by Amin, who is still yet to get off the mark, having faced 14 balls so far. But I do think punishing over rates is a good move. I think you need to speed up the game. You don't want games going on, stretching into sort of 6:37 as they can do at some times, as Carson runs in, and that's defended almost identically as the last one into the offside and gathered by Pujara, who shines the ball before giving it back to Jack Carson, who, as Richard said, whether he was bowling in sunglasses, he is bowling in sunglasses. As he faces away from us up the hill here at Hove from the sea end, round the wicket, and it's defended back to the bowler by Amin. He's just playing a watchful innings so far here, just looking to dig in and take his time. Carson, who's very highly rated as a spinner.
And I think because of I'll just come back to that, Sonia.
As Carson runs in, and it's sort of glanced off the face of the bat towards point, and there's no run.
Yeah, and selected for the England Lions last year in Sri Lanka, and I think one advantage, he's a fine bowler, Jack, but there is a real dearth of spinners in this country, so I think if you can if you get yourself amongst the wickets, you're going to get spoken about in England circles.
Oh, definitely. They're always on the lookout for new spinners as Carson runs up the final ball this over, and it's struck on the pad. There's a sort of half appeal, but I think that probably hit him outside the line. At the end of that over, Leicestershire 113 for 3. Still without scoring, having faced 18 balls, and Ackerman to face, who's on 59.
So 2 maiden overs to start after tea for Sussex. I'm going to make way for Richard, who's going to come and join Sonia. And there's a couple of Leicestershire lads make their way around the ground.
Yeah, just a couple sort of doing the standard laps of the pitch as Finn Hudson-Prentice starts from the Cromwell Road end, and that's just glanced off the face of the bat into the leg side, but straight at mid-wicket by Ackerman. No run.
That's Rishi Patel and the captain, Lewis Hill. Patel still looking a bit distraught.
Maybe it's a cool-down walk. Yes, I went to have a look at the pitch at the tea break, and it still didn't look particularly worn. It didn't look like there were loads of sort of foothills for the spinners to have a look at or anything, which was maybe slightly disconcerting for the Sussex players as Hudson-Prentice runs in, and it's defended into the covers by Ackerman.
I think it's been a really good cricket wicket, to be quite honest. Sussex exploited it beautifully yesterday morning.
I agree, and there's probably a few nervous heads around in county cricket after Hampshire got docked 3 points for their one recently for a poor wicket. It's judged by the match referee as Hudson-Prentice runs in over the wicket, and it's defended back towards the bowler by Ackerman for no run.
Your stream is working okay, isn't it? Yeah.
Mine is, yours is not. I'll just refresh your page for you.
I could tell someone who knows what they're doing with the computer as well. Chris Wright wanders around. You have it back in action. Thank you for that.
As Hudson-Prentice runs in again, and Ackerman defends that straight into the ground, and it bounces to point. It's interesting to see Hudson-Prentice because we thought he might have had a little bit of a strain earlier, didn't we, when he went off? Or maybe it was just that he'd bowled some quite expensive overs.
I think possibly the latter. He's a bit of he actually has a bit of reputation as a sort of old soldier, Finn Hudson-Prentice, i.e. if things go slightly wrong, then a limp may not be too far away.
Sort of bad ball and hold your shoulder type thing.
Something along those lines.
As Hudson-Prentice runs in again. And it's defended again by Ackerman to the leg side to mid-wicket.
I mentioned to Adrian that I spent much of the luncheon interval in the splendid museum on the ground floor of the pavilion over there to our left as we look across this fine ground, and there's some wonderfully entertaining stuff in there. I'll tell you about one or two of those things if play settles down, if these two dig in.
Well, Ackerman hasn't shown some of the intent he had earlier as Hudson-Prentice runs in, and it's defended back down the ground to mid-off by Ackerman. And after a maiden over, Leicestershire 113 for 3, Amin on 0, Ackerman on 59.
Playing himself back in, Colin Ackerman. But parts of the museum feature sort of great characters of Sussex cricket of the past. And this description of one such is an ungainly, bucolic-looking man with a figure like a broad, half-filled sack. Jemmy Dean bore little resemblance to the beau ideal of a cricketer. He might not have hacked it in the modern game, Jemmy Dean. In goes Carson and bowls. Forward goes Amin. Defends against the off-spinner out into the offside. But I love that. A figure like a half-filled sack. But he was a very effective cricketer, it would appear. The original James Dean, Jimmy Dean.
I love the idea of a half-filled sack, not a full sack, but a sort of...
Yeah. In goes Carson, bowls, and I mean he's going to get off the mark with that one. It was a little bit short, drifting down towards leg stump, worked it out towards mid-wicket. Haynes got back quickly enough to prevent a second, but I mean is up and running. It does imply this sort of weight towards the lower end rather than sort of top end, doesn't it?
I was going to say, sort of, I'm imagining very small hunched shoulders and a quite large sort of below chest area. I suppose it depends on the make of sack.
Indeed, his weight was not evenly distributed, as they say. Carson is going to go over the wicket to the right-handed Ackerman, of course. He's got a silly mid on now, about 3/4 of the way down. Ackerman is forward, pushes it to said silly mid on, who is Tom Haynes. That's about 3/4 of the way back, silly-ish.
He's almost on the pitch.
Yeah, his left foot is not allowed to be on the pitch, but it could not be much closer. Short leg as well, and shortish mid-wicket as Carson is in, and an in-out drive. Again, it's not entirely convincing from Ackerman, rather slapped out towards wide mid-off, where Nadkat is the field. It takes one. I've seen him play it many times over the 7 years, of course, Colin Ackerman, and he'd be used to it by now, but he plays so straight normally and so elegantly that it always looks slightly sort of it strikes a slightly jarring note. In goes Carson and bowls. Umar steps forward, strokes it out to wide-ish mid-off. Crocombe moves to his right to field.
Just a brief apology to those joining us on the stream, as there is no scoreboard currently, but we're hoping that will be resolved shortly.
We will try and keep you up to date. 115 for 3 as Carson is in. Quicker delivery, back goes Umar, cuts it very effectively out towards the backward point boundary, and it is going to cross the ropes in front of the electronic scoreboard that now graces the clock tower here on the Eton Road side of the ground. And Umar, that's his most convincing attacking shot to date. He moves on to 5 off 22 balls, and Leicestershire on to 119 for 3. Ackerman has 60. So good start for Umar post-tee. A fair bit to prove after his first couple of innings, obviously. But, well, he looked reasonably good from Leicestershire's point of view so far. I see the over 8 has now ticked down to -2 as well.
Yes, that introduction of spin just sort of ticking things along a bit more. It's surprising that, hasn't been scoring especially quickly. His test sort of strike rate is 50 and his first class strike rate is 55.
It's been a while since he played a test. When was his last one? 2016, something like that?
His last test was 2010.
Yeah, okay. 13 years ago.
Well, his first class average is 55 anyway, as Hudson
We'll cling
Prentice.
on to that from Leicestershire's point of view. He's been playing club cricket in Nottinghamshire this summer.
As Hudson Prentice runs in over the wicket to Ackerman, who defends that back down the pitch for no run.
Getting a little bit of a big opportunity here, really, at Leicestershire over the last 3 games of the season. Just the one innings against Gloucestershire, all that was needed. Didn't manage to score there. Bit unlucky the first innings here.
I thought he was bowling quite nicely earlier, actually. As Hudson Prentice runs in to Ackerman, who defends that back down to the bowler, straight into the ground and up into the sort of parried hands of Hudson Prentice there, as he passes the ball off before walking slowly back to the top of his mark, which I have to say that sort of lack of hurry isn't going to speed up the over rate. 3 in the slips. Cole's a sort of shortish third slip, as he has been for quite a lot of this game so far.
It's really close, isn't he?
Yeah. Slightly unnervingly close as Hudson Prentice comes in, and that struck him straight on the pad. There's a sort of half appeal from the slips, but nothing from the bowler and nothing from the umpire. And Ackerman remains on 60 from 95. Leicestershire 119 for 3. I'm not sure there was anything in that.
No, going down a long way. Which is why Hudson Prentice didn't bother. Cole's probably only about 8 yards from the bat, something like that.
It's very close. He's sort of creeping ever closer, as well as Hudson Prentice runs in, and that's driven sort of down the ground, but without sufficient power, and mid-on is able to scramble to his left and sort of diving parry that towards mid-off. It wasn't a convincing stop, but it was a shot that didn't need a convincing stop really from the fielder. It just sort of lacked that, didn't come off the middle of the bat there. Hudson Prentice just receiving a few words from his captain as he starts the final ball of his over the wicket, and is defended into the covers by Ackerman. Maiden over from Hudson Prentice, who had a few expensive overs earlier, and particularly to Ackerman, but he seems to have sort of settled down into a more comfortable rhythm now. And at the end of that over, Leicestershire 119 for 3, Amin on 5, and Ackerman on 60.
Yeah, started his second spell rather better than he started his first. The sunglassed Carson is going to continue purveying his rather attractive sort of wristy off spin. There's a distinct sort of snap of the wrist as his finger spin, but so he's giving it an extra rev or two. In he goes and bowls. Forward goes Umar Amin, defending it out towards point. Pujara trots across from cover to field. Point being back just about on the edge of the square. It's not a huge square here.
He's just sort of off the square slightly.
In goes Carson bowls, and a little bit inside out as he pushes that one out into the offside there. Umar then examines the bottom of his bat, just checks all is well as he pushed it to Pujara, who's only a couple of strips away now at short extra cover. Carson steps in and bowls. Umar is forward, again just pushing the ball gently out towards Pujara, who gives the ball a firm polish, first on his trousers and on the bottom of his shirt, before throwing it back to Carson. Spins the ball from right hand to left, and again before stepping in and bowling. Back goes Umar. Doesn't really turn. Defends it off stump. Again, he, Pujara and Carson, only 3 involved so far in this over.
It's been a sort of triangle you can almost draw on the pitch, isn't it, between direction of the ball and the last few balls.
Carson is in, gives it a little bit of air. Forward goes Umar, smothering any spin. Short leg steps out or steps across and picks up the ball from a couple of feet in front of the left-handed Pakistan. I think we have to say now former international.
Former Pakistan international, yes.
You never know. Don't never give up. In goes Carson and bowls. Umar is forward, bat in front of pad out to Pujara. It goes. Another maiden over. Good stuff from Carson, who's probing away. There's not much there for him in the pitch, but he's bowled 7 overs now, none for 18. And they have control of the scoreboard post-tee. Do Sussex, and on that basis they will be pretty content with how things are going. They'd like a bit more movement, but that wicket of Patel, you feel, just before tee was huge. 119 for 3. I keep forgetting that there is no ticker on the stream, just in case you are watching and listening. Ackerman 60, Amin 5.
Yes, we're hoping that will be solved shortly as Hudson Prentice comes in, and it's glanced away by Ackerman. There's cheers of caught behind, but umpire doesn't look like he's going to give anything. No. Hudson Prentice was on his way back to his mark and no appeal from him, but the rest of the field looked convinced.
If I was Coles, I'd put his hands down now. There was a noise, you could hear it from here in the effects.
There was, but Hudson Prentice probably had the best view of whether that was bat or not.
Sussex are making their displeasure and disbelief plain, and hands are still being. This isn't great. Ollie Carter put up his hands again there. That is. This is, yeah, and it's continuing, frankly, and it's really poor stuff.
Really poor.
As Hudson Prentice comes in again over the wicket, and that's defended by Ackerman straight into the ground and trickles towards cover. Yes, it wasn't a great thing to see, really. Some of the players still have hands on their heads in disbelief at that decision. The captain needs to sort of take a stand and say, done, move on.
Well, all the umpires are going to get involved again here. They're going to be reported here. I think they already have been, because Paul Baldwin was on the radio after that previous incident when we think Patel got a bit of a send-off, but it's still going on.
Yeah, Carter still hands on heads between deliveries as he gets set for this next one from Hudson Prentice down the hill, and that's defended by Ackerman into the ground and The ball goes to mid-off. There's no run.
But the thing is, Hudson Prentice didn't really go up, and the umpire didn't react at all. But
umpire didn't react at all. Hudson Prentice was already sort of walking back when the fielders were.
Sometimes you do get those, don't you? When you hear something behind the wicket, but you don't sort of see it from in front of it.
Well, unless they put DRS at every ground, there's not much you can do, really, as Hudson Prentice charges in down the hill, and Ackerman slices that away, but straight at point. Slightly more attacking shot from Ackerman.
I remember getting out in a Yorkshire final once when I walked in the end, but I absolutely hit the cover off it and edged it through behind. The wicketkeeper started to go, the bowler started to go up, but the keeper didn't. And I thought, do I stay here? Because when the bowler saw the keeper hadn't appealed, he sort of stopped appealing himself.
As Hudson Prentice runs in, and that's defended straight into the ground by Ackerman, and it trickles to Hudson Prentice, who picks it up.
I was too embarrassed to stay, really. I could still hear the nick echoing around the ground.
I'll tell you what, I know a good story of someone where the umpire did get involved in the appeal. So they all thought the batter had hit it. Batter hadn't. Umpire knew he hadn't, but they didn't appeal, assuming he'd sort of dug it out at the ground. And the umpire said, "Oh, you didn't appeal." So there was a sort of vague "how's that?" and he was given, just as the bowler was at the top of the mark, as Hudson Prentice runs in, and that's flicked into the ground and off his pads by Ackerman.
So the umpire sort of told them to appeal.
Yeah, it was bizarre.
That's a bit naughty.
It was low-level league cricket, but yeah, it's still a bit naughty. As at the end of that over, Leicestershire 119 for 3. Amin on 5, Ackerman on 60. They're sort of struggling to add to their total here.
They are a little bit, but as long as they dig in and then they know that the looser balls will come in the end. It could have been worse if the umpire had said, "You need to appeal, son." "Oh, okay, Dad," or something along those lines.
Yes, or the terrible thing that you sometimes get when parents umpire in youth cricket is when a parent has to give their own child out.
Yeah, if they do so with relish, that. Yeah.
It's going to be a fun car ride home either way, isn't it?
Carson is going to continue with the silliest of silly points, as well as slip and short extra cover. In he goes and bowls. Amin is forward. That silliest of silly points, whose Tom Alsop reaches to his left, but he could reach out pretty much and touch Umar Amin without really taking another step forward here. His left foot is almost on the cut strip, and he is no more than a yard and a half or 2 from the bat as Carson goes in, bowls, driven out for 4. Lovely shot from Umar Amin, timed it beautifully, and it was past Alsop and Pujara before either could move. That was a really nice shot from Umar Amin, who moves on to 9, his second boundary. 1, 2, 3 for 3.
Beautiful shot, and if you're the silly point, it's just where you don't want your bowler to be bowling, isn't it? Because you're sort of right in the firing line, but that was just beautifully timed. Didn't seem like he sort of hit it too hard, just picked off the gap perfectly.
Carson is in, gives it air. He's played it into the same gap, but without quite the same force. So should be chased down, and is chased down, running back from sort of deepish cover by Coles to taken. Into double figures for the first time for Leicestershire. He's on to 11. 1, 2, 5 for 3.
Something's just being signalled from Haynes. I wonder if they're going to get another helmet and put someone in close, but I'm not entirely sure where that would be. They've already got a sort of cluster around the bat.
Carson is in. Is driving again, but Coles had moved slightly to his left at that deep-ish sort of extra cover position, and he was perfectly placed to cut that one off that time. Saved himself. Another run towards the boundary. Carson almost steps to the crease. Guild gives it so much air, and it's a full toss, drifting onto leg stump. All Amin has to do is clip it away into the leg side. There is no sweeper on the leg side boundary, and that is a very, very easy 4. And Adrian was saying that Carson wanted to bowl more sort of not tied a lead necessarily, but wanted to concede fewer runs per over, and he had been up to this point, but this over has not been a great one by the youngsters' standards.
I also think he's not overly necessarily aided by the very attacking field that Sussex have got here. You know, there are no sweepers, which you would normally expect for a spinner.
In he goes and bowls. I mean, is forward playing it down into the ground. Pujara runs across and uses his feet to cut off the ball. They did take Alsop out of that very silly point position for that delivery. I think you're right. Sometimes with someone as close as that, yes, you're trying to get under the batsman's skin, but the bowler's got to be reasonably comfortable as well, and I don't think he entirely was for part of that over. End of it, 129 for 3. Ackerman, who hasn't seen much of the strike post, what was he on at T? 58, so he's only added 2 since T. Amin, who had yet to score at T, has moved on to 15, 129 for 3.
Yes, especially when he's coming round the wicket like that. That sort of really close catcher is going to be in his eye line as Hudson Prentice starts from the Cromwell Road end, and that's defended back down the pitch by Ackerman. You think it might there's no way it won't be in your peripheral vision.
He'd have been in distinct danger at some of the club cricketers I played with. Bowlers, I mean.
Well, yeah, especially, you know, if a spinner drags it sort of short and wide and it's cut sort of into you, there's not really, you won't have time to react.
You may have played at a higher standard than I was thinking of the bowler, actually.
Oh, well, that I have also seen, yes. Okay. I've played at mixed standards, including some rather dubious university cricket, as Hudson Prentice runs in over the wicket to Ackerman, who has hit that into the gap, picked out perfectly the gap between sort of quite straight mid-on and, well, cover, really, and found the boundary just with a slightly loose shot and just flicked into that wide gap.
Just short enough, wasn't it, from Hudson Prentice? And that's the length he mustn't bowl. He's not quick enough. Or you bang it in properly so it gets right up and you hope that there's some sort of top edge or something. But yes,
that was a sort of pitched up to drive as Hudson Prentice runs in again, and Ackerman defends that back to the bowler for no run.
Better length.
I think we're going to see a change of bowling soon, because I believe, is that Crocombe who's just warming up with the wide-brimmed hat on?
It's usually Carvelas over there. It is Carvelas.
It is Carvelas. Yeah. He's been bowled quite a lot today. Mm. But seems to be the one that they turn to when they want to stem the flow of runs.
Finish this tonight, Sussex. They need a breakthrough soon.
As Hudson Prentice runs in, and it's defended to backwards point behind Ackerman.
23.1 overs, or 23.2 overs, I should say. I forget how fast this scoreboard is. I don't know who operates it, whether it's the scorers or there's an individual operator, but
it's very quick. It's quite nice.
Lightning, isn't it?
And there's bad news at Lancashire, which was already rain affected earlier in the day, but its bad light has now stopped play, which is, well, gloomy in all senses of the word, really, as Hudson Prentice runs in, and Ackerman slices that into the gap between point and cover, and I think that's going to race away. Yes, it has gone to the boundary for 4. Just a little bit of width and a little bit pitched up, and Ackerman rocks back and smashes that through the covers. And Richard is going to go and do an update, as I'm going to be joined again by Adrian for the sort of first time after tea. Adrian's just wondering about the rotor.
I get very confused, which doesn't take too much, Sonia, I have to say. You're just going quiet. I have to say, I agree with Richard there. I thought there was clear dissent from the Sussex players in the field. I would be very surprised.
I agree. It's not something you enjoy seeing.
No, it isn't. It really isn't.
Hudson Prentice runs in from the Cromwell Road end down the hill, and Ackerman defends that into the leg side, but straight into the ground, and there's no run.
I mean, I do understand there are frustrations when you think you've got someone out, but the umpire's decision is final. I mean, that's a clear rule in cricket. You know, maybe the captain can go and have a quick word to the umpire and seek some clarity. But I do think in that situation, you want the skipper to be going around to one or two and saying, "Come on, that isn't the way you play the game." I thought that was, to be honest, I thought that was unsightly, Sonia.
It was, and it was how long it went on for as well. As Finn Hudson Prentice comes around over the wicket, and that's clipped to the boundary by Ackerman. Just picked out the gap at mid-wicket past the close fielder, and there's no sweeper out there, so he'll pick up another boundary. And it's actually, from a very tight start, that was quite an expensive over from Hudson Prentice.
Very expensive. What was that? 10 off the over, because there was
10 off the over, yeah.
Oh, sorry, was it more? There's another boundary there as well. Can't quite see. Anyway, it was expensive.
It was, and Leicestershire now almost motoring along at 143 for 3.
They've added 30 since tea.
I have. It's been it was a slow start. There were a few maidens, but they've really picked up the pace now. I agree. You don't like seeing sort of players with extended sort of hands-on heads and things, and especially when it goes on for, when there's a ball been bowled afterwards.
I agree. It carried on to the next ball.
It did, and afterwards as well.
And it was very public. I don't like that. Carson, around the wicket, bowls to who's forward and stretches forward, plays the ball down the track. There is no. I understand frustration, and during the course of a season, you are going to get some decisions that go for you and some that go against you, and that's just the nature of the game. If you haven't got a review system as we have in county cricket, so I understand frustration, but there's a way to show it. His forward plays to Pujara on the bounce. There is no run.
I think it's different if you have a quiet word and you say, did you think that was high or was it going down? You might want clarity on the decision. But once the decision's been made, that's final. That's the umpire's word. It's what we see at all levels of cricket.
Of course.
Up until...
Carson in, plays to mid-off. There is no run.
Up until the test level, where, of course, there is the option of DRS if you feel aggrieved by a decision, but that's not a luxury on offer at those further down the pyramid.
Yeah, I thought it was just unnecessary. Carson in bowls to who presses forward. There is no run. I have to say, so far, Sonia, this will be the 7th day of cricket on this pitch, and I think the pitch is playing really well. It's certainly not turning square. There's a little bit of uneven bounce, but you would expect that. There's been nothing really untoward.
No, I went and had a look at tee, and it looks a really good pitch.
Yeah. Carson in again, bowls and cut away by. That's a good save by Eric Avedas, who's at backward point. And there is no run. Well, Paul Farbrace spoke last week about the fitness of some of the Sussex players, and he said he felt that fitness was lacking with some of them, so this will be a test. The deeper that Leicestershire take this, particularly for the bowlers.
Yes, Sussex will be hoping to pick up at least 1 or 2 or more tonight.
Carson in bowls, let go outside the off stump, taken by Carter. There is no run. End of the over, 143 for 3. Is on 15, Ackerman on 72.
Yes, it's just added a little sort of bite to the game in the last couple of hours with the Rishi Patel dismissal and, wicket, and then that sort of decision from the umpire just added something that you sometimes don't like to see in the game.
Yeah, the umpire decision is fine. I don't think you like to see it in any... you have to say in rugby union, we've seen it with the World Cup, there is just absolutely no debate. Referee's decision is final, end of. None of this just shouldn't carry on, and let's hope that's the end of it. And I'm not going to defend you might say they're young, they're enthusiastic, they felt he was out. Well, that's maybe, but I don't think that's really the way to go. We've got an update to come. Do you mind if I take over the commentary just while we go for the update?
No worries.
Sonia?
We're just going to have a change of bowling with Inadkat at the Cromwell Road end.
Yeah, he's been used sparingly, hasn't he, Inadkat? He's bowled 9 overs, taken 1 for 23 so far. He's bowled in little short bursts. He's bowling with a slip and a gully. He's running in now from the Cromwell Road end, bowls to Ackerman, who defends to mid-on, and there is no run. And as we said, for Leicestershire to go anywhere near close, and they still need 350 to win, it's miles away. But the longer Ackerman stays, and if others can bat around him, we know that Rihan Ahmed can bat, we know that Ben Cox can bat. Tom Scriven made a half-century against Sussex at Grace Road. So, they've got players who can bat around Ackerman, but he's the key man.
Rihan Ahmed can score a few runs.
Of course. And Adket in bowls, and Ackerman defends down the offside of the track, no run.
He batted it 3 for England once on his debut.
Yes, he did. Were you there?
I was.
Yeah, see.
I was watching it in the beautiful sunshine in Karachi.
Oh, good for you. I've not been to Pakistan. Was that your first visit?
It was my first ever tour with England.
Right, did you enjoy it?
I did, yeah.
What's Karachi like?
I loved Karachi. Karachi was...
Is it slightly chaotic or...?
I mean, it's huge.
Right, is it? That's interesting.
But there's lovely sort of seaside restaurants and things. It's beautiful.
Latest with
And cut in.
Hove, Sussex, trying to beat Leicestershire in 3 days. How's it going, Adrian Harms?
Yes, I get the feeling, Danny, that they're going to need a fourth day to do it, because Leicestershire are 143 for 3. They still need a very unlikely 356 to win. But a word of warning, Colin Ackerman, who made 277 here last year, is still there. He's 72 not out. And all the time he's there, Leicestershire have got the slightest of hopes of winning this game. There are still another 21 overs to be bowled tonight, a whole day tomorrow. You'd think Sussex are nailed on to win, but for this man Ackerman.
Are we allowed to come along at tea time and watch the closing overs again?
Yes, you can. It's free here. Every time there's a championship match here, Danny, it's free to get into the ground. So if you're around, and the weather looks okay, we haven't had any interruptions for rain at all, so it could be a really interesting last 20 overs of the day. So yeah, come along and swell the crowd.
Screwing over to the county ground. Thanks, Adrian. Ball bubble commentary continues.
I might as well finish this over now, and then Sonia could do the next over. Now, where do we get to in our rota? Rich is coming in. Sonia's got a taste for the cake, I think. And Nadkat is back to the end of his run. The flag's really fluttering away now on the Clocktail scoreboard. Nice breeze across the ground, and Nadkat in bowls. And Amin is beaten outside the off stump. That's a good delivery. He was rather groping at fresh air there, was Umar Amin, as the ball rattles through into the gloves of Ollie Carter. There is no run. I don't want to harbour the point, Richard, but you and Sonia were on commentary during that. I sort of caught up with it later during it. It just looked to me like that was clear descent, really. I didn't like what I saw.
Yeah, it went on and on and on as well.
Yeah, I think that's the sort of thing that the umpires and the match referee will certainly be having words about at the end. And Nadkat is in again, bowls and forward stretches. Plays to extra cover. There is no run, just a 1 run conceded. They bowled, and Nadkat in little bursts here. That's only his 10th over that he's bowled. Very good figures, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 24. Leicestershire 144 for 3. I was just saying to Sonia that, if there was odds on this game, and they probably are somewhere, but, Sussex are heavy favourites to win this game. It is just that nagging fear for Sussex of the Ackerman factor. Now, he's going to have to play a major innings, which he can do, but also from the rest of the Leicestershire lads. The more this total starts to come down, the others might think, well, if I can chip in with 30 or 40 here. It's a long shot. It really is a long shot. But with 40 overs in with this ball now, there will be a new ball available if it goes to tomorrow, fairly early tomorrow, or after about the first hour or so. But Leicestershire won't have given this up. That is for sure.
No, all you can do is bat in the circumstances, and that is what Ackerman and at the moment Umar Amin are doing with some, maybe not comfort, but a certain degree of aplomb. And the fact that Pujara is really fiddling around with his field, especially that he's placing for Carson, the off spinner, indicates that he's trying to make something happen. Over the wicket goes Carson and bowls. Ackerman goes back, turns a slightly short of a length delivery towards square leg. Nadkat runs across almost to the umpire Debenham, that is, to field. Ackerman takes his single, moves on to 74. He had a short straight mid on, a short mid wicket and a short leg there for the right-handed Ackerman. Now Pujara just has the short leg slip and short himself a shortish extra cover as round the wicket goes Carson. Tosses it up nicely, but it just drifting slightly on towards middle and leg, so it can be pushed safely enough past that short leg out towards mid wicket. Where Coles is something dangerously close to flares on, I would suggest. As in goes Carson bowls. Is forward, and he's not quite sure where that had gone. Thick inside edge dropped down at his feet, safe enough.
You were talking about Cockney rhyming slang with Sonia yesterday. Didn't they used to call flares Lionels?
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
We all watch Minder. Sonia hasn't a clue what we're talking about.
Sonia hasn't a nice pair of Lionels.
In goes Carson and bowls, looking to cut and thick inside edge.
Was that a drop?
And that was... I think he went onto the pad and dropped at his feet in the end. I don't think Carter got the chance there, but it could easily have chopped on. It went down, as I say, onto the pad and down at his feet. We were talking about Ruby Murray's, weren't we? And in goes Carson, gives it some air, forward goes Amin, drives it back past the bowler out towards mid-off where Crocombe fields, that being... It was Ruby, wasn't it? His nickname in the end, Leicestershire's new loanee. Scott Curry.
Yeah.
And of course Lionel Blair's flares. In goes Carson and bowls, and forward goes Amin and blocks it out into the offside. Who's Lionel Blair? Bless him.
Yeah. I think he's no longer with us, isn't he?
No, sadly not.
Very fine entertainer.
An all-round entertainer.
He was,
indeed.
absolutely. Very, very, very good indeed. But,
Sort of Bruce Forsyth type figure.
yeah, absolutely. That kind of era, wasn't it? Some wonderful, and again, suddenly we'll look at us with strange faces here, but it shows like the Generation Game used to attract, millions of people. And I remember I was reading in the week, very sadly, Mike Yarwood died.
Yes, yeah.
Who was just the first impressionist I remember watching. I was reading somewhere that he got some of the highest ratings. There was a Mike Yarwood Christmas Day special, got about 25 million people watching. Just unbelievable.
That said, there were just the 3 TV channels in those days.
But he was great, wasn't he? The impression of people like Harold Wilson and who was this Chancellor? Dennis Healy, Ted Heath. And Nadcat comes in, bowls, and Ackerman covers up, plays to mid-on, there is no run. They put a clip on the BBC website, and he did a wonderful impression as well of a Prince Charles, back in the day, King Charles now. But he was really very good. Some of those you're right, there were only 3 channels. I'll tell you what, there was some good stuff on there, Richard, in those days. Well, we thought it was good anyway.
We were easily entertained.
We were easily entertained on our black and white tellies. Crumbs. In comes Nadcat bowls, and Ackerman eases that one away through backward point. Pick up a single footed by Carson, goes to 146 for 3. Ackerman to 75. In fact, our next door neighbour, it wasn't until the mid-70s we had a black and white telly, and our next door neighbour got a colour telly that was quite the thing. And we used to like watching the football and the cup final. They were the things. England-Scotland were always games on terrestrial TV. And the neighbour invited my dad up to watch it on his colour telly. And Dad couldn't stand it if people spoke during the commentary. He used to want to watch the game. And the neighbour used to rab it on incessantly during the game. And Dad would far rather watch it on his black and white telly at home and blow the colour telly. In comes a Nadcat bowls, and Amin stretches forward, plays him to the offside. Need to be quick here as the throw comes in. A slightly risky single, though in the end Amin was comfortably home. He goes to 16, 147 for 3. Yeah, colour tellies were suddenly coming into phase in those days.
I'm trying to remember the first colour game. I think it was the Liverpool-Arsenal final of 70... No, actually, Leeds-Arsenal, 72.
72.
Wasn't it? Yeah.
I think Alan Clark scored.
Clark's sort of diving stroke leaning header.
Was that your first one with a colour telly?
I think so.
Yeah, right.
Could have been a bit later than that.
And then cat around the wicket bowls, a looping delivery through to Carter, no run. We also used to have, Richard, we had a telephone at home eventually, but we had a party line which we shared with the next door neighbours. So we had separate numbers.
Wow.
But if they were on the phone, you couldn't go on the phone. And so if my mother wanted to make a phone call and the neighbour was on the phone, we got on well with the neighbours, but if they were on there too long, and you could hear the phone being picked up at the other end.
Or somebody going tut and putting it back down
that's
again.
Right. Yeah, that's right. A party line, they called it. Dear, Sonia's looking at her, sort of shaking her head. What are you talking about? In comes a Nadcat bowls. Ackerman plays out into the offside, picks a single, goes to 76, 148 for 3. Someone needs to back me up here. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, and please back Richard and I up about black and white tellies and party lines for telephones, because it very much was the case.
In all seriousness, cricket was a really big deal on telly once it came on for a while. I remember the old John Player League, the 40-over games on Sunday. Initially, obviously in black and white, but initially also, you only got one camera at one end.
Yeah.
So you were literally watching, which in a way it was a slightly more authentic experience.
And that cat again in and bowls, stretching forward is a mean, and he plays that to mid-wicket. There's a howl from Cat, but there is no run. End of the over. He's bowled 11 overs, 2 maidens. He's taken 1 for 27. Leicestershire are 148 for 3. Ackerman is on 76. He's at 16 or 15? I think that's 16 on the scoreboard. Still another 351 to win for Leicestershire. It's a long, long way away, but they're chipping away. 19 overs remaining in the day. Jack Carson's going to carry on.
The test matches.
Yeah.
It used to start 11:30, I remember.
They did. Absolutely they did.
When I started watching at first, but when they first came on, glued to the telly.
Yeah.
BBC commentary. Carson, short leg, silly-ish mid-on, and short mid-wicket, goes in and bowls to Ackerman, who is careful, just dropping the ball out into the offside. Carter hops out from behind the stumps and feels there is no one in front of square on the offside. They're encouraging him to sort of push it out into the covers. Colin Ackerman, there is a sweeper out there on the cover boundary. There is a deepish mid-off, but it's a very curious field as Carson is in, fires it in on towards leg stump. Back goes Ackerman, turns it past short leg, but Pujara moves across to his right from short mid-wicket to field. And there's no run. Carson gives the ball a little polish, shirt hanging out of the back of his trousers. Steps past umpire Baldwin and bowls. Ackerman forward, turning the ball out to Pujara along the ground all the way, and almost an apologetic click of bat on wood there. You could barely hear it in the effects mic. So gentle was the push. He remains on 76, 148 for 3. As in steps Carson and bowls. Back goes Ackerman, sort of hops both feet almost into the air as he plays that one, pushes it around the corner, but Unadkat is quickly onto the ball from backwards square, and again no run. Carson's got, after that one slightly loose-ish over, he's got his control back. Steps in and bowls. Ackerman drives for 4. Well,
sure.
Famous last words on my part there. I suppose it was a bit of a half volley outside off stump, but he was sort of lulled into that, Jack Carson, by Ackerman's nous as much as anything. He'd been going back and fiddling it away on the leg side, and Carson just adjusted his line offside, and Ackerman seized on it, drove it away, moves on to 80 now. Carson is in, bowls to him, he goes back, works it out towards wide-ish, mid-on. Crocombe has a bit of ground to make up to the ball, so Ackerman can call Amin through for a single to finish the over and keep the strike. Ackerman 81, Amin 16, Leicestershire 150 came up with that to the extra cover boundary, 153 for 3, still need another 346 to pull off a victory. It's the sort of total you get once in 100, something like that.
Yeah, probably more. Yeah. I mean, it would be astonishing. You just feel that Colin Ackerman has got to be there until probably sort of 50 needed or something.
He's got to get another 250.
But it would be remarkable. And as I say, we've spoken all this game about Sussex and how Sussex can get in the promotion race. Leicestershire will know that this is pretty much last chance saloon if they were to lose here. So there's plenty of incentive. And Nadcat around the wicket bowls. Ackerman defends to mid-on, and there is no run.
If they lose, they take 3 points from the game. They would go into the last 21 points behind Worcester, with both sides having Yorkshire and Durham to play.
Yeah.
So not impossible. And of course, Sussex would be right in the equation as well there. Then ahead of Leicestershire in third, well ahead of them.
And Nadcat around the wicket bowls, and Ackerman drives. It's a lovely looking shot to mid-off. Probably deserved more than a single, to be honest, fielded by Pujara, who gets in the throw, but Ackerman goes to 82, 154 for 3. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if Sussex were to win this game, they would take 20 points. They would be 18 points behind Worcestershire with 2 games to play. away at Derby next week, and I've said a couple of times it's going to take some winning at Derby because it is very flat. Gloucester here, the last game of the season, well, Gloucester haven't had a great season, so I think you'd rather, famous last words, Yorkshire away for Worcester sounds like it could be a tough assignment. So it could all still be to play for, but Leicestershire haven't given this up. And Nadcat in bowls, stretches forward, he was looking for a single, it isn't there, there is no run.
Edwardian House on the stream. The colour in the early days of TV was never quite right. Always too orange or purple. And points out that Pot Black, the snooker programme, was specifically aired for the new sort of colour technology.
Yeah. Seems a long. Well, it doesn't seem that long ago, actually, does it? I mean, I just remember it all very clearly. But I'm with you, Rich. I used to, when Test matches were on, you were just glued to it, the whole day.
Yeah.
In comes an Nadcat bowls and covering up his. Plays into the offside. There is no run. And when that wasn't happening in the school holidays, we were down at the local green playing cricket anyway. For hours and hours on end.
Indeed.
As long as we got back for lunch, we were all right, or whatever Mum was making for lunch, dinner, sandwiches, whatever it was.
So I was brought up by the beach, so we always had Test match quality beach to play on. On the east coast of Yorkshire, it was always, the sand was always fairly hard and smooth.
You could mark the crease out easily as well.
Yeah, and did.
And Nadcat bowled. Well, that very nearly sneaked through Amin's defences. It kept a little low. I think he did well to play that, to be honest. Leicestershire, I think, will feel that Nadcat is the threat here, isn't he? He's bowling in little bursts. I just wonder whether Leicestershire think, well, we just see him off in these little 4 and 5 over bursts. As I say, it is a mountain to climb, but they're battling away. I have to say, when Patel was out, I did think to myself, I wonder. I think even Rich, you said, will this get to day 4? And we were all wondering, but Leicestershire are really battling away. And Nadcat in bowls, Patel, that kept a little low as well, but he manages to work the ball down to fine leg. He picks up a single and goes to 17, 155 for 3. Is that going to change to 16 overs remaining in the day?
As ever, it's probably lightning fast. It might do, because it's still showing 46.6 instead of 47, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah, so it probably is going to be...
We'll keep an eye. 16 or 17.
Sussex still at -2 in the over rate. At Sussex, I just wonder, in the second game of the season, Sussex were docked 4 points for a slow over rate, and I just wonder whether that might come back to haunt them come the final reckoning. It's a lot of points.
Leicestershire began the last day against Gloucestershire on -5, but then bowled 10 lightning overs of spin at the start of the day, which seemed to sort things out. Heaven knows how, but it did. And then they went back to bowling seam and got the wickets that they needed. But I'm sure that if we go into tomorrow, Pujara will, and the over rate is a bad one, Pujara will probably get in a couple of overs. But Carson has bowled, he's bowled 12 overs now, or sort of 11 overs. How can that be? There we go, 11, not 11.1. He hadn't bowled a ball yet. And the scoreboard really was getting ahead of itself there. Carson on 11.1. He's going to go over the wicket to the left-handed Umar Amin with a short leg bowled. Gives it some air, but it just comes down nicely and jammed out rather by Umar, whose eyes probably lit up for a moment there, hoping to get a low full toss. Stepped out, but ball just about pitched, and he squirted it out into the offside. No run. Carson is in. Bowls quicker delivery that's steered nicely away by Umar Amin down to third man, and that's going to go the distance, scattering the pigeons out towards wide third man it goes, and he picks up 4, moves into the 20s for the first time for Leicestershire, onto 21. 159 now for 3. A few of the Leicestershire players are in the sort of dugouts below us that have been left there from T20 Sharks days earlier this summer, and offer a rather pleasant vantage point directly in front of us, but exposed to the pleasant Sussex air. Carson is in and bowls. Back goes Umar and cuts for 4 again. Coles can only turn in pursuit. And hampered by those Lionels, jog to the backward point boundary for consecutive boundaries.
I think you enjoyed that, Richard.
They do look a bit John Lever-ish, don't they? He used to wear. Do you remember Lever's
Yes.
flares? He almost flapped as he went up
He
to
did.
the crease, John Lever, for a while.
Left arm over.
Yeah.
Good bowler.
Oh, wonderful. Essex and England seamer. Consecutive boundaries for Umar Amin, who moves on to 25. And Carson, having conceded those two boundaries going over the wicket, is going to go around the wicket bowls. That's a straight delivery. Umar, having got those boundaries, can just stretch forward and block it out into the offside. The contest between Umar and Unadkat is exciting some interest as in goes Carson and is blocked by Umar out into the onside. One or two watchers on the stream from the subcontinent. Little India v Pakistan battle usually raises a few comments and has done. In goes Carson, bowls, looking to drive down into the ground. The ball bounces and taken two-handed to his right by Pujara. That shortish extra cover. A rather disappointed Jack Carson takes his cap from umpire Baldwin. Didn't exactly snatch it, but he's unhappy.
Yeah, and you alluded to it, Richard. We were talking earlier about Jack Carson, how he feels he's just going for too many runs, Jack. So what he's bowled 11 overs for, or 12 overs for 42. So he's going at less than 4. He was saying to me last week, I'm going at 4.5. And he said, that's too many. So, he's well aware that he needs to be more economic. Now, this is a change of bowling. Looks like James Coles is coming into the attack. I was saying to Sonia a bit earlier on, he's taken 5 wickets this season with his left-arm spin at an average of something like 88. I just wonder here whether Cheteshwar's Pujara is deciding, A, he may be having half an eye on the over rate, but, needing wickets, maybe he's thinking, well, these two are looking reasonably well set, and just try something a little different, which is, no harm in trying. Or maybe that's the end of Jack Carson. He's going to bowl spin from one end and change the bowling from this to the C end of the ground. But often a change in bowling brings a wicket, and Sussex will be hoping that is the case. 16 overs left in the day, and James Coles does really rattle through his overs. It comes off about 3 or 4 paces, that's all. 1, 2, 3, 4, well, 6 actually, in and bowls, and helped by Ackerman down to deep mid wicket, picks up a single. He goes to 83, 164 for 3. A bit of a change now because the left-hander is on strike and Pujara just slightly adjusting his field. James Coles is coming over the wicket to the left-handed Umar Amin, who's made his way quietly onto 25 here. Coles in again, bowls, driven away by Amin, and that's going to be 4 runs. Nice shot, nice juicy half volley, and Umar Amin says thanks very much. And if you're not in nick, that's the sort of ball you like, really, isn't it? That's very nice. It's a nice half volley, and I'll just punch that away through the covers for 4 runs. A nice looking shot. He goes to 29.
I was just wondering when the last time he played first-class cricket, prior, obviously, to the last game against Gloucestershire for Leicestershire. Made his first-class debut 2007, but
in comes Coles, stretching forward is Amin. He's going to get more runs. He just runs that down to third man. It's
other than
single. Sorry.
Other than that, he's been playing list A, club cricket, obviously. But other than that, list A cricket for the most part that I can find. But no doubt someone, hopefully, will be able to tell me. He's been playing for Northern in Pakistan, but that's list A cricket.
Coles bowls, Ackerman forward and punches through the offside. They've taken 1. They won't take a second because Carson comes running in off the cover boundary to field. But 7 comfortable runs taken in this over so far from James Coles. Total goes to 170 for 3. They go, a decent lick here, Leicestershire. Got bogged down a little after tea. The flag's really billowing away now on the top of the clock tower scoreboard. And the umpire is having a word to James Coles about something or another. Now, I think he's just taken something off his finger. I wonder if he's got some strapping on there. I think he has.
Might have been flapping a bit or distracting the batsman.
Yeah, and the umpire has said, I think you better take that off. Bowls. In and bowls, and I mean drives handsomely, and he's going to get 4 more. So this little experiment hasn't really worked because that's 11 off the over. I mean, goes to 34, 174 for 3. A little cry of "come on, boys" from one of the Sussex lads. Sussex still very much in the box seat here, but Leicestershire are making a fight of this. In again, bowls. I mean, stretches forward. He's beaten outside of the off stump, taken by Carter, who sort of appeals and carries on appealing. Looks at the umpire, who says that is not out, and the over passes. So Richard is going off to do his update to the folk in Leicester. Sonia's going to come back and join us. Then I think is it Sonia from? It's Sonia for me. That's right. And Rich comes back on. Is that right? Yes. We're not seeing Sonia tomorrow, so we've got to make the most of this, Richard.
Yes, it'll just be you two tomorrow, and you can discuss party lines and black and white TV to your heart's content.
We will, and at least we get more cake.
You will get more cake. Yeah, I only had a small slice today.
Did you?
I did.
Well, it's been great fun having you here. We've enjoyed your company. So
I tell you what, I was very well prepared for your discussions when, in one of my hotels, when I was out in Pakistan, I was the only British journalist there under 40, and there was a fun game of Sonia, do you remember this? That
right.
Kept everyone entertained in the evenings as Carson comes in over the wicket, and that's defended back down the pitch by Ackerman for no run. Yes, went through hello, and
crumbs.
Les Dawson jokes for multiple hours.
Yeah, I wasn't a great fan of hello. I never quite got into that.
And, nope, I don't remember either of them. I think both happened before I was born, as Carson comes in again, and that's flicked away off his pads by Ackerman to the sweeper for a single, and Ackerman moves on to 85.
Batted really nicely, hasn't he?
He has. He's batted really well.
I mean, it is almost... I don't know what Leicestershire's highest ever score is chasing, probably somewhere in the region of this. And I'm not suggesting for 1 minute they're going to get there, but it's really good to see Leicestershire putting up a fight, particularly with this cup final round the corner on Saturday.
Definitely, as Carson comes around the wicket to Amin, who drives this one straight into the ground, and to Pujara at cover.
You know, because... So they could be forgiven for, but that must be on their mind. You know, it's a chance to win a trophy, big day at Trantbridge, but they're really giving this everything.
Yeah, it's just a shame it's not at Lord's as Carson comes around the wicket into Amin, who defends that straight into the pitch.
No, I couldn't agree more.
Obviously, there's the ODI at Lord's on Friday, so probably wouldn't be enough time to turn that around. As Carson comes around the wicket, and Amin drives that straight back to the bowler for no run. Any emails to read out?
There will be in a sec. I'm just compiling something here, so let's just...
No worries. As Carson stands at the top of his mark into Amin, who looks to drive that one, but Pujara is able to dive down and get his hands to it. And that was just a one off the over from Jack Carson, who's bowled nicely with a few loose deliveries so far, as Leicestershire move on to 175 for 3. Amin on 35 and Ackerman on 85.
Lots. And a couple from a couple of hours ago, so we hadn't seen these. Hi Adrian, says Andrew Grand over on the Isle of Wight. If these two had a 200 partnership, they would still only be halfway there, and I date they will manage it, says Andrew. So, yeah, I think you're right. Steve Harris says, here comes Coles, and he's lucky to get away with that. That was down the leg side, and Ackerman's annoyed with himself. He didn't punish that with a boundary. I can report it's just started to rain in North London. Couldn't make it today, but enjoying the commentary. The point of one of them I was making yesterday, that Pujara is averaging 54 runs less per innings than last season. In comes Coles. And no one has stepped up to fill the gap. But a quick question, how does Sonia's time get allocated? She pops up here, there and everywhere. Yeah, well, there we are. It's been great to have her here. In comes Coles, bowls and...
Is that a comment on me here and our chaotic sort of schedule?
Yeah,
or the fact that I've done 3 different grounds so far this season?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it could be both. Yeah, absolutely. Well, they're obviously enjoying you on commentary, Sonia. As in comes Coles, flicked by Ackerman to short fine leg. Much tidier in this over is James Coles. Coles bowls, Coles bowls goals or whatever.
Well, at least you're not having to say Tom bowls to Tom and is caught by Tom.
Yeah. In comes Coles and clipped away by Ackerman, and this time that is going to go for a boundary. Yes, it does. It beats Henry Crocombe. He's very quick across the turf. If he doesn't get that, 4 more to Ackerman. He goes to 89, 179 for 3. Sam has been in touch. Sam Illingworth. He says, I'm enjoying watching a competitive Sussex performance. I was at the ground for day 1. And I didn't see this coming when I thought we might be light on our first innings. Great comeback from the bowlers. In comes Coles. Bowls again. Swept again by Ackerman. 4 more. That's rather help yourself. He goes to 93. And Derbyshire to 183 for 3.
The Coles experiment is rather not working so far, but I wonder if they're sort of going to have to stick with it to try and get through these overs. And they're still -2 on the over rate, aren't they, for today?
They are. Sam goes on to say, do we know what's happened with George Garton? Haven't seen him playing county cricket for a long time. Looking forward to coming back to the ground for our last home game. George Garton, Paul Farbrace did say last week that he isn't fit. Although he played in the 100, he isn't bowling enough overs injury-free to play in a county championship match. So that's been the problem for George Garton this season. Jack Carson is going to carry on. Sam Illingworth, that's a good cricketing name. Chris Barber's been in touch. He says, hi, Adrian. Yes, I remember party lines. My grandparents had one, and when I started work with post office telephones, I would come across them. Didn't have enough lines in those days, so we had to share. Many thanks for the commentary, says Chris. There we are, Sonia. I'm not making it up.
I never thought that you were. I just thought it was sort of an alien concept to me as Carson comes down round the wicket and it's defended straight back into the ground by Amin, and that's a dot ball. Yes, it's not something I've heard of or ever had to deal with in my 28 years.
Yes, no, there were party lines. Michael's been in touch. I'll rattle through these emails, then bring Richard back in on commentary. Ackerman is nearing his ton, so it's important Richard's on commentary.
Carson round the wicket, and that's defended straight back to the bowler by Amin. Yes, I tell you what, I do remember when you couldn't be on the internet and make a phone call at the same time, though. I'm not the generation that grew up with Wi-Fi and satellite TV. We did have 4 channels when I was growing up, and sort of half of a fifth sometimes.
I'm glad to hear it.
5th was a bit dodgy as Carson comes around the wicket, and Amin looks to sort of slightly drive that, but straight back.
Michael's enjoyed the rhyming slang, the blessings of the radio, and us nattering about Mort Cons. He's also talking about that Alan Clark goal in 1972 that Richard referred to.
As Carson runs in, and that's defended straight to Pujara, as much of this over has been by Amin, who is on 34 from 71.
He says, he quotes David Coleman, the great David Coleman, who commentated on that cup final. He could commentate on pretty much anything, David Coleman. He was a legendary broadcaster.
Carson runs in. That's a full toss. That should have probably been punished more than it was, but he's able to get a hand to it and stop that going straight to the fielder. And Amin won't pick up a run for that. It's a dot ball.
What was his catchphrase, David Coleman? 1-0. And he said with glee when Clark headed that in, McNabb should have done better on the flanks. I remember that was Bob McNabb was the Arsenal fullback.
As Carson runs in, and it's defended straight into the pitch by Amin. And that's a maiden over from Carson. Leicestershire 183 for 3, Amin on 34 and Ackerman on 93.
Steve has been in touch. He said, you're right about party lines and black and white TVs with just 3 channels and huge audiences. Mike Yarwood, Bruce Forsyth, Frankie Howard and co. were really funny and entertaining, much better than the entertainers of the current era. I also remember back in the 1960 Glamorgan County Championship games live on BBC Wales with Wolf Wooler and Ozzie Wheatley commentating. Great days. And he's enjoying the commentary. Thank you, Steve. That's very kind of you to write. And Ben Silk has been in touch as well. I'll read your email in a moment, Ben. Just a bit of chatter going on about the ball. Do you mind if I do this over? I'll read this email, then I'll hand over to Richard. Dear Adrian, Sonia and Richard. So it's an email to all of us from Ben.
That's nice.
It is. As in comes Coles, who bowls, and cut away by Ackerman. To deep backward point. He goes to 94. I'm going to get Richard on as soon as I can here. He said, given the pitches at Hove have often been better for batting later in the game, is Sussex's decision not to enforce the follow-on looking even more dubious? Richard was surprised I didn't enforce the follow-on. He says, also, I think Paul Farbrace's cry for experienced players should be resisted. I'd rather not impede the development of the academy players who have shown so much promise. The consistency isn't there yet, which is frustrating. So in comes Coles, and Amir plays across the line to mid-wicket. That was a bit of a well, it wasn't a slog, but it was a poor shot. And he placed a mid-wicket, there is no run. He says the young players do have the talent. I'll just finish this paragraph as in comes Coles. Stretches forward as there is no run. Try and bring back Pujara and McAndrew together with Lamb and Wright, and it should be enough for us to challenge for promotion next season, assuming it doesn't happen this year. Best regards, Ben. That's Ben Silk. Thank you, Ben. You're a regular contributor. Much appreciated. In bowls, forward stretches. Again, who was talking last week about they have dogs swimming at this time of year down at the Saltdean open air swimming pool, which is just down the coast at Saltdean. And at weekends, they raise money. It's a wonderful Art Deco swimming pool, and you can take your dog at weekend, and they have dog swimming. It's brilliant.
I really want to see that.
In comes Coles and driving outside the off stump. I'm not sure that's gone for byes or if that was a bottom edge. Let's wait for the umpire's signal. A little edge, little under edge, runs away for 4 runs. Goes to 38, 188 for 3. Yeah. It's an open-air swimming pool, Art Deco pool. They've done a wonderful job, the local community in Saltdean, in restoring this pool to its former glories. And one of the big charity raising events is dog swimming for 4 weekends in September.
You wouldn't want to go the day after the dog swimming.
In comes Coles, bowls, he beats them in outside the off stump. Again, Ollie Carter is yelling at the umpire, wanting a decision. It's given in the negative. End of the over, 188 for 3, 94 to Ackerman, 38 to, the idea is you go in as well, Sonia. So I go with the dogs and I go in. So you get in with the dogs and the dogs swim around. And I know that sounds a little odd, but it's great fun. Loads of people do it. Check it out, Saltdean swimming pool.
I'm sure there's going to be some Instagram clips of that somewhere that you may be receiving in your inbox for the next few matches. But yes, just 11 overs left in the day. Leicestershire 188 for 3, and I'm joined by Richard.
Well, Colin Ackerman, so I'm trying to get that image out of my head, really.
Sort of taking a slight turn. BBC commentators discussing dog swimming.
However, Colin Ackerman, that is not on his mind. He is drawing in on what would be his 10th first-class century for Leicestershire in his 7 years at the club. And he's going to be facing the bowling of Henry Crocombe with a real short back and sides on him. Young Crocombe. Ackerman 94 off 138 balls. It's been yet another outstanding knock on the part of Leicestershire, South Africa, Netherlands international. Crocombe is in, bowls to him. He drives pleasantly, should pick up 1. Will just be 1 because Pujara managed to get across to his left at a deep-ish mid-off and tumble and make the stop. Otherwise, Ackerman would have been within 2 of that 10th first-class 100. He's also got 2 or 3, I think, in one day cricket, in List A cricket. 9 first-class centuries to his name and 12 overall for the Foxes, and currently on 95 and not out.
Just taking his time here before the ball's delivered, a slight change of feel, just sort of bringing more into the ring and just the 1 out on the boundary.
And he's quietly done a really good job, Umar. 38 off 78 lended Ackerman the support he's needed. Leicestershire could easily have sort of gone down in skittles after the dismissal of Patel. Round the wicket goes Crocombe and bowls outside off stump. Got a little bit of pace about him as jumps across and lets it go through, as you would hope from a young man who's a medium brisk bowler making his way or looking to make his way in the game. Actually, I've talked about him for a couple of seasons. He's been around for a while, really, Henry Crocombe, for such a young man. Still, 2 slips, and are we going to get a third? Is Coles jogging over to third, or is he going to go to gully? Let us wait and see. He's still going. It is third slip. Again, a yard or so closer as Crocombe goes in, bowls. Drives. Good stop at point because that was travelling at a rate of knots over the ground, but falling to his left to make the stop is young Mr. Carson.
Yes, that's one that's going to sting the hands a little bit, isn't it? It's hit very hard through point, and a good stop by Carson.
It's also sort of travelling all across the sort of used ends of the pitches, which makes it an absolute nightmare. You're not quite sure where it's going to bounce, and there's dust coming up.
Well, we saw one completely fly up randomly yesterday.
Crocombe into Armin. That's a better line and length on off stump. Armin covers up, drops it out towards Haynes in the covers. Flags still fluttering, a little bit more breeze than yesterday, but we've been lucky today. We haven't missed the ball. We haven't had any rain. There was in the odd forecast, sort of 20%, 30% chance of a shower. What's the forecast for tomorrow? I haven't actually really had a look. I think it's okay, essentially.
We have been very lucky considering how much rain has affected games elsewhere.
As Crocombe, elbows jutting, runs in and bowls to Umar, head right over the ball on off stump as he plays that line and length delivery. Now, he's getting a bit of a word from Paul Baldwin here, who's wandering down. He did run, rather. He's going round the wicket to the left-hander, and he's sort of continuing his run, and it's getting dangerously close to what would be a right-hander's off stump. Bearing in mind, it looks now as though we're going to go into tomorrow. He's going to have to be a little bit more careful than that. In he goes and bowls to Amin. A little bit short of a length on that occasion, but again, nice little bit of liveliness to the lift there. And
Richard, would you like to commentate the next over as well, with Ackerman closing in on his century?
It's very kind, as it may be the last time, after 7 years of watching every ball that Ackers has faced for Leicestershire over the years.
As someone new to this, I will bow to the superiors.
Not seniors. That's all. As in age, and that's about it.
Well, yes, you remember black and white TVs.
That makes me feel better.
My first TV was a box on wheels.
A box on wheels?
Like, you know, one of those sort of built-in wheel container things.
Okay.
That existed in the late 90s.
Did it have a sort of large back to it, or was it?
Oh yeah, no, it wasn't flat. It was way before flat screens.
Okay, well that makes me feel a bit better. Round the wicket goes Coles and is cut away by Ackerman. Now that could go. No, it isn't going to go to the boundary. It's going to be cut off at sort of deep backward points / wide third man by Jack Carson. But Ackerman does pick up 2 and is now within a 4 of his centuries. 97 off 140 balls. No change to the field as Coles just steps across in front of the umpire and bowls. Ackerman goes back, works it out towards square leg, and is content to take 1. Moves on to 98. I think too old a hand really to not give it away, but be drawn into a rash shot looking for a boundary when, if he can do it in ones, or if the right ball is there, he will. Back over the wicket goes Coles to the left-handed Umar, who is forward on off stump, just dabbing the ball out into the offsider. A lonely goal, wheels overhead. Sometimes you get sort of little flocks on the outfield here, but not often compared to some of the inner city grounds, strangely. As Coles is in, forward is Umar, turning his wrists on that one, pushing it out to mid-wicket.
Well, the oval has pigeons, doesn't it?
Yeah, painful, aren't they, really? Flocks and flocks of them.
You must think it might be quite difficult to field if it goes into pigeons and they scatter, you'd lose the ball.
Coles is in, driving is Umar out towards the sweeper, or not quite towards him, had a bit of ground to make up to get to the ball on the offside, and takes 1. So Ackerman back on strike. 98, not out of 141 deliveries. That 10th first-class century for Leicestershire is not going to come off this delivery because it's a good straight one from Coles, and Ackerman just defends it out into the offside. He's going to have to wait for the next over, last ball of the over from James Coles. 4 overs, none for 28, so a little bit expensive for the part-time left armour.
It's going to be Crocombe to continue from the C end, but it will be Amin on strike. As Leicestershire 193 for 3, Amin on 39, and Ackerman closing in on that coveted century on 98. As Richard has just mentioned, there's just a sort of change of field, a few helmets floating around. Be interesting to see where they go. As Crocombe waits at the top of his mark. I think we're going to have a short leg.
Coles it is.
He's drawn the short straw here. He was the short slip with a helmet, and now he's short leg. Shortish leg. 2 yards back as Crocombe comes around the wicket to the left-handed Amin, who defends that one straight to backward point. off the back foot. It's just sort of punch, really, looking for the gap, but straight at the fielder. And there's no run.
How many overs have we got to go to tonight? 8.5.
8.5.
Obviously, if there were to be a clatter, could claim the extra half hour. At the moment, it doesn't look likely.
We would need quite a clatter, I think.
Yeah, you'd want to be 6 or 7 down.
Yeah, to get the extra half hour as Crocombe comes in, and that's worked off the pads by Amin, but gathered by Pujara at mid-on.
It's quite like staying at her Hove as well, so probably won't be too keen to have another night at wherever they're staying. The Grand, no doubt. The palatial suites overlooking the sea.
Morning coffee, looking out over the English Channel. Must be quite a nice place to stay as Crocombe comes around the wicket. It's banged in short, Amin ducks, and that seemed to bother him slightly. He wasn't quick to get out of the way of that.
No, that was a good bouncer, and it discomforted Amin,
who sort of puts a thumbs up to the umpire to tell them that he's all right, but it was a little bit too close to comfort for the Leicestershire batter.
Yeah, he ducked out, sort of ducked his head, but sort of dropped his hands, and the bat was nowhere, and that will encourage Crocombe and Sussex. He's going to get a few more of those now.
Yes, he will, as Crocombe stands at the top of his mark again, and there is someone out there for the hook. There's a sort of third man 10 yards off the boundary and a deep square leg as well.
And Pujara saying, shall we have a leg gully or something like that? Someone close in on the leg side alongside the short leg, and Haynes is jogging across to...
It is going to be a leg gully.
Yeah.
And the umpire is just moving across the point. Look, Sussex still with this over rate of -2 that they're going to really want to work hard to push on in the next. It's just one of the scores seems to say -3, but that's banged in short, but straight in front of Amin, who defends that into the ground.
I think it'll be all right at the end of the day. When they sort of recalculate it, I think they'll be okay. We had all those. Coles was bowled a few overs as well, but particularly Carson. So, it's 5:20. We've only got 8, 7 after this. There'll be about 5. They'll be okay, I think. -1 maybe, something like that.
I think you're right. As Crocombe comes in around the wicket to Amin, who defends that into the offside for no run. A sort of big shout from those behind the stumps, but it was pretty middle of the bat, really.
Trying to make something happen, aren't they? Just trying to get a little bit of life back into the fielding side. No wickets have fallen in the session so far.
This has been a Leicestershire session, despite it being Sussex's match so far, as Crocombe comes in for the final bowling over, and that is banged in short. But ducks much more comfortably there, and flies through to wicketkeeper Carter. And at the end of that over, Leicestershire 193 for 3, Amin on 39, and Ackerman agonisingly on 98 from 142.
That was a good hostile over from young Crocombe, given the age of the ball, 56 overs old, and it discomforted Umar Amin, and he hasn't looked in any real discomfort throughout most of his innings, to be quite honest, but he did there. So Ackerman looks around him. No real change to the field. Won't change it, I think, Pujara, given that he needs 2 rather than 1. As round the wicket comes Coles. Bowls, short, wide, cut by Ackerman. It'll just be 1, though, because he's not going to get it wide of the man at the sort of backward point, sweeping on the offside boundary. Jack Carson gets to it quickly to make sure that Ackerman stays on 99. All change now, because the left-handed Umar will be facing Coles. Helmets are being donned and words being exchanged. Short leg, short mid-wicket, both in, as Coles over the wicket to Umar, who looks to work it past short mid-wicket, and does, but only as far as Undercat coming in from deep-ish mid-on.
Yes, hopefully you don't have to leave to do your update before he...
They can wait. In goes Coles and bowls, going for the drive, and 1 or 2 oohs and ahs, particularly from Carter, as it's rather slapped down into the ground by Umar. Haynesfield's in the covers. Coles is in. Umar is forward, turning his wrists on that one, pushing it to Pajara at mid-wicket. No run. Just steps in and bowls, gives it some air outside off stump, goes for the drive, thick inside edge, and instead of screaming out towards the extra cover boundary, it trickles apologetically out towards Pajara at mid-wicket. So Coles might just be getting a bit of purchase here. In he goes again and bowls. Back goes, defends off stump, and there is no run. So he does at least not pinch the strike at the end of the over. Ackerman will be on 99 at the start of Crocombe's next over. Wanders across, has a word with Umar Amin, does some calisthenics, a little bit of stretching with the shoulders, then marches purposefully back to his crease. Now, will Pajara bring the field in, so they're all sort of saving one? He's bringing in the sweeper from the leg side boundary, Carson, into a one saving position at square leg. In fact, they have been brought in with the exception of long leg. In goes Crocombe, bowls to Ackerman, who turns him to long leg, and that is the single he needed for his 10th first-class century for Leicestershire. The South African takes off his helmet, raises his bat to the balcony, and you can see how popular he is and how much that means to his teammates. They are all standing on the Leicestershire balcony, hands above their head, clapping and applauding, and rightly so. Ackerman has played quite beautifully, and as he has throughout much of this season. He's gone on to 100 off 144 balls, and he's giving Leicestershire, as he has often throughout his career, a little bit of hope.
Yes, a lovely century from Ackerman. He's sort of almost chanceless as he's worked his way there. As we said, it sort of took him a while to get off the mark, but when he did, he motored along, he picked off the bad balls. It's been an expert innings, you'd say, from Ackerman as he brings up the milestone off 144 balls. Crocombe over the wicket now to Amin, bangs that in slightly short, but it kept low, and Amin just defends that down the pitch to mid-on.
16 fours in Ackerman's innings. He's going to have to at least double that, well, probably more than double it if Leicestershire's still going to have a chance, but it looks like they're going to be under 300 by the target.
Well, there's a long way still to go in this game, and I think we might go quite a way into tomorrow. At one point we were debating if there would be a fourth day, but I think there will, and that is banged in short by Crocombe, and Amin just moves his hands low and sways out of the way of that one, which didn't really get up, to be honest. It sort of was around waist-chest height rather than some that we've seen sort of take off slightly and be sort of head-height bouncers, but that was banged in slightly short without really troubling him. As Crocombe in again, over the wicket, and that is driven by Amin. Full toss. It really should have gone a little bit more than that, but he just sort of fended that to extra.
Almost a no ball on height. I mean, he's looking at the umpires, and umpire Baldwin looked at umpire Debenham, who sort of said just about okay.
Oh, we're going to see it on the replays. Just about okay, but it was close, as Crocombe has pulled out of that one. Didn't quite have the right rhythm there. As the sun is shining again at Hove. You would never know there's rain in the rest of the country being down here, would you?
Beautiful, beautiful evening now.
Adrian's just laughing and knowing that this is how it always is in Hove, isn't it? As Crocombe has pulled out of another one, and that's the second dead ball. I wonder if it doesn't look quite right, does he? Hand on hip and not moving entirely comfortably back to his mark.
Happens for a third time. It might almost be the yips.
There's a pause there before the run up, but he's running now, and it's banged in short, and Amin just fends that into the ground to cover. And Richard's going to go and give his half-hourly happy update to listeners at Radio Leicester, and I'm going to be joined again by Adrian.
Hello.
Hello.
So we had a couple more people sending us emails about black and white tellies and the like, so I'll read them out in a moment.
As Crocombe runs in, and it's banged in short and pulled away by Amin for 4. That was perfectly picked the length there. There was hands on heads. I think that was maybe close to something, according to the fielders behind, but he's pulled that away almost off the front foot towards the mid-wicket boundary.
Yeah, I don't think Finn Hudson-Prentice is desperately impressed with his teammates there. Let's just see the way he hurls the ball back, because there was a cry of catch. And I think Hudson-Prentice was saying, you're joking, aren't you?
I think it was the fielder at short leg who they were thinking catch, but it was hit quite hard and past him.
Absolutely. Well, he just looked back over his shoulder, Finn Hudson-Prentice, and said, was that directed at me? There's a lot of heavy cloud away to the northeast of the ground, but the good news is I think that's long gone. We talk about colour TVs. John Malone says, hi, Adrian, Richard and Sonia. I remember party lines and black and white TVs very well. Some interesting conversations were heard in them days. When living in Southern Ireland, we used to have a call box at the end of the road that you fed the box with 2 old pennies as the ball is played down to out to the covers, and it's a single taken. I can't see the scoreboard because the sun is right on it, Sonia.
It is 200 for 3. They've just brought up the 200.
Ripple of applause.
Amin on 43 and Ackerman on 101.
Yeah. Coles over the wicket. Bowls. Amin is forward and looking to drive, though he didn't get there, and the ball, I think, came off the pad, ricochets into the offside, fielded by Clark. There is no run, so the runs required now down to less than 300. All these little landmarks. Sonia now 299 needed to win. It's still a long, long way away. Coles played again. Amin covers up, plays into the offside. There is no run. These two coming together when the score's 108.
Well, I'm firmly in neutral when it comes to this game, but we have seen some very high scores here this season, and you just wonder if it's becoming slightly more batting-friendly pitch as the game goes on.
Coles comes in, played into the offside by Amin, and there is no run. So Sussex are trying to rattle through the overs. They're still showing us -2 on the over 8, but you'd have thought that would change. Coles in again. Oh, and now that looked as if there's a bit of extra bounce, but Amin played that really well, in fairness. He just dropped his hands and the ball went out on the offside.
He did, and we saw that a couple of times from Rayan Ahmed, just sort of kicked up slightly,
yeah, it did. Bowling
from that end. I wonder if Coles has found a similar spot.
Coles in again, stretching forward. Amin plays into the offside. There is no run, so much tidier over from James. Coles just conceding the 1 run. End of the over, 200 for 3. Ackerman 101, Amin on 43. We have another 5 overs left in the day, so we're not going to finish too late today, which is good news, mainly due, I think, to the spinners that have been on, Carson and Coles, hurrying through the overs, and Henry Crocombe's going to bowl the next over. We'll probably have an update to do, Sonia, but we'll wait for our cue and then we'll... I just finished John's email, actually. He says, when living in Southern Ireland, we used to have a call box at the end of the road. You could feed the box with 2 old pennies. You had to book a call via the operator for a certain time if you were ringing the UK. The call would then go via the telephone exchanges through Ireland and the UK. Strange but wonderful times.
Crocombe over the wicket, and that's defended into the offside by Ackerman, and that's a dot ball. Yeah, it's strange times. I remember my grandfather telling me how there would be a switchboard in the village and that people would sort of patch people through to specific houses, and they would often also listen in on private conversations, so they were the ones who knew all the gossip in the small Yorkshire, Derbyshire villages.
Yes, I'm sure I did.
As Crocombe runs in over the wicket, and that's sort of flicked off his pads by Ackerman for a single. I'm not sure he got the bat on that. No, the umpire is signalling leg byes, so that will move the score onto 201, but Ackerman will not add to his total of 101 as the fielders swap places for the left-handed Amin.
Yeah. I was going to say something then about...
eavesdropping phone conversations?
Yeah, what was I going to say? Oh, yes, I know what I was going to say. At Christmas time, my dad's brother used to live in the States and still does, but if you wanted to speak to him on Christmas Day, you had to book the call. So you got an allotted slot that you could ring. Amazing, really.
As Crocombe stays over the wicket to the left-hander and bangs that one in short, and Amin just defends that into the offside.
Tony Farron, who's a Sussex lad living in Cumbria, says, "Hi Adrian and colleagues, my dad was a small-time TV dealer when colour came in. You could get a good colour balance, but it took time and expertise to converge the three separate cathode rays, red, green and blue. Only a trained person could do this. Also, most customers turned the colour saturation up because they liked it, but it wasn't realistic." Thank you, that's a great
As
shot.
Pulled that off the front foot straight between mid-wicket and mid-on for 4. That was a well-timed strike. We also saw him do that a couple of overs ago to great effect, and he moves on to within touching distance of his own milestone over 50 runs. He moves on to 47 from 109.
And a partnership now between these two of 98. That was a super shot, wasn't it? He just swiveled and belted that one away through mid-wicket for 4.
It was a lovely sort of instinctive shot.
It was. Beautifully played.
As Crocombe comes over the wicket, the left-hander who plays exactly the same shot, but there is a fielder there and he's sort of parried it down. He'll pick up a single, but I wonder if that was a drop.
I don't think there was enough sort of hands on heads. I think it was probably a good stop by Tom Haynes.
I think it bounced short of him, but it's quite difficult to tell, especially in this light with all the shadows around.
Yeah. We've got an update coming in a moment, but we will get a couple of ticks. So you carry on, Sonia.
No worries, as they sort of rejig the field for Ackerman, and Crocombe staying over the wicket. And that one is banged in short, and Ackerman ducks and sways out the way. And it was a good dive by Carter to get there and stop the ball, which sort of swerved after it passed the batter.
Cricket update.
Let's go back to the county ground in Hove. Sussex v Leicestershire, day 3 in the county championship. Leicestershire proving stubborn, Adrian.
Yeah, a little bit more than stubborn now, Danny. They're 206 for 3, and I was mentioning Colin Ackerman, who made that huge score of 277 not out here last year. He is still there. He's 101 not out. Umar Amin is batting very nicely with him. He's on 48, and these two have now added 98 for the 4th wicket. Leicestershire still need a highly unlikely 293, but it's more likely than it was an hour ago. We've got 4 overs left in the day, all day tomorrow. Sussex are still firm favourites here, but there's the Ackerman factor.
Yes. He's 101 not out. How'd you get him out?
Well, they couldn't last year, Danny. He was 277 not out. He's a fine player. In fact, this could be his last match for Leicestershire because he's joining Durham for next season. He's a South African. He is a wonderful, wonderful player. Sussex will have a new ball available tomorrow morning. That will help. But I gave Leicestershire no chance at all, and it may well be that Sussex win easily, but he's making it very interesting. Should be a good day tomorrow.
Okay, see you tomorrow. Thanks for now. Ball commentary, don't forget.
So there we are. James Coles. I'll bring Richard back in for the last few overs. As in comes Coles bowls, and forward comes Amin plays down the track. There is no run. Just hang on for this over, Sonia, because we'd like to say we've thoroughly enjoyed having you here.
I've enjoyed being here.
It's been
great.
Lovely. It's been great fun. I hope you've enjoyed. Is it your first visit to Hove?
It is my first visit to Hove.
Coles plays into the offside as Amin. There is no run. So hope you've enjoyed it. We've had lovely weather. We've had a good day's cricket, but good 2 days cricket. 206 for 3.
We have. We've seen a bit of everything from Leicestershire, really.
We have. Coles in again. Drives again across the line. He's a little lucky to get away with that. What Leicestershire have done very well here, they've mixed defence with attack. They haven't allowed themselves to get too bogged down, and they can't allow that to happen. They're still looking to play shots, but they will know if they could go in 3 down. They've got a squeak of a chance tomorrow. Coles in short. Just clips that away through square leg for another single. That's the end of James Coles' over. So 3 overs to go in today. We'll get Richard back on commentary because it's been a terrific performance by Leicester. But thank you, Sonia. It's been great fun to have you here, and I'm sure we will see you again. And safe journey back to London, and good luck with the rest of the cricket. I'm not sure if you're going out to India for the Test series. Oh, there we are. Maybe. Perhaps we come and carry your bags or something, which I'd love to go and see 5 Test matches out in the subcontinent in the new year. But great to have Sonia here. And if Leicestershire could survive these next 18 balls, I'm not saying they're going to win this game, Richard, but it could make tomorrow quite an interesting day.
It could, absolutely could. Crocombe is in from the sea end, and Bowles looking for the Yorker, dug out at the very last second by Umar. I think it was just outside off stump. I'm not sure it would have gone on through onto the stumps, but he had to make sure and did manage to jam it out into the offside. 49 he is on at the moment. Could be his first class half century for Leicestershire, of course. His first class score of 281, test match player in his time. Waits, bobs at the knee, steps across as Crocombe bowls to him, pulls in the air, over square leg and to the boundary for 4. Umar Amin has that first half century. He is prepared to hit the ball in the air, especially on the leg side. He gets a huge round of applause from the Leicestershire faithful and those on the balcony. His teammates on the balcony, raises his bat to them, but again, the hands were in the air, leapt into the air at square leg, couldn't quite get there. It is a shortish boundary over there. Amin moves on to 53 off 118 balls. Sussex have packed the leg side now as Crocombe is in again to Umar, who gets a shortish ball down the leg side, steps inside the line of that one. They've decided that is how to get him out, Sussex. They've got now a square leg. They have a short, well, just about 10 yards wide of him, so not quite mid-wicket. They also have a conventional mid-wicket, and they have a mid-wicket about 10 yards inside the ropes, as well as a mid-on. In goes Crocombe, bowls outside off stump short, chopped away down to third man, steered away down to third man by Umar for 4. So, well, if you're going to set a leg trap like that, you're going to have to bowl leg stump, short balls at leg stump, not wide of off stump, without a third man.
Yes, I didn't think that was that good, really. Just to mention, free admittance tomorrow here at Hove. So if you're listening, well, if you're listening, of course you are, but you can get in for nothing tomorrow.
And you could have a really interesting morning, perhaps even afternoon. As Crocombe is in to Umar. Again, it's short, but again, it's a little bit too off stump line, and he's able to get up on his toes and block it down towards backward point. Remains on 57, and this stand, when they came together with the score was on 108, is now worth 107. They have almost doubled the score for the 4th wicket. They're going to have to do an awful lot more than that. In goes Crocombe around the wicket to Umar, slightly short of a good length, but he's able to just work it off his hip, sort of a bit lower than that thigh area, down towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Slightly weary looking Henry Crocombe takes his cap from the umpire. Sussex have 2 more overs in which to try and engineer the breakthrough that would really lift them going into the final day.
Yeah, I mean, a new ball will be available. We've got 2 more overs tonight, so we've had 62 overs. So we'll have 16 overs more tomorrow morning with this ball, then a new ball. That could be absolutely key. But if Leicestershire could negotiate that, it really could be game on. It's still a mountain to climb. Coles comes in, bowls to Ackerman, who pulls that to mid-on. There is no running. You still feel that this man is key. But we've been saying that for the last couple of hours, how key Colin Ackerman is.
Well, it needs to be a double century. I'm just thinking he's 376 not out here at Hove, isn't he now?
Yes, then comes Coles, bowls, Ackerman defends down the offside. Now, lest we forget, Leicestershire were 16 for 2. 213 for 3.
His last 2 innings here.
Ackerman waits, in and bowls, and forward comes Ackerman, plays onto the onside. There is no run.
No, 277, so
yes.
378.
Well, it's a wonderful effort.
Not out.
Yeah. In comes, well, Cole's just waiting there, just resetting the field. Still that over 8 is showing -2. Be interesting to see if that changes overnight. The knowledge Sussex...
It will, for sure. They don't change it they only change it at intervals now. So, it will for sure. It's only 20, we've only got an over and a half, and it's only just 22.
Cole's in. Ackerman flicks this down to deep backward square, picks up another single. He goes to 102, 216 for 3. Is he the sort of, what do you do? Do you speak to him halfway through his innings, or do you speak to someone else?
It's up to him if he wants to. You know, he's very experienced now, and he might not mind.
Bowles, bowling to the left-handed, Amin is in and bowls, and Amin plays this firmly through the covers. It's more right, could be a boundary here, you know. He's played that very nice timing. Henry Crocombe's charging back, but it's raced away for 4 runs. Nice looking shot from Amin. He goes to 61. That went up very quickly. 220 for 3 runs required, down to 279.
Are they really going to give Carvelas the last over?
Looks like it, doesn't it?
Well, hopefully he'll get himself. That's a big ask, isn't it, at the end of the day?
Yeah. Coles waits. The final ball of his over bowls. I mean, drives into the offside. Good stop there at short extra cover, footed by Tom Haynes. 1 over to go in the day. 220 for 3. James Coles has bowled 8 overs, no maidens, 0 for 36. I think Sonia was on commentary at the time, and I was saying, Richard, that Paul Farbrace was saying that one of the concerns he had was some of the fitness of the Sussex players this season, and he said it's coming home to roost now. He mentioned that last week, and this could become a test. I mean, they're young players. They ought to be fit. They've got a night's sleep, and then you come out tomorrow. But the longer this goes on, the more overs into legs, that sort of thing. It is another factor. I still think, I think we would all agree that Sussex are still firm favourites here.
Definitely. And they get, 5 days off after this? So after tomorrow?
Yeah, and and Sussex get a couple of wickets here. If you were saying they need 279 to win with 5 wickets, they've seen crumbs,
Absolutely.
But if these could get it through to the close, they're not without a chance.
Carvelas, trying to make that breakthrough, is into Ackerman, who defends very correctly on off stump. Back down it goes towards the South African of Greek ancestry. Dr. Ball, 5 to go today. Another brilliant day's county cricket it has been as well, frankly, as it so often is. You don't see many bad ones. There's always something interesting going on.
No, you're quite right.
Absorbing is the word I normally use, and it has been absorbing. Carvelas is in. Ackerman again defends, slightly fuller delivery. Back to Harry Carvelas, who again throws it out to the fielders to do the polishing.
What's impressed me here with Leicestershire is that they've mixed defence with attack. They know that if they just push and prod around, they're putting no pressure on Sussex. But as the total sort of just come down a little, it's just putting a bit more pressure on Sussex. A bit more thought needs to go into what's going on. But they have scored very quickly since tea. 157 since tea.
Carvelas is in, outside off stump, steered by Ackerman, calmly out to the sweeper, takes his one. T was 112 for 3, so 110 they've scored since T.
What was that? Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right.
Not quite as dominant as that, but they would have taken 110 for none if that's how it finishes at the end of the session.
Yeah,
they would have snatched your hand off.
They're scoring at best part of 4 over.
Yes,
which is very good in county championship wicket.
Absolutely. Carvelas is going round the wicket to the left-handed Umar, who defends on off stump, drops it out into the offside, and there's no run. 2 balls to go in the day. Free entry, let us emphasise again, tomorrow.
Yes.
So if you're in the vicinity of Hove and fancy what could be a really interesting morning, and who knows, maybe a little bit longer's play, come on down, as they say. It is down slightly, isn't it? Up from the sea, but only just. Carvelas in, bowls outside off stump, just leans forward. Umar Amin steers it out towards point. Carvelas, just his 10th over of the innings, 2 for 21. Once again, he's sort of been the pick, but it's quite a big ask for him to come on and just the 1 over at the end of the day. Let us hope he doesn't do any damage. Hasn't so far, thankfully, and he's got just 1 ball to bowl. Well, Bob was at the knees, but Carvelas wasn't quite ready to go. Goes back to his mark. He's going to try again. Comes in past Umpire Baldwin, and bowls upon his toes is Umar, playing it carefully down towards point. And that is the end of, as I say, a really absorbing day's county cricket, and it is not quite all over as far as the Foxes are concerned. Looked to be that way when they went to 16 for 2, having been set 499 to win the game by Sussex skipper Cheteshwar Pujara. But first, in the company of Rishi Patel, latterly in the company of Umar Amin, Colin Ackerman has led the way with a splendid unbeaten 100 for Leicestershire, following up his unbeaten double century last time out on this ground. He's still there. He will resume tomorrow on 103 off 155 balls. Umar Amin will resume on 61, and Leicestershire, you never quite know, still have... If it was 1 in 200 at the start of the innings, Adrian, 1 in 50 now?
Yeah,
something like that, maybe even a little bit, 1 in 40.
I would say, I was going to say 1 in 100. I still think...
Even now, 1 in 100.
If it was 1 in 200 to start with, I think so much depends on Colin Ackerman. What I would say is that the deeper it goes,